That time I got reincarnated as a slime. Volume 15. Prologue, Flame Dragon against Storm Dragon. For Veldora, the day could not have gone much worse. It was an empty field of grass. The city, well prepared for the Imperial invasion, remained isolated in the labyrinth, and that was why the beauty flying in from the sky above stood out so much against this backdrop. "Ah, my sister," Veldora muttered despite himself. There was no strength in his voice. For those who knew how Veldora normally carried on, the sight was unthinkable. Is it possible," stammered Cherries, "that this is Lady Veilgrind, the sister I have heard rumor of?" Indeed, you are correct. She is Veilgrind the Flame Dragon, one of the all-powerful true dragons, and my sister, yes." Everyone in the control center, upon hearing this, leapt into action at once. An emergency alarm rang across the labyrinth, advising all within earshot to exercise maximum vigilance against the enemy on the outside. "Whoa, Master? Rimourou's not even here. What are we gonna do?" Ramirez was in a panic already. She wasn't exactly someone to rely on in normal times. Right now, she could do little more than shout and carry on. In a scientific laboratory she was a valued resource, but in battle, there was basically no role for her. But Ramirez was smart enough to have some powerful friends, Thrainey's sisters administering the labyrinth and the dryads working under them, all beavering away to make sure things kept functioning properly. She had declined a position in the 10 dungeon marvels, but she was still the overall supervisor of the labyrinth. However, a good half of the marvels, those figures who'd be relied on the most right now, were in the midst of an evolutionary sleep. Beretta, their former leader, had the important job of guarding Ramirez. "It wouldn't appear that she's going to be too friendly with us. Let's intercept her in the labyrinth." Beretta kept an eye on the situation, as Thrainey and the others checked on the situation labyrinth-wide. Out of the 10 dungeon marvels, only the 4 dragon lords were currently awake and available. Ghidorah was conscious as well, but he had already been sent out with the demon Colossus to help out the armed nation of Dworgen. They were thus less than ideally prepared for Veilgrind, but if they made full use of the perfect, flawless fortress that was the labyrinth, even this reduced force should be enough to buy some time with. Beretta thought so, at least. So he made the proposal, and Veldora nodded his agreement. "I don't know what she's here for, but if she came alone, she truly deserves nothing but my laughter. With all of us together, we have nothing to fear. Qua ha ha ha." He grinned assuredly, but his expression was noticeably strained. He was scared. Just a couple of days ago, Veldora had been in hard combat with Velzard, his elder sister, and with that incident fresh on his mind, now here was Veilgrind, his second eldest sister. Not only that, she was staging an invasion of Rimourou's, capital of the Jura Tempest Federation, all by herself. This was simply outrageous in Veldora's mind, and now his head was racing, trying desperately to find a way out of this situation. That's why he was so eager to jump at Beretta's proposal. But just then, "Veldora, be a good boy and come out for me, all right?" Veilgrind, right up there on the display, addressed him out loud. Even her eyes, oddly enough, were fixated on the screen, pouring right into Veldora, and her voice echoed directly into his mind. "Sir Veldora? Do not flinch at this, Cherries. This is a trap. If I go out there without a thought in the world, it's bound to be awful for me." Yes." Veldora had no qualms about sounding this pathetic. Cherries couldn't help but find it bewildering. "Huh? Well, if her target is my master, then it's got nothing to do with us, Ramirez, trying to save her own hide and doing a commendable job at it, was immediately silenced by Veldora's hand. Now, whether she wanted to be or not, she was part of this. So the labyrinth staff decided to hold their ground, but... "Oh, you're not coming out? You always were a little slow on the uptake, weren't you? But all right. In that case, I'll give you just one gentle warning." The image alone didn't reveal what Veilgrind was saying. But everyone present understood that things were rapidly changing with her. And Veldora, who still had her voice being channeled into his brain, knew full well she was about to do something. But it's fine. Ramirez's labyrinth is made of incredible stuff that can shut off dimensions. Even I would have difficulty breaking through it, and as long as we remain inside, even my sister won't be able to touch us. He was right. As long as they stayed in the labyrinth, they'd continue to remain safe from Veilgrind. Maybe she could smash her way down 1 or 2 floors, but Ramirez could restore it quicker than she could destroy it. With Veldora powering everything, keeping Veilgrind safely away should be doable. Do not panic. With you and I working together, no adversary can. Veldora attempted to calm Ramirez, but he couldn't finish his sentence. On the screen, he had caught sight of Veilgrind producing a pure crimson spear. Master. That's real bad news up there. I'm not even sure Mazecraft can block that. You don't need to remind me, Veldora thought. I know that. All hands, brace for impact. Nobody doubted Veldora's words, each of them assuming a defensive posture. Just a few moments later, a severe shock wave rocked the labyrinth. Oh, no way. D damage confirmed down to floor 50. The upper levels are all but destroyed. Alpha, Beta, and the rest of the staff were producing a flurry of damage reports. At that moment, the myth of the labyrinth's purported safety was practically destroyed. Then, just as Veldora was panicking over what to do next, he received a thought communication from Rimuru. Hey, how's it going? He deeply resented the cheerful voice. You fool. Now is not the time for casual greetings. Things are, rather hectic in here. My sister is pursuing me. She is outside the labyrinth right now, but at this rate, she is going to storm inside. Veldora waited for an answer. Rimuru. Yes, surely Rimuru could do something about this. Instead, however, came the concerned reply, you gonna be okay? Instantly it made Veldora realize the truth. Rimuru was just as strained right now. If he wasn't, he'd be right back here immediately, and since there was no sign of that, it'd be unwise to wait further for him. And maybe that was why Veldora could feel the false hope from before draining away. If he couldn't rely on Rimuru, he had no choice but to go out himself. I will have to come out for her. That would beat her laying waste to the labyrinth to reach me. Veldora thought he might be able to make it, although this was backed by zero evidence. It was easy to forget at times, but Rimuru had been quite a suitable trainer. If he had been able to withstand that, Veldora thought, surely Veilgrind wouldn't defeat him that easily. All right. I'll take full responsibility for the fallout, so just do something about Veilgrind for me. Can you manage that? Rimuru sounded like he didn't expect Veldora to lose, either. And if he was taking full responsibility for the fallout, that meant he couldn't complain, no matter how much destruction was wrought from this. Taking that into consideration, Rimuru was all but asking him to show off the fruits of his training up to now. Besides, this was Rimuru asking. What he wanted, he got. Oh ho? Well, in that case, allow me to handle everything for you. Kwa ha ha ha. He turned his attention back toward Veilgrind. The chat with Rimuru did wonders for his stress level. Suddenly he felt supremely calm and serene. I will need to go out myself, he said, sounding fully relaxed. Master? Sir Veldora? Ramirez and Beretta stared at him in shock. Veldora gave them a refreshed sneer, like all his problems were behind him. Kwa ha ha ha. I too have little interest in fighting my sister, but if using the labyrinths to stall for time won't work, we have no other option. But it's all right, cherries. Immortality within the labyrinth only works because it exists in an isolated space. Now that we know it won't work against my sister, the best way to minimize further damage is for me to leave. As long as Rimuru was alive and well, Veldora was de facto immortal. If he wanted to prevent any more sacrifice, Veldora's only choice was to leave. Then let me join you. No, stay here. You've become stronger, but it is still nothing comparable to me. Perhaps Legion is another matter, but anyone else would just be a hindrance. It was harsh, but true. and Veldora was already prepared for what was to come. There was a gallant air to him now, nothing at all like the pathetic fear of a moment ago. "Will you be okay, Master?" "No, I won't be okay at all. I don't even want to think of the horrid abuse my sisters put me through, but enough of that. I, too, have become stronger. Encountering Rimuru has helped me grow. I, too, am a trainer now, and I've learned just how immature I have been. I am nothing like how I used to be. Kwa ha ha ha." Veldora forced out a laugh. He had mentally uplifted himself so much that he was back to his normal tone. "So do not worry. Just sit back and watch as I heroically stride into the scene." With that, he left the labyrinth by himself. Now Veldora recalled his battle with Velzad. He hadn't seen the older of his two sisters in quite a while, and she seemed far more powerful, her defense much more impermeable, than in the past. It wasn't something the old Veldora would ever have picked up on. Running into Rimuru had helped him grow beyond recognition, and nothing symbolized that more than his acquiring an ultimate skill. Being sealed away inside Rimuru's stomach gave Veldora the chance to observe Rimuru and learn a great many things. It was there where he realized that power is only meaningful when used in the right ways. He had an enormous store of magical energy, the largest among all the true dragons. It outclassed those of his two sisters, and it allowed him to be one of the world's strongest presences without working very hard at it. But that was naive, and Veldora knew it. He knew that some would struggle to win until the very end, no matter how weak they were. Rimuru was one of them, and he knew that many who opposed him were the same way: Hinata, Granville, and the Demon Lord Luminous. They relied on more than just their power, using every possible trick in the book to earn their victory, and he knew never to let his guard down against them. Now that he understood that, Veldora was a different creature from before. And he could prove it. Even during combat with Velzad, he could hold his own and go on the counterattack instead of just getting beaten up as usual. To him, Velzad was a kind of natural enemy, an extremely unfavorable opponent given how incompatible his strength was with hers. She had been born first, the upper limits of her powers all but a mystery to him. He may have had a larger magical store, but they were so close to each other in nearly every other way that it wasn't that much of an advantage. In a proper battle, he couldn't hold out much hope for victory. He had challenged her several times since being born, but was beaten back terribly each time. Velzad's Eternal World's skill was both an ironclad defense for her and a weapon that hampered Veldora's movement. Gales, destruction, corrosion, ruin, all potential effects were nullified before this absolute wall. This was the kind of terrifying sister he was up against, but much to his surprise, Veldora found that he could actually hold his own. "Wow," he thought, "I'm doing great." Velzad, after all, had learned how to fully control the magical force she released, something Veldora only noticed because he could control his own as well. The difference, however, was just way too big to compare. That was thanks in no small part to the nature of Velzad's powers, letting her stop kinetic energy with so much ease, but the yawning gap between them was still obvious even without that. But despite having that kind of skill, Velzad was unexpectedly honest in her praise of Veldora's growth. Yes, it's quite a surprise. You used to only act out like a spoiled child, but now you're using your brain to fight as well, aren't you? At this rate, maybe we don't need to destroy you after all." There was a disturbing word or two in there, but the rest of it was unmistakably praise for Veldora. Considering he felt nothing but fear for her before then, it made him very happy to see. He still couldn't beat her, but regardless. So what about Veelgrind? Well, Velzad and Veelgrind were about an even match in ability. To Veldora, they were both big sisters he had problems dealing with, and if he was honest with himself, he didn't really want to fight either of them. But that wasn't an option right now, so he had no choice but to step up. Veelgrind is as formidable as ever. Not even I could unleash an attack reaching across multiple labyrinth floors like that. Perhaps he could just use brute force to twist the dimensional layers enough to destroy one or two floors. But even if he used up all his magicules, not even he could smash through multiple floors with a single blow. The ultimate skill must be the key. If I want to hold my own against her, I will need to exercise Faust, Lord of Investigation, to the fullest. He was right. Veldora outclassed Veelgrind in Magicule count, and he hoped that put him in a slightly better position with her than Velzard. That hope helped overcome the trauma of having this encounter in the first place. The key to victory here lay in how well he used his powers. They had never seriously fought each other, but there was no doubt that Veelgrind was the stronger of the two. But that was a tale from the past. Velzard was hard to beat because her skills worked particularly well against Veldora, but that wouldn't be the case with Veelgrind. What's more, thanks to Rimuru, he had acquired the ultimate skill Faust, Lord of Investigation. That power worked against Velzard as well, and having it in hand made him think that even Veelgrind would be nothing to fear. Now Veldora felt ready to take this mission on. Qua ha 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 ha. Nobody's doomed me to defeat yet, have they? I needed to test the extent of this power anyway, why not do it against my own sister? With a new determination, Veldora appeared in front of Veelgrind. The siblings stared each other down in midair, both in human form. They were perfectly still in the sky, which was natural for them as true dragons. I'm glad you were intelligent enough to understand the meaning behind my warning. So you've decided to cooperate with me now? Veelgrind looked quite happy to see Veldora. She wouldn't be for long. I refuse, my sister. I am not a tool for you to use as you see fit, and I'd much appreciate it if you'd stop involving me in your sisterly quarrels. Involve? Such a mean word to use. What I'm saying is that if you willingly cooperate with me, I would welcome you as a close friend. Then I could teach you how to use your powers, allowing you to run wild as much as you want, although I'd ask you to let me choose the times and places for you. Qua ha ha ha. My answer remains no, my sister. I have already fully perfected the use of my powers, and further, I no longer enjoy violence for violence's sake. I have grown, you see. I am a grown dragon. I wouldn't be so brazen if I were you. Perhaps we've spoiled you a bit too much? But very well. Let me see, then, just how much you've grown. With that light back and forth over and done with, Veelgrind was ready to duke it out. Veldora wasted no time, shoring up his position. From the start, his sister didn't expect to recruit him strictly through verbal negotiation. She'd display her strength, and it would make him obey. And if that didn't work, she'd just rough him up enough that Ladora could take control of him. Her taking the persuasion route was just Veelgrind's way of showing a little kindness. So, feeling mildly annoyed at this breakdown of negotiations, Veelgrind made her first unhesitant thrust at Veldora. She wanted to make this quick, incapacitating him enough that she'd have time to wait before Ladora showed up. But her right-handed chop was lightly parried away, rewarded with a kick from Veldora. Veelgrind, rapidly growing frustrated, caught it with her left hand, but... What? This force? This doesn't feel weakened at all. Veelgrind thought that Veldora had yet to fully recover from 300 years of being sealed away. The Veldora she knew would always throw 100% of his power around, so she assumed his current, weaker front was just an after-effect of the seal. That back and forth just now made her realize the error of her ways. You've improved a little, haven't you? Now I see that all your bragging is more than just words. My Veldora-style death stance is as invincible as it is undefeatable. And even you, my sister, will realize just how powerless you are before my whoa. Veelgrind hadn't come here to listen to Veldora smugly explain why he was so strong. Instead, even more annoyed than before, she launched into a more vicious attack. Crimson flames gathered around both of her fists, as well as the supple legs stretching out from her dress. Then a flurry of attacks came as a wild dance, searing enough to burn to death anything that touched it. But Veldora could withstand it. Ow! Hot, hot, hot. He sounded like a child and was fleeing at full speed from her, but it did not exact serious damage upon him. I've given you a great deal of discipline over the years, but it appears your head is just as immature as it always was. All that talk about being invincible and undefeatable is nothing short of ridiculous. Veelgrind was as furious as a raging inferno, but still she remained calm. Now she saw that Veldora was not only recovered from his prison, but far stronger than she ever expected. This could be tricky. I can't exercise my full force in this form, and I can't deal much damage, either. Ludora will never be able to dominate him when he shows up. The reason she came here wasn't to rough Veldora up a bit and teach him a lesson. It was to dominate him. Once Ludora emerged victorious against Guy, they planned to give him his freedom back, but right now, he could be a very important pawn for them, and they wanted to procure him. From Veilgrin's point of view, there was no point in keeping this a penny ante game, and Veldora seemed to agree. Quoi? My clothes. The precious outfit granted to me by Rimuru. Now they're all burned because of you, my sister. The outfit he had on was a gift from Rimuru, a token of his gratitude. It actually was precious to him, and now Veilgrin's attack had ruined it. Given enough time, it would have been influenced enough by Veldora's aura to become a literal part of his body, but expecting that much of a transformation in just a few days would be asking too much. Veldora himself was largely unhurt, but this was a severe blow to his heart. It was wholly his fault for showing up to this wearing flammable gear, but still, he felt justified in taking his frustration out on his sister. And that was fortunate for Veldora, actually. Anger, after all, has a way of replacing fear in your mind, and no matter how motivated he was for this, he still had a fear of his sisters ingrained in him over many, many years. The two of them were a symbol of fear in his mind, and the idea of confronting either one with his full might would normally seem outlandish. Now, however, the fetters had been lifted. Sister or not, I will offer you no more mercy. Prepare to face my wrath. With that shout, Veldora released his powers. In his place, a mighty, majestic dragon, jet black in color, revealed himself. Veilgrin snickered at the sight. It was too convenient for her. Huh? All that nonsense. You truly are too unintelligent for your own good. It seems you've forgotten some very important facts. You cannot defeat me, and I suppose it's time to teach you that once more. Veilgrin transformed as well, into her beautiful, limber, crimson dragon form, and so the epoch-making kaiju battle began. Chapter 1, The Moment of Despair. Just as Rimuru was about to head into the imperial capital, the dwarven king Garzel Dwago was facing a desperate battlefield. There, far in the distance, was a living incarnation of beauty spreading death everywhere she went. Gravity collapse? They say you could theoretically make it as powerful as you want, but can Legion magic defend against it? Don't be silly. You could have both the magic support and magic strike divisions running defense for us, and there's no way they could block that. That's how true dragons work. It's beyond a menace. Garzel was answered by Vaughn, his supreme military commander on the field. He had deployed the dwarven army here as he awaited Garzel's arrival, and that meant he had a front-row seat for the destruction of the Empire's composite division positioned a stone's throw away. The soldiers were speechless at the sight of all the carnage, their will to fight doubtlessly broken, but not even they ran from the scene, much to their credit. Everyone on hand understood that by this point, there was nowhere safe to run away to. If their deaths would allow their families to survive even a little while longer, that alone made it worth remaining here, and so, with that in mind, they maintained their battle lines. King Garzel was far too heroic a figure to let any of his troops' lives go to waste. Every soldier of his trusted in that, and that was why they swore their allegiance to him. And while he understood well the emotions that drove them, Garzel was distressed, never showing it on his face but finding his heart in a state of deep turmoil. We cannot win. In fact, this may very well end with the lives of everyone here wasted. Should we surrender? No, the Empire will never accept it. We must show them our power, at least, or as much as we have left of it. He'd have to make the enemy believe they were more valuable as an ally, rather than an enemy. Otherwise, the Empire would never let them continue to exist in their worldview. Thus, the only way to survive was to fight to the bitter end. No matter how many casualties it produced, Garzel and his troops had to continue believing that the sacrifice wouldn't be in vain. They say quality is better than quantity in war, but this is simply beyond any reasonable expectation. Our only option is to challenge and defeat her by ourselves. Whoa, don't you have a responsibility for them as king? Look, our enemy numbers exactly one person in size, does it not? Is now the time to ask about who's responsible for what? Garzel gave Vaughan's question an embittered smile. The sole enemy here was Vielgrind. Strategy and tactics were meaningless, Garzel's side needed a way to survive, and that was it. Vaughan, likely well aware of this, tried to keep the mood light, hoping to lighten Garzel's heartache a bit. Realizing that helped Garzel dispel his hesitation on the matter, "My liege," Henrietta reported to them, "the enemy is more than just the flame dragon. There are multiple presences detected behind her, and it seems they are performing some manner of ritual." Lady Jane reported that the extreme magic spell from before is likely part of this. Garzel nodded. That extreme magic, which annihilated an army of some 60,000, was being used for a ritual. That alone told him that an evil plot was afoot, one he dared not even try to imagine. But Vielgrind, at the center of it all, was going to be very difficult to beat, and so the only way to foil this plot would be to beat whatever was behind her. "Should we move our forces?" Dolph asked. Garzel shook his head. The heavy strike division lacked much mobility by design, improperly shuttling them around would leave them exposed to magic attack. Normally they could use their stout defenses to push through anything, but none of that mattered much against Vielgrind. The only option left was a de facto suicide strike from the 500-strong Pegasus Knights at their disposal. "I wouldn't like having this place even less well defended than before. I think Garzel's right, the only way is to go in alone by ourselves." "Right, Dolph." Vaughan smiled as he spoke. Dolph scratched his head in response. "How disrespectful, Vaughan. Calling the king by merely his given name is outrageous. You should think more about your position." The lecture went on for a little while longer. He finally ended it with a broad smile. "But this time, at least, you have a point. If we want to buy as much time as possible, we must avoid spreading our forces too thin. If it's us alone, we can be highly mobile and speedy enough to perhaps surprise the enemy." Henrietta had no objections, either. Lady Jane said she would join the struggle once she persuaded the elders along those lines. "I'll let them worry about the future, for now, let's have a fun little rampage, just like the old days." The enthusiasm was palpable in her reply. These were all old friends, and the years hadn't changed them one bit. They were united in their hearts with Garzel, standing by him to help him through even this most difficult of times. Garzel laughed. "Ha ha. You fools. I wonder what my chaperone Jane would say if she heard this." Jane had accompanied Garzel and his band for many years, offering them her advice and suggestions. She may have been the Dwarven Kingdom's most powerful mage, but to Garzel, she was also his most trusted of advisors. "I'm sure she won't like this," he thought as he struggled to make a decision, but it seemed he was a tad too slow. "Lordy Lord, I take my eyes off you for a moment, King Garzel, and I see this. What a pain this is." Just before Garzel gave the order to march, Jane teleported onto the scene. "Ah, Jane. Were you listening in on us?" She sneered at the uncomfortable-looking Garzel and shook her head. "Here I was breathing a sigh of relief now that you've become such a great king, or so I thought. But this time, I cannot blame you. There is simply no other way to deal with an opponent like this. The true dragons are known as catastrophe-level threats precisely because they lie beyond the control of any one government." True enough. Any magic spell a human being could conjure would never affect a true dragon. And now, Vielgrind was harnessing magic on a massive scale, well beyond any human level of control. Even if every human champion in the world came together, their chances against a true dragon would be a complete unknown. But all was not necessarily lost. That was what Jane was here to report. "I received a call a few moments ago." His Majesty Raimuru is going to send reinforcements. Why don't we wait for them and see what we can do? I don't believe it's been that long since I contacted him. It is hard for me to comprehend as well, yes, but I am sure he's not lying. Vesta himself told me so, and His Majesty can make all of his subjects take action with just a few words. Everyone nodded at the words of the jaded Jane. They knew she was correct, and besides, those ever-reliable reinforcements arrived before they had the time to change their minds. Suddenly, a large distortion appeared in space. Then, as if encased in an enormous cocoon, a small group of elite forces revealed itself. There were 100 members of Gable's team Hiryu, along with 300 more from Gobwa's team Kurenai. Every member of this team of 400 was over A in rank, making it a squad as potentially powerful as the Pegasus Knights. What attracted even more attention, however, was their enormous weaponry. I heard it was complete, but they're certainly not holding back deploying it, are they? That's Rimuru for you. Is that the completed magic armor soldier? Indeed. It is called the Demon Colossus, I was told, and it's a good thing it's on our side. Gazelle, of course, didn't expect it to emerge victorious against Vielgrind. But the sheer majesty of its presence would be enough to bring reassurance to his soldiers. A stout ally to have. If we had a larger supply of them, maybe we could have fought a little bit better. Sadly, not even that would likely mean much against Vielgrind. If it were a disaster-level threat, then perhaps, but... Gazelle and his advisors continued to chit-chat for a bit longer as the group approached them. This was Gable, leader of the newly deployed corps, along with the 3 demonesses led by Testarossa. Gobwa and Hakuro followed behind them. It has been far too long, Your Majesty. It was Testarossa, not Gable, who spoke up first. This was most assuredly the right call. Testarossa had diplomatic privileges and a wealth of experience. She was used to this kind of situation. Indeed it has, Lady Testarossa. My thanks for the reinforcements. Usually, the very idea of Gable directly addressing a visitor would violate royal norms. There were certain customs and formalities to take into consideration, and along those lines, the king would normally have an intermediary speak on his behalf. But now was no time for such talk, something mutually understood among all parties. So they did away with all decorum and made this a regular, uninhibited strategy meeting. Once everyone had moved over to the command center, they dove straight into the topic at hand. Testarossa began by recapping what Rimuru and his allies were up to, then offered a proposal for the strategy they needed to implement here. Rimuru seeks to strike the Emperor himself? It certainly sounds more realistic than any suicide mission. Do you think? Because it sounds rather reckless to me. Gazelle growled at the idea as he thought it over, even as Vaughn sounded optimistic. Dolph, meanwhile, was still looking for another way, but there was no time left to ponder. With nobody else offering alternatives, Testarossa pushed ahead. We will deal with Lady Vielgrind. What I want everyone else to do is put an end to the ritual taking place behind her. No objections here. Gazelle promptly agreed with the offer, as welcome as it was unexpected. The demons were the only ones who could be entrusted with this most dangerous of rules, they had no one else to volunteer for it. But Jane wasn't so sure. One moment. I ask you, Lady Testarossa, would primals such as yourselves be able to defeat the flame dragon? This was a vital question, one that would affect the entire rest of the operation. Jane, for one, was clearly doubtful Testarossa's group could win, that was how overwhelming Vielgrind seemed to her. The 3 primal demons here were undoubtedly the greatest strength among the allied forces right now, but that made this question all the more important. If Testarossa and the demons fell, that would be the end for everyone else on hand as well. To be honest, I don't think we can, no. Well, in that case, we must dedicate ourselves to defense, not attack. Instead of needlessly provoking them, would it not be better to wait here for His Majesty Rimuru's strategy to succeed? If there's no chance of victory, stall for time. That was Jane's argument, and while it seemed sound enough, it was hard for the Rimuru camp to accept. Unfortunately, that's not an option. If we leave Lady Vielgrind on her own, she might return to the imperial capital to interfere with our leader. Carrera sounded adamant about it. Rimuru told her she was fine not to worry about him, but nonetheless, she felt it necessary to keep the flame dragon's attention focused squarely on them, and more to the point, we did not come here to discuss plans with everyone. Sir Rimuru has given us his edict, and we have come to relay it to you. We will consult with you over ways we can help, but I want it clear that we will not tolerate anyone in our way. Even Hakuro, rarely one to speak out of turn, was harsh. Time was too short for courtesy, they had to unify under a single flag at once. Garzel correctly realized this, raising a hand to quiet his fretful colleagues. If my master Sir Hakuro says so, I have no choice but to relent. Or do any of you have other ideas? His advisors all gravely shook their heads. If the Imperial Information Bureau is involved, ending the ritual won't come that easily. It would be best for all of us to unite under one common purpose. Dolph's statement was the final decider. All that remained was to work out the details, and with that, the plan was quickly finalized. Provoking Veilgrind was no different from sticking your hand in a hornet's nest. Testarossa and her team, although fully aware of this, still dauntlessly pressed on. You think us stepping in would delay the ritual? Asked Ultima. I suppose we'll have to see, replied Testarossa. Not even I could maintain a gravity collapse of that level, said Carrera. Doing that while taking on us three. No way that's possible, right? I think it is entirely possible. That's why I am wary of her. Are you kidding? Oh, I'm quite serious. Whatever. We'll find out soon enough in battle. There was no hesitation among Testarossa and the other demons as they spoke. They made a beeline straight for Veilgrind, not even trying to hide their motives, and Veilgrind quickly noticed the three of them. She, too, expressed no alarm. In fact, she seemed delighted to see the demonesses coming her way. Hello there. Lovely day for a fight, isn't it? Testarossa greeted her. Veilgrind smiled back. It certainly is. But first, let me go ahead and ask, why don't you join our camp? As primals, you certainly possess the strength for it. I promise you'll all be treated well. Veilgrind maintained her casual composure in the face of the three demonesses as she made the offer. Needless to say, the answer was no. I will have to decline your offer. I have my own history with the Empire, you see. Same here, agreed Ultima. I finally have a master to serve now, and it's loads more comfortable than I'd imagined. No way I'm gonna give it up. Exactly. But more importantly, let's put an end to this talk and start fighting, said Carrera. If 3 against 1 isn't your speed, you could always call in those folks behind you. The refusal was unanimous, no time spent deliberating. Carrera was clearly eager for a fight, not demonstrating the slightest interest in negotiations. Seeing Veilgrind's magic up close had ignited her own fighting instincts. Veilgrind laughed. So that's your answer? Well, good. In that case, I'll gladly play with you for a little while. That was the signal for battle to begin. With a slow swaying motion, Veilgrind split in front of the demoness's eyes, or, to be more precise, there were now 2 Veilgrinds, exact mirror images of each other. This was a familiar sight to Testarossa. A troubling sign. This is more than just a replication. Perhaps it's a bit closer to Rain's ubiquital mist? Testarossa recalled her own fight with Rain. Exactly why they fell into combat was now lost to time, but the experience from that battle was still fresh in her mind. Ubiquital mist allowed the caster to create a replication before battle, then regenerate either the original or the replication at will. Unlike the separate body skill, only one of the 2 bodies could retain its own free will, but it could still prove to be one truly heinous ability in the right hands. There was no better way to catch an enemy off guard, and while it wasn't as effective against cautious opponents, it offered the user a great deal of insurance. Veilgrind's parallel existence skill could create those separate bodies at will, which undeniably made it stronger than ubiquital mist. But Testarossa wasn't aware of that, a shade of doubt now present upon her beautiful face. What's that? Rain, you see, can split her body and regenerate herself from part of either one. Got it. So both of them can function as the real her, then? That would be the case, Yes. Testarossa and her friends analyzed the situation, not falling into panic at all. The battle was technically underway, but they were still debating like this was a parlor chit-chat over tea. I see Blanc is quite the intelligent one, Vielgrind coyly remarked. You are correct. This is parallel existence, one of my powers. And since I don't want you interfering with the ritual, I will be happy to deal with you here. She gracefully fluttered a feathered fan as she spoke. Testarossa was less than amused as she sneered at her. I have a name. It is Testarossa, and it was granted to me by my lord Rimuru. I do wish you would stop calling me Blanc. She casually cracked the flaming whip that she had produced from her hand at some point. It undulated like a snake as it struck at Vielgrind. Ah, right. So that slime truly did name you Primals. This was Vielgrind's first confirmation of the fact, and it visibly surprised her. But her motions remained undisturbed as she nimbly dodged Testarossa's whip. Calling my lord a mere slime is extremely rude, Carrera indignantly explained as she unleashed her own magic, Gravity Collapse, her closing move at the very start. She kept the size as small as possible, but that only further expanded its power. It was the greatest attack Carrera could summon right now, and it struck Vielgrind head-on while her attention was still on Testarossa. A pillar of black enveloped Vielgrind, connected from heaven to earth, a prison big enough for just one, offering no escape to its quarry. But with a wry grin, Vielgrind remained supremely unconcerned within her hypergravity cell. You truly do reign supreme among demons. I couldn't ask for much more magic force. But if you insist on following the laws of this world, you will never outclass a true dragon. As if to prove her point, Vielgrind shattered the jet-black column from the inside. Then she raised her own magical force to jam Carrera's magic, rendering her powerless. Ha ha ha. Sir Veldora's sister is something of a jokester herself, I see. If magic doesn't work, I suppose I can't do too much, huh? Well, there are the sword skills Ajira taught me, aren't there? Might not do much, but let's give it a try. Even though the greatest trick in her book was effortlessly broken through, Carrera still seemed to be enjoying herself. There was no sign of her losing heart as she held up her magic-generated blade. It had a fierce, violent presence, one slightly unbecoming of a demon, and Carrera's own demonic aura flowed into it, making it glow in her hand. That's probably the right answer. If it's a technique you yourself have crafted, not a simple magic spell or skill, then it may even strike a true dragon, the core of the world. Sir Veldora told me that a woman named Hinata proved it to him once. Testarossa didn't need to test it out. She presumed magic wouldn't work on Vielgrind, that was why she used a magically generated flame whip from the very beginning. It was white in color, imbued with a freezing flame of ivory, and a cursed contradiction in attributes that Testarossa herself invented. Humans are real fascinating, huh? In that case, maybe I ought to break these out, too. Ultima materialized 2 knives, one in each hand. The blades were a loathsome dark purple, letting out an eerie, mystical aura. Wasting no time either, are you, Ult? You hurt Zijin with those earlier, didn't you? Carrera asked. Pretty much. Honestly, I didn't see much point moving my own body to defeat him, but... Surprising, though, noted Testarossa. I didn't think our combat experience with Sir Zijin would come in handy like this. Magic was the main strength of this trio, they never put much emphasis on close combat. But in the battle against Zijin, no other method of attack seemed to work, thanks to his wall-like defenses and absolute superiority over all types of magic. Almost no spell worked on Zijin, and as a result, they had to seek out other means. This was their answer. Only by putting their own spiritual life forms on the line and harnessing their own tenacious wills for their attacks did they succeed in inflicting damage on Zijin. For a spiritual life form, the power of will outclasses anything else. A skill is simply another form of the user's will, created from their own desire, and an ultimate skill is the final destination that desire may reach. The demonesses wanted to see how close they could reach with their own skills, and as they concluded, there was no other option but to try it out. So, through embodying their wills, They had each come up with weapons suited uniquely for them. Zegen's own defenses worked just as well on Ultimate's skills, but still, Ultima's knives managed to inflict a wound on his body. This was important, for it meant that the three demonesses' attacks were ultimate in nature. I tried to imitate Ult's weapon, you know. My swordsmanship is really just for fun, but Ajira's taught me full mastery anyway. Let's go, shall we? Carrera sprinted forward, slashing at Veilgrind with all her might without even considering defense. Veilgrind parried the slashes with her feathered fan, a high-grade work of art that could hardly be called a weapon. With its durability irrevocably altered by her magical energy, however, it was now harder than diamond. Thin, light, flowing, and tough, it was Veilgrind's favorite weapon, easily comparable with Carrera's sword. What a surprise! I didn't expect the primal demons to so readily abandon magic like that. Is it that surprising? Our pride is a small price to pay for a victory we can offer to our lord. Veilgrind, already on the defensive against Carrera's onslaught, was struck by Testaross's whip. Like a horde of white serpents, the whip constantly changed its shape and direction as it hunted down its prey. Tisk! Veilgrind clicked her tongue in frustration. The whip had torn the hem of her dress, offering a glimpse of her beautiful legs, and on one of them, a bright red welt, clear for all to see. It proved that Testaross's attack worked. Not bad, Testa, said Carrera. I'll stay on the vanguard, so keep up the good work for me. You're celebrating a fluke of a hit that much? Even after this light injury, Veilgrind still felt in control. That's why, facing up against Testarossa and her friends, she made a terrible mistake. She let her guard down. It's not a fluke. Ultima's triumphant cry rang out just as Veilgrind felt an intense pain in her side. What? A moment of confusion. Then, as if aiming for that moment, Testarossa's whip and Carrera's sword stuck over and over, taking turns. Veilgrind fell to her knees, not immediately aware of what happened to her. Not that she couldn't comprehend it, she just didn't want to. Spectacular work, Ultima. We'll need to have Sir Rimuru praise us for it later. Very impressive, yeah, agreed Carrera. But we can't let our guard down. Now it's time to wrap it up. Right. The other separate body is still around. Let's defeat that, too, and then let's interrupt that ritual. Veilgrind, hearing these voices far in the distance, stood up. Oh. After all that, did it still not do much damage? Your poisoned curses take time for even us to reverse, Ult. The true dragons are extremely powerful. But she doesn't feel so unbeatable now, huh? The damage has to be building up. If we keep going. Before Ultima could finish, Veilgrind went on the move. With speed that not even the demoness's super senses could catch up with, she grabbed Ultima by the neck and slammed her to the ground. Gah! Ultima groaned as Veilgrind unleashed a stomping kick on her, then leapt away, just before Carrera's sword slash whizzed through her position. Veilgrind, safely out of Carrera's range, pulled out a knife stuck to her side and cast it aside. Her clothes were still torn, but there were no wounds left on her pale skin. Any damage caused by this barrage was no big deal to her. She really is a monster, Carrera muttered. Not exactly, Veilgrind lightly replied, a bit self-mocking in tone. In fact, I'm not nearly good enough yet. I haven't felt the sensation of being taken off guard for years and years. Then again, perhaps I've been doing that on a regular basis, but never realized it because I never paid a price. I suppose it's a problem only the best of the best must face, but I'm sure you understand what I mean, don't you? Veilgrind smiled, but her eyes cast a sharp gaze at them, making sure no twitch or slight movement went undetected. The demonesses couldn't hope for her to be so careless a second time, and with that, all hope for their victory seemed to be lost. I always thought primal demons were nasty things, but not in terms of being a threat. They're just a pain to deal with. But now I see things differently. With your new names and physical bodies, you have surpassed my wildest dreams in strength. That much I must acknowledge. Veilgrind had no intention of dismissing the primal demons as unworthy. Their strength in battle didn't outclass hers, but working in groups paid off for them, an ability that would no doubt work well against Velzad, her sister. In fact, Veelgrind was taken by surprise just now. If that happened in battle against her sister, it would have marked a decisive defeat for her. That much was proven by how that last attack from Testaross's team had just ruined her separate body. It would recover over time, but as Carrera said, disabling Ultima's poisoned curse on the body would be a painstaking task even for Veelgrind. So she disabled the damaged separate body and conjured up a new one, and then, all the damage was undone. That was the real trick behind parallel existence. No matter what kind of unfamiliar technique you used to kill off a body, it ultimately meant nothing before Veelgrind's authority, but not even this authority is limitless. There were still restrictions, more or less, the biggest of which being that each separate body occupied 10% of the user's maximum magicule count as a sort of collateral. This was not consumed, but functioned as a kind of maintenance fee, and as the term collateral suggests, it came back to the user once the body was extinguished. However, only so many bodies could be created. That was an incontrovertible fact. Veelgrind could create a maximum of 10, but, of course, this would take up 100% of her magicule count, reducing her ability to fight. Magicules could be shared between bodies, and Veelgrind figured it would be most efficient to leave at least half of her magicules free at any given time. That's why she kept it to 3 or 4 at the most. That, and there was another limitation, related to how much damage each body could receive. If a body was deactivated without any damage, the user would regain 10% of their magicules. If it was damaged, however, the amount returned would be proportionally less depending on the extent of the damage. Rimuru had anticipated as much in his strategy, and in a sense, he was right. With the damage taken, Veelgrind had lost 5% of her magicules. By comparison, Gravity Collapse, the nuclear-level strike that required Carrera's full force to unleash, wouldn't even absorb 1% of Veelgrind's magicule count. That was how much the true dragons had to work with. So while Veelgrind appeared invincible at first glance, she was far from immortal. She could ignore pretty much all physical damage, but if you slowly, steadily drained her energy, it'd be possible to defeat her sooner or later. The probability was still incredibly small, but it was one Veelgrind remained aware of, and considering these were 3 of the strongest fighters in the world, she really did think they had a chance against her. Calling them no threat to her was just a bluff, a bit of psychological warfare. Now Veelgrind was sure of it. If everything went well, these 3 demonesses could serve as a deciding factor in her next battle against Velzad. If they could join the fight against her sister, victory was all but assured. That was why she decided to solicit them one more time. You understand now, don't you? No matter how much you struggle, you could never defeat me. Don't you think further battle is pointless? All you have to do is help me a little, and I will guarantee your freedom after that. So do you mind surrendering for now, please? This was the largest concession that Veelgrind's pride would allow her to offer. But it was met with instant rejection. You want us to betray Sir Rimuru? My, what a funny joke. You're definitely not taking us seriously. Demons never break their contracts, you know that, right? Just because it's not looking good for us doesn't mean we'll change sides at the drop of a hat, absolutely. And sure, maybe you could try bargaining with some demons. If you look hard enough, I bet you could find some driven by their own self-interests enough to say yes. But you should realize that I would never betray my lord. Testarossa, Ultima, and Carrera each expressed their feelings in their own words, and then in their own actions, as they unleashed an unhinged barrage upon Veelgrind. Each one was maximum force, instantly destroying her separate body. Once again, Veelgrind was drained of 9% of her magicules. The negotiations were off. Ah, what a shame. A real shame. Veelgrind, generating a new body, flashed a lurid smile as she spoke, and then the rampage began. So Gazelle and his team decided to attack the area where Kagali was conducting the ritual, bypassing the gravity collapse-driven pillar of crimson that was raining blood from the sky above. Getting too close to it would catch them in the gravitational waves, Pegasus Knight or not, and as their leader, it was Dolph's duty to keep watch and lead the way. This Veilgrind-engineered gravity collapse, after all, was completely impervious to anything happening around it. Testarossa and the other demons seemed to be locked in combat with Veilgrind on the ground, but the Crimson Pillar remained as present as ever. The fact sent a chill down Garzel's spine, but he didn't show it as he shouted. "I can hardly believe it, but that is Veilgrind. You must think that her producing a separate body on the same level as her main one is the stuff of nightmares, don't you? But fear not. Know that we, too, have powerful reinforcements that defy all common sense." His voice reached his knights, bold and majestic as it removed any sense of fear from their hearts. Even Garzel, to tell the truth, was terrified. A saint-level knight would be capable of little against such an overwhelming presence. Any attempt at resistance would fizzle out against such a huge difference in power. But Garzel did not give up. His sense of responsibility as king galvanized his heart, but most of all, these unexpected reinforcements from his former fellow trainees showed that it was still far too early to despair. In terms of magicule counterloan, the three demonesses lost out to Garzel, but here they were, boldly challenging an opponent whose power must be nearly 100 times greater than theirs. Heh. Faced with their exploits, a king like myself can hardly afford to whine about my lot. Such was the vow he made to himself. And that resolve was now spreading to his advisors, and the knights under their command. By the time they reached their destination, fear no longer registered with any of them. Their destination awaited beyond the Crimson Pillar, a wide-open meadow accessible enough for a large army to occupy. The ground was stained with blood, the final end of the composite division, no doubt, after all their double-dealing. In this vast area stood around 100 people. One of them stood out, thanks to the different uniform he was wearing. It was Lieutenant Kondo, his presence overwhelming as he shot a look toward Garzel. With him was Footman, Tyr, and 36 or so of Yuki's former companions. They were joined by nearly 50 Imperial Guardians. They were spread out in formation to protect Kagali, ensuring she wasn't disturbed during the ritual. Over toward Kondo was another uniformed group, members of the Imperial Information Bureau, although several of them were Guardians as well. Essentially, these were the best forces the Empire had to offer right now, all in one place. Kagali was located on the outer edge of the Crimson Pillar, immersed in the ritual even as she was doused in the downpour of blood. Veilgrind was standing nearby, watching over her. After creating that separate body on the other side of the pillar, she had returned here so the three demonesses wouldn't interfere with the magic spell. Even for Veilgrind, conjuring such a large-scale incantation required the full attention of her main body, an alternate wouldn't cut it. Thanks to that, she appeared in no hurry to join the upcoming battle, instead choosing to watch it from afar, and Garzel could see that for himself. So they began their descent, slow and relaxed. Kondo greeted them on the ground. "I am honored to meet you, King Garzel," he said nonchalantly. "The legends of your heroism precede you." Garzel snorted and raised his sword. "And you are?" "Lieutenant Kondo, Director of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau." "Ah, the figure stalking the halls of information, as they say. Interesting. I will handle you myself. On guard." A glance was all it took for Garzel to recognize Kondo's skill. He attempted red thought against him the moment he sized him up, and it didn't work, a clear sign they were at least equals in skill. Whoa, allow me to. Enough, Vaughn. You handle the others so they don't get in our way. And all of you as well. I'm the only one here who can take this man. Garzel was addressing all his advisors now, the team about to wage this final battle together. Jane was the first to nod her approval. Yes, that man is clearly more than we can handle. Let us clear away the other obstacles, at least, so King Garzel may fight in peace. Dolph nodded. Very well. Everyone, listen to me. We may outnumber them, but never underestimate their powers. Form groups of 5 and roll out for aerial combat. Sizing up the enemy, he began to issue precise orders to his team. The Pegasus Knights were gifted at assaulting targets from the sky, free of all obstruction, but this time, Their strategy called for using their superior numbers to hassle and distract the enemy. Whether Yuki's old friends or members of the Imperial Guardians, every one of them was powerful enough to be considered enlightened. That would rank a special A in the threat level scale used by the Free Guild, comparable in strength to archdemons. With the right training, any of them could be potential Demon Lord seeds. Right now, they were all champions of humanity. Dolph's troops, when teamed with a flying mount, were only over A by comparison. Dolph himself was an enlightened, and some of the Pegasus Knights stood out from the others, but he didn't see any of them beating any foe here one-on-one. This wasn't the product of statistical reasoning, he just had a feeling the enemy forces here were that dangerous. They had a better chance of beating them instead of Vielgrind, but he still didn't think they could win this fight any normal way. That was the reason behind his orders. They weren't here to annihilate the enemy, but rather to use the aerial advantage to distract them. That, Dolph hoped, would buy them enough time and keep Garzel from having to turn his attention elsewhere. The Pegasus Knights, thankfully, picked up on this without hesitation. I must believe in His Majesty's victory and do my part to achieve it. Besides, we will have more troops soon. That was Dolph's belief, and it was quickly affirmed by an energetic voice. Gwahahaha. It seems we are slightly late. This big oaf was heavier than I expected, so lugging it around took a mighty effort. But now that we are here, everything is fine. So sit back and let your concerns fly away as you enjoy this battle. It was Gable. Phew. Nice one, Sir Gable. Looking good. Indeed. You're more manly than ever now. And we'll follow you wherever you go, so you better be ready for us. He had brought along his biggest fans in Team Hiryu, each carrying a chain attached to a huge object, the Demon Colossus, so oversized that it required 100 people to transport it by air. Its size was no problem as it patiently awaited labyrinth runners down below, but when it came time to travel to the battlefield, the sheer weight was something of a hindrance. In combat, it was a tried and true menace, it was just very, very slow. It was a problem, but one overlooked before now since it was quick enough in melee combat. This will need to be addressed, but now that you've brought it this far, I'll do the very best I can. Ghidorah was bursting with enthusiasm. He eagerly climbed into the Demon Colossus, itching to score some on-the-field kills with it. As he did, he turned his eyes toward Kondo, only to immediately avert them. King Garzel was engaging him, and he didn't think it was his place to interfere. He turned to look at Vielgrind. So the Marshal was Vielgrind the Flame Dragon all along. But in that case, it's hard to tell what Damrida's aim is. Did he truly swear his allegiance to His Majesty the Emperor? Why did he need to order Bernie's troop to protect Masayuki? It makes no sense, but now is no time to stew over it. If Vielgrind makes any moves, this operation is over. I'll have to keep an eye on her to make sure that doesn't happen. With that in mind, Ghidorah directed the Demon Colossus toward Vielgrind as she gracefully stood there. Seeing him go, Gable flew up next to Dolph. It appears Sir Ghidorah has signed up to engage with Lady Vielgrind. We will mop up anyone in the way, as discussed. He. How reassuring to hear, Sir Gable. Ready for a joint operation, then? Indeed. We will go up front and engage the enemy. I leave the backup to you. You may. Gable and Dolph exchanged nods. As agreed upon beforehand, Team Hiryu would take charge with their superior combat ability. The Dragonutes boasted excellent defenses, killing any one of them would never be easy, and each one was generously granted a full potion to boot. Anything that didn't kill them instantly was totally survivable, so they'd function just fine as their shields. Right, Sir Dolph, you take command. Wait, what? Dolph exclaimed. This wasn't mentioned at the meeting. Gwahahaha. I am Gable the Dracolored. Prepare to die. But Gable paid the confused Dolph no further mind as he made his charge toward his target, one of the men they thought was associated with Kondo. Gobbo looked on in amazement at Gable. Her team was the last to arrive, but that was understandable, given that they were the only land-based force to speak of. They still boasted over A speed, however, and they reached the battlefield just as hostilities began. They had even maneuvered themselves behind the enemy, just as planned. If Sir Gable is challenging that man solo, he must be extraordinarily powerful, I imagine. The man next to her refuted the idea. You think? He looks like a wimpy guy in glasses to me. The type good at clerical work. This was Phobio, the black leopard fang and member of the 3 lycanthropeers. He never did return home once all was said and done, and now he found himself following Gobwa into battle. Gobwa was secretly happy about that, but she also had Team Kurenai to run, a post granted by Benimaru, and thus she had a duty to maintain military dignity. Sir Phobio, your abilities are beyond reproach, but I think you need to learn how to better evaluate your enemy. Wow, Gobwa, so harsh. Just Phobio is fine. I'm no stranger to you. We are on a wartime mission. It is important to maintain operational formality. This talk looked like nothing more than friendly flirting to the people serving them. They were stuck in a tense battlefield, but for some reason, there was an odd warmth in the air. So what are we doing now? Phobio asked, suddenly serious. We will stay here and wait for the right moment, Gobwa replied, herself switching gears. Achieving our tactical objective here is no longer possible, the operation is already a failure. Depending on Lady Veilgrin's moves, all of us could be wiped out. If our focus was survival, then fleeing is our only viable option, but we haven't been granted that choice. For now, we must reduce the number of obstacles in our way and lighten Sir Raimuru's burden as much as possible. It took true resolve to make that statement. If Veilgrind could be kept here, Raimuru could use that opportunity to strike down Emperor Ladora, or make him agree to a peace deal. That was the key to all of this. But the moment Veilgrind started sending out copies of herself with parallel existence, the operation was doomed. Normally they should have suspended everything at that point, but anyone with enough authority to make that call was currently out of contact. Gable was Supreme Commander at the moment, and he wanted to keep this going. Testarossa and the demons agreed with him, and Gobwa had no objection. We'll do what we can, that was all there was to it. It was unclear just how many other Veilgrinds she could create, but they were prepared to stop them all in their tracks, and, if possible, stop Kigali from completing the ritual she was engaged in. You trying to get yourself killed? No. His Majesty Sir Raimuru would never allow us to die. That's why I refuse to accept any casualties today. The Team Hiryu members all nodded at this fairly absurd order. But if Veilgrind goes on the move, you've got nothing to stop her, yeah? If it comes to it, we will run and leave it in Lord Ghidorah's hands. Gobwa gave Phobio a wink. It had enough destructive force to stop him in his tracks. Well, all right. I'll just turn off my brain and stir up a little dust, then. I see someone I wanna settle a score with, too, so I better go say hello. Phobio had gone through the painful experience of being tricked by footman and Tyr before. But he didn't resent them for it, his own inexperience was to blame. In fact, he was even thankful for the opportunity to grow from it. That was his simple, cheerful approach to life, befitting the beastman he was, and it made him feel for his nemesis now that he saw him being manipulated like this. Don't do anything rash. I can't promise that I won't, but I swear I'll make an effort not to die. With those words, Phobio joined the fight. Lieutenant Kondo was up against King Gazelle. Gable was eyeing a bespectacled Imperial intelligence officer. Vaughn and Henrietta were squared up against Footman and Tyr. Phobio was about to join the fray, while Gobwa and her team were working out their next move. Finally Veilgrind, glowering over the battlefield, caught sight of the demon colossus piloted by Ghidorah. And thus each battle began. Meanwhile on the battlefield, Gazelle's mind was as quiet as a passing breeze. He was facing Kondo now, not as a king, but as a warrior and accomplished swordfighter. Kondo, following Gazelle's instructions, drew his military sword. He was just as quiet, letting out an admiring exhale at Gazelle's stance. Ho! Very impressive. They don't call you master of the sword for nothing. This was more than mere flattery. He was being sincere with him. But Gazelle just snickered back. Nonsense. Coming from you, it sounds like nothing but sarcasm. That, too, was sincere. He said it because Kondo's stance was also a beauty to behold, no visible holes to it at all. He was holding his sword with both hands, deadly serious and never letting his guard down, quite a different approach from the one he took with Footman. Even more surprising, he and Gazelle were assuming a totally identical fighting stance, as if they had arranged it ahead of time. The two of them crossed swords silently a couple of times, gaining a grasp of each other's abilities. It was clear to both that their similar stances were no coincidence. Gazelle learned his swordsmanship under Hakoro, and he still followed Hakoro's teachings for the core of his style, although he mixed in some of his own techniques as well. This was the Oboro, or Crestwater, a style that was handed down from Hakoro's grandfather Byakuya Akari, and no one but Hakoro was teaching this style now. Even Gazelle, a student of the Crestwater style, didn't know everything about it. He knew there were still secrets and techniques to it yet to be discovered. But as the official instructor of the Monster Nation, Hakoro was deeply involved with the training of all its soldiers. That included hammering the basics of swordsmanship into them all, naturally, but it was unlikely the Empire was aware of this. Besides, swordsmanship wasn't something you could just pick up overnight. So Gazelle decided to ask the question. But as he did, Kondo spoke up as well. Why do you know the Oboro style stance like that? I had my suspicions after hearing about you, but your technique is similar to my own Crestwater. Who did you learn it from? They glared at each other. Gazelle was the first to respond. Oboro. Are you saying that Oboro is different from Crestwater? Kondo pondered the question for a moment, his expression the same as always. The information I had indicated that in the Dwarven Kingdom, they preferred an orthodox approach to swordsmanship, a blade in one hand and a shield in the other. Does that connect to this? He didn't have much information to work with, but Kondo was still close to the right answer. But his silence was making Gazelle impatient. Are you not going to answer me? Don't hurry me, please. Your Crestwater style is likely in the same lineage as what I have learned. That's why I wanted to ask you back. There's no way this nearly identical sword school just happened to develop on its own in this world, too, is there? Likely not, Gazelle muttered as he recalled the stories he heard of Hakoro's grandfather during training. Sir Hakoro, my master, told me that Crestwater was taught to him by his grandfather. He was a visitor from another world, apparently, and I imagine that explains this. Unbeknownst to Gazelle and Kondo, Byakuya Akari actually had a younger brother. This was the man who introduced what he called Oboro to Japan, the world Kondo was born in. It was half sword style, half mystical art, meant to dispel evil and fend off ghouls and monsters. Kondo had been tapped to be just such a demon hunter, and as part of that he learned what was called the Oboro Shinmei Ryo style in Japan, a style very close to Akari's original teachings. Heh. Funny to see we belong to the same school. Kondo looked genuinely amused, a rare thing to see from him. He usually never revealed his emotions, so his chuckling seemed all the more ominous. Your Majesty, I have a proposal for you. What is that? As a fellow Oboro user, I offer you my friendship. I see that you are more than strong enough to join our side, my lord. If you disarm yourself and swear your allegiance to the Emperor, I promise to cease all acts of aggression against your country at once. And you think I would accept that offer? I do, because if you give it rational thought, you'll see it is the best way to minimize the damage. Kondo was right, Gazelle thought. In fact, he couldn't hope for a better offer. If he wanted to protect the people of the Dwarven Kingdom, saying yes was absolutely the right thing to do. As a monarch, he needed to accept it without any further hesitation. Now that he knew what sort of threat Vielgrind was, there was just no way they could win. Their whole objective for this battle was nebulous, hard to grasp, and they should never have attempted it at all. It was all based on the wishful thinking that Raimuru's group would settle things with Ludora before any major damage was done. If I consider my own people. But before he could finish that thought, Gazelle smiled, shaking off his hesitation. Ridiculous. If you think you've already won, then you have no idea how dangerous letting your guard down is. Such a conceited way of thinking. I'll teach you a lesson about that. With that shout, Garzel focused on the enemy in front of him. All distractions were banished, the defeat of Kondo was the only thing on his mind. Then, with his brain, body, and beloved sword working as one, he unleashed his saint-level force at full throttle. The result was a true champion, one who could almost reach the level of an awakened demon lord. And yet, despite seeing Garzel in that state, Kondo remained as relaxed as ever. "Oh brother. Not as wise as they said you were, are you? Then so be it. Allow me to give you a final lesson before your fame crashes to the ground." The word signaled the beginning of a battle between two saints. Several minutes passed. Kondo had the upper hand. He had no problem dispelling the heroic aura that Garzel released, running a similar type of spiritual force across his own body cancelled all its effects. But even in terms of pure swordsmanship, the difference was clear. Garzel unleashed a skill called Crestwater Thundering Heavens, a series of vertical slashes, yet with some nimble moves of his own, Kondo fought back with Shipparaya, a horizontal cleaving technique. This was followed up with Shiden Totsu, the fastest thrusting move in his arsenal, but Garzel parried it with his own Crestwater Slash. They were members from the same school, so they knew each other's techniques very well, but little by little, Garzel's reaction times began lagging. Kondo had mastered more techniques than Garzel. Just as I thought. Crestwater features some techniques that are unknown outside of its own school. Even I, as close as I am to the original lineage, do not know all of them. Hakuro was his name, you said? I had my doubts over just how well a mere monster could ever understand the true nature of the blade. Kondo was being honest. But he didn't intend to mock Hakuro at all. The way of the sword was a profound one indeed, passed down from generation to generation uninterrupted. Kondo was proud of his own school, and that's why he said what he did. But the comment touched a nerve with Garzel. "You dare insult my master?" He glared at Kondo, his expression even fiercer than before. And then another person joined them. "Ho ho ho. If that, King Garzel, is enough to disturb you on the battlefield, I see you still need quite a bit more training. Go cool your head over there while I take over for a little while." Hakuro, part of the rear guard as Gobwa's advisor, arrived on the scene. Kondo looked at Hakuro, instantly recognizing his abilities. The next moment, the piercing clang of steel against steel echoed through the air. Kondo drew his sword and struck with a classical Iaido move. Hakuro used his own hidden sword to catch it. "Oh? You can catch this?" Heaven gaze, Hakuro's third eye, was open on his forehead. It had now surpassed the framework of an extra skill, even going beyond the realm of unique skills, and it allowed him to keep up with Kondo's sword drawing. "A brilliant piece of work. But you share in the same school as my grandfather? Strange bedfellows indeed. You may call me a monster, but why don't you see for yourself just how well I understand the true meaning of the sword? Hair. Interesting. If you're that insistent about it, let me show you just how good I am." Thus began the battle between Kondo and Hakuro, with Garzel there to watch. Kondo liked his chances. There was no denying Hakuro's abilities, that much he could tell at a glance. But it was an unquestionable fact from his point of view that no monster could understand the true nature of a sword. Oboro Shinmei Ryu, after all, was a style invented for the purposes of combat against demons. It should have been naturally repellent to monsters, and there's no way a monster could master it. That conclusion seemed totally natural to Kondo. What's more, there was no way anyone could imagine that the true founder of Oboro Shinmei Ryu, the elder brother of the school's creator, would be in this world in the first place. He can use the school's innermost techniques, and that was beyond my expectations. But anything beyond that was only passed down to members of the original family. I don't know how capable this visitor was, but it had been possible for him to impart Oboro's innermost secret moves to a monster. It was perhaps inevitable that Kondo would use his common sense to come up with that judgment. But it was a big mistake, a rare unadvised assumption on his part, and the cost of making it would be high. Hakuro and Kondo squared up against each other. The moment they were within killing range, they simultaneously launched their attacks. Biker, Gokutotsu. Staking his pride as a swordsman, Kondo showed off his well-trained technique. It was a foolish move to make, and he had the temerity for it only because Hakuro was in the same school as him. He thought, in one corner of his mind, that he needed to wrap up this duel quickly and efficiently, but the move he chose would do nothing for that. It was a violent outburst, well out of character for the normally calm, collected Kondo. He wanted to show his prowess to his peers in this world by breaking out the best techniques he knew from the start. Gokutotsu was a stabbing technique meant to symbolize a plum blossom. It was one of the loftiest techniques Kondo was taught, a closely kept secret that would never be found outside of his own school. A 5-strike move, it aimed at 5 of the 10 vital points of the human body: the eyes, throat, heart, kidneys, solar plexus, groin, and, as a diversion, the shoulders. What it aimed at could be changed depending on the current situation, requiring skillful technique to pull off. Few of his fellow swordsmen had mastered this art, and that's why unleashing it against Hakuro was a miscalculation. Multi-layered blossom flash. Hakuro countered with the greatest of his own secret techniques, a continual, flowing strike that slashed the enemy 8 times in an instant, in any of 1,000 different combinations. Kondo and Hakuro were equal in level, but there was a big difference in their core fighting abilities, and by Hakuro's reckoning, Kondo was dozens of times more physically gifted than him. If this skill didn't work, in essence, Hakuro's defeat was all but certain. It was with that resolve in mind that he drew his sword. NNGH, ho! Kondo was aiming to overwhelm his foe. Hakuro wanted to deliver a fatal blow, even if he had to go along for the ride. That's what both were hoping for with this clash of skills, but both of them wound up off the mark. Hakuro's blade slashed 8 times, like a multi-layered cherry blossom shedding its buds, faster than any regular person could see. But they were offset by Kondo's 5 plum petals, failing to reach their destination. Kondo reared back, and thanks to that, Hakuro only managed to graze his cheek. Even that, however, was an unfortunate result from Kondo's point of view. I never thought there was a swordsman in this world who could surpass me. Hakuro's Blossom Flash was superior as a technique to Kondo's Gokutotsu. That fact shattered all preconceptions for Kondo, forcing him to admit his mistake. But it was still Kondo who won the duel. Hakuro was brilliant up to the point where he offset Kondo's technique, but the difference in power was too great. The clash just now had cut Hakuro's arms to gruesome ribbons, rendering them useless. Not even the most powerful of my moves could reach you. No, it did. Allow me to apologize for looking down on you. That, and I wish to ask, what was your grandfather's name? Kondo was sorry for looking down on Hakuro as a monster. He wanted to pay his respect to this man, now clearly a better swordsman than he. When it came to the blade, at least, he was a sincere person, but at the same time, he never judged matters based on his personal feelings. That was how Tatsuya Kondo worked. Ho ho ho. My grandfather was named Byakuya Akari. A swordsman without equal, but he sadly left us for the afterlife long ago. A pity. And Akari is the surname of the head family of Oboro Shinmei Ryu. He may have been related to the founder indeed. If he had at least reached the level of enlightened, he surely would have been one of the most powerful people in the world. Kondo offered him a silent word of prayer. When it came to his own sword school, he was all business. Hakuro looked down on him and sighed. My grandfather was an eccentric man, you see. He preferred to live life at his own pace. But do you think you could step aside for now? Hakuro decided to risk the question, sensing Kondo's respect for him. But it was not to be. I will ensure you are protected, but I cannot stop this war. The way I see it, the worst thing you can do is take half measures. Kondo was nonchalant in his reply. Hakuro assumed as much. He was in no panic about it anyway. I already knew I was going to lose. I'll never make it back to the battlefront with these arms, but I suppose I've done what I set out to do. No, Hakuro's goal here was not victory, but rather to show Gazelle how he fought against Kondo. If Gazelle Dwago, master of the sword, could see Hakuro's innermost skills in action, he would be able to understand them and make them his own. Even if he didn't learn it all immediately, he'd certainly receive some hints, at least. And what's more, Kondo revealed a secret move of his own, and that would improve Gazelle's chances as well. I suppose I am done here, then. No need for further protection. I have zero intention of living in disgrace. If my last moments are nigh, I want to take as many enemy soldiers as possible along with me, but now is not the time. For now, I need to concentrate on healing these hands. They were gravely wounded, beyond what even a full potion could heal. One of the deepest secrets of battle will involved permeating a target with one's own fighting spirit to destroy it, and Kondo's spirit had penetrated Hakoro's defenses during combat. The only way for Hakoro to heal them was to neutralize the force with his own aura. But Hakoro looked unaffected as he turned toward Gazelle. Now, King Gazelle, have you cooled down yet? Of course. Seeing your techniques in motion astounded me, my master. Ho ho ho. I actually did not intend to teach you that, but I wasn't in any position to hold back. The rest, I leave up to you. Yes, master. Hakoro stepped back as Gazelle stood in front of Kondo. Then he slipped away from the front lines, holding his head high, as if his part of the war was now over. Now Kondo and Gazelle were facing each other again. Kondo, still ashamed of his own shallowness, mentally flipped the page. I suppose I lost my cool a little. That's enough playtime for now, though. Time to get back to work. PFFT. I hate to say it, but I agree with you. I must live up to my master's expectations, and so, I will give it my all. Kondo and Gazelle both looked different from before. They knew each other's full abilities now, and they were serious about this. Gazelle was grateful to Hakoro. If he'd kept fighting Kondo earlier, his defeat would have been inevitable. The secret Gokutotsu move Kondo used would have been impossible to defend at first sight. Even if it miraculously failed to fatally wound him, Kondo's fighting spirit would have destroyed him from the inside like it did with Hakoro, rendering him incapable of fighting. I didn't realize all that driven fighting spirit could be so much of a threat. I knew that was one of Battlewill's most powerful secret techniques, but perhaps I didn't fully understand it before now. Gazelle felt a bit uplifted as he reflected on this. There was still room for him to grow. Kondo was your name, wasn't it? Well, enjoy having a taste of my full powers. As soon as he said it, Gazelle released his own secret move. Spirit Summon. Elemental Lord of the Nameless Earth, come to me. Unleashing his power as a saint, Gazelle invited the Earth Elemental Lord to ensconce itself in his body. They were fully unified now, and they had energy stores that rivaled or even exceeded that of an ancient, awakened demon lord. It operated on a strict time limit, but it was still Gazelle's ace in the hole. But Kondo was unfazed. Ridiculous. Even exposed to Gazelle's onrush of energy, Kondo remained calm. Gazelle didn't show any displeasure at this, holding his sword forward. Sharpening his mind, he let the will flow within him, pouring it into his blade. Gazelle now had perfect control over the vast amounts of energy being unified with the Earth Elemental Lord granted to him. It was a feeling unlike anything he had experienced before. Well done, Master. You allowed me to tap into the innermost workings of this school, did you not? Now, I can win. I can reach even greater heights than ever before. He could feel his mind, his heart, and his body all rise up. His mind itself was a skill, energized with his full mastery of the unique skill Tyrant. His skills were an art, the art of Crestwater as taught by Hakoro, capable of converting spiritual energy to physical force. Right now, Gazelle could use it to gather all the energy coursing through his body and focus it on a single target. Tyrant allowed him to put it all together, letting it grow into the best possible strike he could manage. He was sure no one could defeat his sword, and now he made his move. A strike of divine speed. But it never reached Kondo. There was a small bang, and Gazelle fell to his knees with a clatter. Car. Blood poured out of his mouth as he looked down, dumbfounded at the red streak spreading across his stomach. Kondo's Nambu semi-automatic handgun was in his right hand, a cloud of gunpowder smoke billowing from it. The bullet that felled Garzel had been fired from that very gun. Where is your pride as a swordsman? Garzel spat out blood as he spoke, his face contorted with anger and humiliation. But Kondo couldn't have cared less. I told you I was done with playtime. Pride is useless in a battle. My duty is to win by any means necessary. His voice was cold, a completely different tone from the person so concerned with his sword technique a moment ago. Nonsense. This much won't be the end of me. Garzel tried to stand up, a look of desperation on his face. But he couldn't move his body the way he wanted, and soon, he was on the ground again. And no wonder, it was no mere bullet Kondo shot him with, but a necrosis bullet, a special type that contained Kondo's own will. It wasn't driven by something he borrowed from Emperor Ludora, but rather an ultimate skill he had manifested on his own. Kondo had literally used his own power to awaken himself into an ultimate skill. This skill was Sandalphone, Lord of Judgment, and the command it held over battle made it supremely strong. It allowed him to fight on behalf of Emperor Ludora, a human being who desired to attain the throne of God himself. Sandalphone was what powered his necrosis bullets, which could destroy the veins and outlets through which magic flowed in the target's body, allowing him to kill even spiritual life forms. Garzel was no weakling. In fact, he was one of the strongest people in the world. If the conditions were right, he could even defeat an awakened demon lord. But against Kondo, there was a strength barrier that not even he could ever overcome. It all came down to the presence, or lack thereof, of an ultimate skill. In that respect, the duel was decided even before it took place. Don't waste your time. I have no intention of killing you, Your Majesty. I will detain you for the time being, but when everything is settled, I promise you will be released. Kondo's voice was calm. He wasn't lying, but, naturally, he wasn't telling the complete truth, either. Garzel would be released, but only after a Dominion bullet allowed Kondo to exercise his full domination over him. This was what he used to take control of Kigali, and it was also why he wanted to capture Garzel alive. It was an act as terrifyingly ruthless as it was perfectly rational, and that, too, said everything about the nature of Tatsuya Kondo. Hakuro, too, was no longer in any position to move. Witnessing Kondo's strength left him meekly standing there, looking frustrated. At this point, Kondo's victory seemed all but assured. Gwahahaha! I am Gable the Dracolored. Prepare to fight. With that shout, Gable sized up the enemy and charged ahead, leaving the rest of his forces behind. It made him a total failure of a commander, but at the same time, it wasn't necessarily a tactical mistake. The strength of his chosen enemy, after all, was truly outstanding. He was a kind-looking man in glasses, not really standing out from the group, and yet Gable called him out without the slightest hesitation. I want you. Yes, you. I hereby order you to take me on. The bespectacled man's lips twisted into a sneer as Gable used his lance to point him out. Well, great. I was trying to act like an ordinary intelligence officer, but I suppose you noticed what I'm capable of? The man removed his glasses as he spoke. The moment he did, his entire atmosphere changed. Very well, then. I will take you on. But before that, will everyone around me please move a safe distance away? He was ordering his own allies, his previous shyness now gone. But his bewildered companions didn't get the message. Whoa, Marco. You're not cut out for fighting at all. Yeah. Quit trying to act tough. You know any of us could kick your ass. The man called Marco smiled at his concerned comrades. Well, it was a real comfortable place to work, but that was just a front. I'm actually part of the single digits, number 8, to be exact. You understand what that means, don't you? Looking at this suddenly changed man, everyone realized that good old Marco was actually in disguise the whole time. They also instantly realized that he had the authority to hand them orders like the one he gave them a moment ago. Right away, sir. Good luck. Marco's companions scattered. With a sigh of relief, he turned his squinting, serpentine eyes toward Gable. He, too, had seen Gable's strengths for what they were. In this world, attempting to challenge a truly outstanding fighter with overwhelming numbers was usually meaningless. Marco, well aware of that, shooed the rest of the group away from himself, even though some of them were Imperial Knight-level talents. "You were Gable, then? Well, thanks a lot for taking my job away from me. You'll pay for that with your life, you know." Gwahahaha. Sir Rimuru mentioned the single digits to me. He said that even he considered them dangerous, as I recall. But now I've been blessed with the opportunity to deal with one all by myself. Gable sounded overjoyed, and with that, the battle between two great heroes began. Marco was best described as a man whose main feature was his total lack of features. He had joined the Imperial Guardians about 800 years ago, his unique skill adapter attracting the attention of then Guardian leader Damrada for its potential as an infiltration skill. Adapter offered Marco the notable ability to disguise himself to look exactly like anybody he saw. This wasn't like copy, part of Hinata's unique skill usurper, rather, it was the ability to mimic an exact duplicate of a given person. Only so much could be imitated. If the target was someone who far exceeded him in strength, it wasn't possible to duplicate all of that. Still, the more powerful the people he encountered, the more general-purpose strength the experience would grant him. That was how Marco survived the ordeal for awakening himself as a saint, and how he eventually rose to the single digits. Now he had been part of the Imperial Guardians for about 100 years. It was precisely because of this skill that Marco could not shake the awe he felt for Kondo. Even if Kondo was a visitor from another world, possessing a soul more powerful than most, his strength was still ponderously difficult to comprehend. Marco was actually the first person Kondo challenged to a ranking duel, giving him a glimpse at his extraordinary strength. Marco assumed he received special treatment due to being a favorite of the Emperor, but he quickly learned that he was wrong. Kondo's strength was impossible to employ adapter on, despite his saint-level fighting ability, and that was how Kondo easily defeated the top ranks to become leader of the group. Even the four knights, all freaks of nature in Marco's eyes, were defeated by Kondo without a second thought. That was why Marco practically worshipped the ground Kondo walked on. He even followed Kondo's example of sticking to his rank of lieutenant, serving as a similarly rank-and-file second lieutenant in the Empire. He served the Imperial Intelligence Bureau mainly so he could serve as Kondo's fixer. Right now, he faced a formidable enemy in the form of Gable. He fought him back with a spear of his own, but he quickly understood that he couldn't win the battle as it stood. So he decided to change himself into the form of the person he believed was strongest of all. Moving a distance away from Gable, Marco transformed into Kondo. The ultimate enchantment alternative, a gift lent to him by the Emperor, allowed him to use adapter with even more precision than usual. Marco thus had strength and abilities similar to Kondo's own now. How strange. Is that your true form? No, Marco replied, posing as Kondo. This is me imitating the man I believe is the strongest in the world. The four knights were strong as well, but they couldn't hold a candle to Lieutenant Kondo. In fact, Marco took a glance at the battlefield unfolding next to him. Even King Garzel, the renowned champion, was no match for him, was he? Gable groaned at this. His magic sense skill operated in a wide range now, and thanks to that, he knew all of it. His allies were not faring well. Hakuro was out of the battle, and as Marco pointed out, King Garzel was struggling, too. It appears so. The moment Lieutenant Kondo went into combat, there was no doubt as to who'd win. That's why I didn't want to reveal my full skills to anyone around here. You never know who might leak word out, and it's better to keep your powers hidden anyway, isn't it? With that casual comment, Marco transformed his weapon from a spear to a military sword. This was a legend-class weapon lent to him for the moment, and Marco could change its shape to anything he wanted. He readied the sword as Kondo would, striking just as majestic an appearance. Gable, meanwhile, held up his vortex spear, a magical weapon that was now the treasure of all lizardmen. His father Abil entrusted it to him, and it now felt familiar in his hands. He had used it in many fierce battles, and whenever it was damaged, Kurobei's able hands fixed it up for him. Its capabilities were unique in nature, but it was also a stout ally to Gable, one he cared a great deal for. Still, it was no legend. And given that differences in weapon performance can often determine victory or defeat, Gable was at an overwhelming disadvantage. But Gable also had the dragon skin ability, and that brought his equipment closer to god class. As he saw it, Marco was at the level of a saint, equal in strength to his awakened self, and so he spared no effort from the very beginning. Can this man truly penetrate my defense? He was pretty confident in his defensive abilities. You couldn't win a battle unless you inflicted decisive damage on your opponent. This wasn't boxing. No matter how many blows you landed, if they weren't fatal, it was all for nothing. Gable didn't think Marco's weapon was enough to break through his own defenses, but he wasn't about to let his guard down, either. Carefully, he watched his opponent's moves. Here I go. Yes, come to me. Gable's misfortune was that he entered into hostilities with Marco too soon. When he was awakened, his power was enormous, but he had yet to fully master it. Just as Ultima feared, even in this pre-evolutionary stage, he was not fully capable of handling his magicule count. Whether there was great power in his hands or not, he couldn't use it to its fullest extent. He boasted extraordinary defense and healing, and that alone made him very strong, but he picked the wrong opponent this time. Baika Goku Totsu. Vortex Crash. Gable survived only because of his careful response. In terms of strength, they were an even match, Gable perhaps just a touch superior. But in terms of skill level, Marco's perfect imitation of Kondo made him far more powerful. Marco couldn't produce even 80% of Kondo's actual abilities, he couldn't simulate his ultimate skill Sandalphone, and if he was paired against Gazelle, he would be doomed. This bare-bones version of Kondo was on more of an even footing with Gable, and between that and his defenses, Gable should have been assured of victory. But sometimes the element of luck comes into play. Marco looked like the overwhelming victor, but his victory was a close call. Boy, I sure can't laugh at Major General Faraga now. Gable the Dracolored, eh? No wonder he mistook him for Veldora, Marco muttered to himself as he watched Gable collapse on the ground. At this moment, Gable's fate was about to reach its end. My brother. Just then, a figure stood before Marco, as if protecting Gable. It was Sokka, whose force had just rushed into the scene. Gable's own troops were there as well. Lord Gable. Please don't die, Gable. No. Lord Gable should never die in a place like this. They knew they couldn't defeat Marco, but still they dared to stand up to him. And it was that courage that saved Gable's life. Individually, none of them were as good as the saint-level Marco, but all of them still earned a rank. They dove into their stores of healing potions, desperately trying to buy as much time as possible. But Marco's technique, modeled after Kondo's, let him destroy enemies from the inside with the fighting spirit he infused in them. The skill essentially nullified the effects of potions, and it meant Sokka's force had to be prepared to die for the cause. One by one, Gable's troops began to fall. Now it was Nonso, part of Sokka's force, who was lying unconscious. The skill difference wasn't that great, but the strength difference was. Even worse, Marco's weapon was legend class. It was simply too insurmountable an advantage, and so the casualties gradually continued to rise. Fortunately, none of them died. Rimourou's evolving Gable had made everyone under him stronger as well. That provided a boost to their endurance, and thanks to that, they just barely escaped a final exit. The ongoing effects of Marco's attacks, however, meant they were out of the battle. At this rate, they were likely to be massacred before long. So Gable spoke up. Enough. Enough, all of you. It is time to run. Sokka, this is an order. Take everyone with you and leave here at once. He desperately tried lifting himself up as he looked towards Sokka. She didn't even look back at him as she sneered. I refuse, my brother. I serve Sir Ci, not you. I am under no obligation to heed your orders. What are you? Besides, if we run away at this point, that is guaranteed to produce deaths within our ranks. You among them, brother, the normally calm Sokka screamed out, not caring how it looked. This confused the speechless Gable. What are you talking about? It is the role of any commander to keep casualties as low as possible, even if by a little. Isn't it your job to abandon the defeated and make sure that as many of us as possible survive? Gable struggled to even get off the ground now. He could barely continue speaking as he watched his comrades fight on. But Sokka dismissed his words. Then my plan is the right one. None of us are weak enough to be killed by a single blow. This is how we are buying time. They would continue to fight, not caring if their friends fell. They would use their numbers to harass Marco, being careful to take as little damage as possible from him. That was Sokka's plan, the way they'd search for a chance at victory. That's nonsense. There's no guarantee that rescue will ever come. Now that Rimuru and his other top officers were on their way to the imperial capital, they could not expect any support from them. And even if the currently evolving ones woke up from their slumber, none of them would be rushing to the rescue right this moment. They could count on the 3 demonesses, but they were currently dealing with Veilgrind, an even more powerful enemy. They were the ones who needed support right now. There was no way they could ask them for help. Gable understood this well, and so he issued the order to retreat. But his troops defied him. No, Gable. It's you. You're the one we've been waiting for. Yes, Sir Gable. Get those injuries healed and rise back to your feet. Indeed. We will buy you time as we await your revival, Sir Gable. There is no other way to save everyone here. Gable suddenly grew ashamed of himself. Was he the only one, he wondered, who had given up on victory? What have I done? Very well, then. Hold your own until I stand back up, even if you must do it on willpower alone. He shouted it out, knowing full well how reckless it sounded. Hot tears spilled from his eyes, eloquently illustrating his emotional state. The goddess of victory will never abandon those who do not give up. Now another pair responded to his call. Hoo boy. You're as reckless as ever, aren't you? If so, let me lend you a hand. The young lady has given me an order. She told me to not let Sir Gable down, for he is an important plaything to her. So, here I am. Ultima's servants, Veyron and Zonda, had arrived on the scene at some point. I think survival's going to be a lot harder than death, Zonda muttered, but the battlefield was now too loud for Gable to make it out, fortunately for him. Veyron stood to the side of Sokka, ever the faithful butler. Then he raised his staff up toward Marco. I will fight him, Lady Sokka, so please back me up. Zonda will aid you with healing duties, and so we'd like the rest of you to protect the wounded. Yes, sir. Let us begin, then. As soon as Sokka responded, Veyron went on the move. He was a demon peer and marquis back in his own realm, and while his energy stores were less than a quarter the size of Marco's, he exceeded him in skill level. It may not be enough to win, but it would certainly be enough to irritate his foe. Tisk. Why must you all annoy me so? You just keep coming in, one after the other, before I can finish any of you off. Of course. It is our mission to gauge the strength of our enemy as well. Great. It's so frustrating, isn't it, when people try to copy our own core strength? I'm going to take you out, and then I'm going to take out that nasty-looking. Got you. As he fought back against Veyron, Marco turned his murderous gaze upon the downed Gable. It was a momentary opening, but not one that Sokka would miss. She spoke up on purpose, hoping to draw attention to herself and bring Marco further astray. If her kunai reached him, then good, if not, she figured, Veyron's blade would stab him instead. Marco saw this coming, and so he made the best choice possible. In essence, he decided to expose himself to Sokka's kunai instead of avoiding it. It was the correct answer, too, because any reaction he'd make against Sokka would only allow Veyron to more seriously wound him. Continuing to ignore Sokka, Marco parried Veyron's staff away, reminding himself of the perils of letting his mind drift during battle. NGH. I'll finish him off once I beat these two. They're just so nasty. There was no doubting that Gable was the most dangerous out of them all. That's why Marco wanted to finish him off quickly. Instead, he got greedy, and now he had a stab wound to show for it. It wasn't anything too serious, but simply letting himself get hurt while taking the form of his beloved Kondo was unforgivable. Let's get rid of you two first. Do you think that you can, then? I hope you're not being a sore loser, Sir Veyron. Perhaps I am. But no need to hurry. Let's do our job. Thus Veyron and Sokka formed a tag team against Marco, fighting on despite the odds. Zonda was on the move as well. This is quite tricky, isn't it? You're using aura, or fighting spirit, aren't you, since you're human, to leave your energy inside your opponent, as if emitting magicule dispelling waves. Truly a frightening technique, and since we are spiritual life forms, it will work on all of us. That was how he diagnosed Gable's injuries, and he was absolutely right. As with Damrida's spiral penetrator, it was an explosive type of force, a wave of concentrated fighting force that destroyed an enemy from the inside. It was the ultimate form of Oboro Shinmei Ryu, or battle will, as it would be called here, and it functioned as a sword honed for dispelling evil. That's why no healing potion that worked using magicules could handle its wounds, but Zonda could heal them. Skillfully manipulating the magicules, he could adjust them to soothe the disturbed spiritual force, neutralizing the fighting force Marco implanted inside and restoring the normal flow of spirit within Gable's body. Gable, too, wasn't just lying there and waiting to recover, he intensely hoped for greater healing power than before, and that wish was about to manifest a new ability within him. And yet, even in this most unpredictable of situations, Marco did something even more unexpected. He stood up straight, going out of his fighting stance. Well, great, I'm out of time. I've received the order to return, so I suppose we'll have to save this for next time. As soon as Marco made that statement, he teleported himself out of there before awaiting a reply. Somehow, Gable and his crew found a way to survive. Vaughn was struggling against Footman, or, perhaps, struggling was too polite a way to put it. He was enlightened himself, and confident enough in his powers, but Footman had a magicule count large enough to easily overwhelm him. Vaughn might have had a legend-class suit of armor and war lance, which no doubt contributed to the bottom line for him, but his foe still seemed so distressingly out of reach. The only reason why he was still in this fight was because Footman had lost all rational thought. That, and Phobio's contribution was a big part of it. Phobio, the Black Leopard Fang, is here to help. At first Vaughn was suspicious of the man who burst in shouting that. But then he remembered who he really was. The Black Leopard Fang. Ah, yes, one of the Demon Lord Carillion's 3 lycanthropeers. That's right, Carillion has surrendered to the Demon Lord Milim, and Milim herself has formed an alliance with Lord Rimuru. He was not an enemy, in other words, and so Vaughn welcomed the assistance. Glad to see you. I was just thinking it'd be tough to go on much longer on my own. I'll bet. Honestly, I wasn't too sure about my chances solo, either. Phobio had reflected on his own attitude, regretting some of his past mistakes, and now he was calmly evaluating his abilities. Thus, he instinctively realized that even if he went all out and animalized himself at full force, he still couldn't beat Footman. So he put aside his pride and opted to fight together with Vaughn. Footman was powerful, but because he was no longer capable of logical thought, his attacks were striking a monotonous note. It was still enough to gravely wound Vaughn and Phobio, but they were managing to stay on their feet. They couldn't hope for victory like this, but the word retreat wasn't in their vocabulary. Their friends, after all, were fighting to the death right next to them. Tyr, the other clown, was engaged with Henrietta, Knight Assassin of Dworgen, with Gobwa and her troops pitching in. They were a small group of elites attempting to capture Tyr all by herself, but something was rather strange with her. I'm really sorry about this, okay? I don't like this very much, either, but it's an order. I'm trying my best not to kill anyone, so try and do something to stop me, all right? Her fighting was as lethal as ever, but she sounded very earnest about that. In fact, despite receiving her orders to fight from Cagali, Tyr still retained her own free will. She couldn't defy the order, but she understood that Cagali was manipulating her mind. She was an unwilling participant, in other words, and she wasn't volunteering to be here at all. That was why she was trying not to exercise her full force, joining the fight, following the orders to the letter, but still giving Henrietta and the rest the chance to stop her. In response, Henrietta was attempting a capture operation, but despite Tyr trying to go easy, the difference in strength was still too great to overcome, and they had achieved little so far. And sorry to you, too, okay? I know I took advantage of you before, but I'm not trying to trick you this time. Having Tyr address him enraged Phobio. He and Vaughn realized from an early point that Footman's reason had left him because Tyr wanted to keep anyone from dying. They hadn't noticed when they first met, but Footman was emitting the same kind of atmosphere as Carillion, someone Phobio respected greatly, and thus he knew he'd never win in a proper fight. So Phobio, for his part, was thankful to Tyr for that. But shut up. Quit reminding me of my darker hours. You don't need to spell it out, I'm glad you put him in berserker mode for me. Right? You guys are so weak, if Footman was serious about this, you'd be dead by now. Tyr sounded so innocent as she lashed back at Phobio. She didn't mean any malice by it, she believed every word of it. That's what made Phobio so angry about it, but right now, complaining was about all he could do. Impudent little brat. Oh, quiet down, you. Work harder for us, then. Be a little more lenient. All he and Vaughn could do right now was just sigh and say, in so many words, we'll get back at you later. Things remained tough all around. Gobwa, for her part, was trying to find a breakthrough and help out any allies who needed her assistance. That was what made her decide this was the best place to go, but things were never going to be easy. Tyr had no interest in fighting, but she couldn't disobey orders. Gobwa assumed that meant she'd be easy to capture, and she wasn't wrong to think that. The only reason it wasn't going well was because Tyr and Footman were just too strong. The latter could easily break through their metal nets, nothing half-hearted worked against him, and knocking him unconscious seemed beyond impossible. It took two strong men in Vaughn and Phobio to simply keep him in place. Meanwhile Henrietta considered herself a speedy fighter, but not even she could keep up with Tyr, and Gobwa couldn't lay a finger on her. She tried casting her net on her, but it seemed unlikely that they'd ever capture her alive. Soka and her team might have fared better, but they were too busy fighting Marco. With all that in mind, things were progressively worsening across the field. Gobwa was receiving updates from Moss on their situation. He reported that Veyron and Zonda had set off to bail Gable out. Things were back to a stalemate, but given the hazards they dealt with, that was little to no comfort. Worst of all was Kondo. Hakuro was defeated, and even King Garzel had met his match. Gobwa heard that Ajira and Esprit were on their way to him, but she doubted they could slow Kondo down one bit. If worst comes to worst, Moss told her, I'll go out. His role was to assess the war situation on behalf of Benimaru, with Gobwa formulating a strategy based on his findings. Even now, her hands full dealing with Tyr, Gobwa was still giving a continual stream of instructions, and it was only possible thanks to Moss's support. If he was forced to join the fray as well, the entire front line would collapse in a hurry. Wait a moment, please. If worst comes to worst, I'll ask you for that, but do you think you could even do anything? I will do my best. Not even Moss could win, then? The thought depressed Gobwa. Moss was a very confident man, one who treated everyone except for a very few, Testarossa chief among them, with supreme arrogance. Now even he was giving vague assurances at best. It only proved how dangerous a foe Kondo was. The lieutenant was difficult to stop. Gable wasn't back on the front lines yet. Gobwa's team was a long way from capturing Tyr and Footman. All of this made it impossible to disrupt Kagali's ritual. Ghidorah was there, but he was busy waging a war of words against Veilgrind. If she decided to enter the fray, the moment would spell defeat for them all. It couldn't be much worse. Now we know how much we've been relying on Sir Rimuru and Sir Benimaru this whole time. Gobwa had her regrets, but realizing that now wouldn't help matters. That was why she couldn't afford to give up. It's not over yet. The fact that Lady Veilgrind hasn't acted yet proves that the demons are giving their best effort against her. The difference in strength must be massive, but they're still holding out for us. I'd never allow us to give up the fight before them. She recalled those proud, lofty demonesses. They hated to lose, and even though they were relatively new to Tempest, they had already been appointed to the 12 Lordly Guardians, among the highest in their government. Their strength was beyond Gobwa's imagination, but when Veilgrind was the opponent, the despair was palpable. The mere fact they were still fighting against her was amazing in itself. We can't lose to them, Gobwa thought. Firing herself up further, she resumed her attempted capture of Tyr. A man stood before Kondo, Ajira, dressed casually like a samurai. "Go ahead, Ajira. I won't get in your way." Esprit bowed out, focused on healing Gazelle and Hakuro. Ajira just shook his head at her. Esprit was always this way, always carrying on, trying to swoop in to grab the kudos when she could. It was clear she was running from battle because she saw no way to beat Kondo. The quintessential demon, one could say. So Ajira paid her no further mind and pointed his sword at Kondo. For 300 years, no one had defeated him in battle. He knew Kondo defeated the great swordsmen Hakuro and Gazelle, and the thought made his blood boil. "You were Kondo? Your skill makes me sigh in admiration. I, too, live by the way of the sword, and I would be delighted to compete against you." In a no-holds-barred match, Ajira knew he couldn't beat Kondo. Hakuro only managed to land a few choice blows because Kondo kept their battle strictly to sword fighting. Otherwise, even if Gazelle and Hakuro took him on at once, they'd be quickly dispatched with Kondo not even taking a scratch. That was why he was making this proposal, as desperate as it seemed, but Ajira was convinced Kondo would agree to it. That's because he sensed something oddly nostalgic in his swordsmanship. "Lord Ajira. So you've mastered the sword after all?" Hakuro interrupted before Kondo could answer. What do you mean after all?" "Ah. Well, you do seem to resemble someone I know, you see." Hakuro stammered a bit as Ajira looked quizzically at him. In fact, Hakuro's grandfather and Ajira were practically the spitting images of each other. It wasn't just a matter of their faces, they had the same physique, the same atmosphere, and the same inscrutable mannerisms. "Do I? Well, unfortunately, I do not think we have met before. I have no memory of meeting you since I was born into this world 300 years ago, and I cannot say if I've mastered the sword at all. I have merely resolved to fight with this blade for all of my life." Ajira gave him a calm smile. To him, the sword was everything. "I see. Please, don't mind me, then." Hakuro waved him off, stifling the assorted thoughts floating through his head. He had a suspicion Ajira was the reincarnation of his grandfather, but he had no solid proof. And if Ajira was Byakuya Akari, it was nothing Kondo needed to care about. Hakuro had never beaten his grandfather, but he was still just a human being. No matter what the answer to this riddle was, it wouldn't help turn the tables on this fight. The only way to win was to defeat Kondo through sheer ability. This other person, Lord Hakuro. "Yes, it was my grandfather." Hakuro whispered the answer to Gable's groaned question. "By the way," Esprit chimed in, "did your grandfather die 300 years ago, Hakuro?" "Indeed he did. Then maybe it's possible, I think. He was born as a demon looking just like that, and he was even carrying a sword from the get-go. Lady Carrera has a knack for attracting souls gifted in the martial arts, too. If there was some sort of connection, I wouldn't be surprised at all." "I see. Well, if that's the case, would he perhaps know some secret arts that not even you do, Sir Hakuro?" "I'm not sure. I never fully mastered it myself, but among the techniques he showed me, he said that the multi-layered blossom flash was the best." Now they were striking up a conversation. Hakuro and his cohorts had already done their best, and it wasn't good enough. So they sat back, ready to watch how this turned out. And even though he knew this wasn't the time for it, Hakuro was curious about Ajira's true identity, and Gazelle, too, was curious about Hakuro's long-lost mentor. Esprit, meanwhile, was healing both of them. Her I'm working. Dedication to her job was impressive, even Ajira had to take his hat off to her. But Ajira had other concerns. Kondo wasn't disturbing their conversation at all, looking fully relaxed as he observed Ajira. His job was to eliminate anyone who tried to interfere with Kagali's ritual. He had already picked out the most useful-looking enemies, and he had no intention of killing everybody on the scene. So he decided to attend to Ajira, not letting himself panic. He only took serious measures against Gazelle because leaving him unattended would have been too dangerous. If a saint equivalent to him had been granted techniques from Hakuro, there was no absolute guarantee he could win. Kondo's job, as a result, was to prioritize winning, in other words, do his job. Against a clearly inferior opponent like Ajira, he didn't mind playing around a little bit. But this was quite an unusual decision for him to make. He was a rationalist, always devoted to doing the job, and he hated wasting effort on unimportant things. His only weakness in that respect was his pride in the school of swordsmanship he studied under. Look at me. Still too naive to let go of my personal feelings. But despite his misgivings, his curiosity still won out. All right, I'll play along. He was just about to say it, but he wasn't foolish enough not to keep an eye on his surroundings. Thus, out the corner of his eye, he saw Vielgrind go on the move. Kagali's forbidden cursed dead birthday was still in progress, but it looked like events were moving along now. Kondo would have to go on the move as well, whether he wanted to or not. Sorry. I want to take you on, but my work comes first. He put away his military sword as he gave Ajira the news. He couldn't have been looking down upon the demon more, but even though he knew that, Ajira could do nothing to stop him. And as he watched Kondo stride away, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. I suppose, he muttered in frustration, I'll live to see another day after all. Ghidorah was expending a mighty effort fighting alone against Vielgrind. Not that he was fighting at all, however. If he had been, he would have been smashed to pieces in a single blow, no matter how wondrous and state-of-the-art his demon colossus was. He knew his place, and he wasn't about to try anything so foolish. Instead, he was letting his curiosity guide him as he questioned Vielgrind. Not even I knew until now that the marshal was Lady Vielgrind the Flame Dragon, Sir Veldora's elder sister. No wonder you're such a beauty. That was where his praise of her began. He kept up the flattery, attracting her attention and leading her into further conversation. I'm sure you didn't know. I've only started to show my face around you recently. She decided to respond to it, and that was bad luck for her, because now she had to keep up her part of the conversation for as long as Ghidorah willed it. This was the best way he knew to buy time for his side, and plainly it was working brilliantly, because Ghidorah was still alive. Vielgrind, however, had her own agenda. I see. So you've been supporting His Majesty the Emperor the whole time up to now. Playing the role of so many marshals across so many generations. I, Ghidorah, could not possibly be more impressed. Yes, well, I'd occasionally go a few centuries without speaking in public, you know. I wouldn't exactly call it anything as difficult as that. Vielgrind was politely holding up her part of the chat, but even she was showing signs of fatigue. This barrage of questions was starting to get on her nerves, and that was why she began to unintentionally complain a bit. But you know, you really are shameless, aren't you? I've been allowing you to pester me with questions because Ludora likes you a lot, but I wasn't expecting quite this many. Ah, how delighted I am to hear the compliment. It wasn't a compliment. Vielgrind looked all but disgusted. For her, crushing Ghidorah would be an easy task, but she already had 4 separate bodies active, and she hesitated to break out another one just for Ghidorah's sake. As long as he didn't mess around with the ritual, she was more or less all right with all this banter. Even as Vielgrind wondered if she was making a mistake, Ghidorah was still peppering her with a bunch of lively questions. By the way, I was wondering, why did Lord Damrida stop me from informing His Majesty of what I knew? If he had an accurate picture of Sir Raimuru's forces, the Imperial army would have suffered far less damage. So? As you've probably realized by now, We don't really care about the Imperial army. We just wanted a war we could use to awaken the stronger among us. Still, though, don't you think it would have been better if I could have discussed it with him? You're not going to drop the topic, huh? I'm sure you see it as Damrada betraying you, but he had his own reasons, you know. I see. These reasons. Would they have something to do with the child Masayuki? I don't know. Why would I need to know what Damrada was up to? And who's Masayuki? Huh? Veilgrin's reaction puzzled Ghidorah. He'd expected Masayuki to be the key to all of this. You're not aware of Masayuki the hero? He fearfully asked. I told you I wasn't, came the immediate reply. What, is he strong or something? If this was a yes/no question, no was absolutely the answer. Ghidorah didn't dislike Masayuki, he kind of enjoyed his spunk, in fact, but he knew there was no way you could ever describe him as strong. Veilgrin snickered at his response. Well, Kondo, you know. He's only interested in people who are likely to awaken. Besides, if he's going around styling himself as a hero, perhaps Ludora assumed the demon lords would take care of him soon enough anyway. This sounded valid to Ghidorah. Yuki was using Masayuki to gauge the demon lord Raimuru's reaction, upon Damrada's advice, no doubt. That meant the upper echelons of the Empire must have known all about Masayuki, and yet Veilgrin claimed to have no knowledge of him. Yes, it was certainly plausible that they ignored him because of his obvious wimpiness. Kondo, at least, would immediately judge Masayuki as worthless to him. He was always eager to nip any uncertainty in the bud before it posed a problem, and if Masayuki was really a dead ringer for Emperor Ludora, it wouldn't be surprising that he'd try to get rid of him. That much is understandable, but what about Damrada's moves, then? But Sir Damrada had assigned 2 single digits to protect young Masayuki, you know. So we could infiltrate the land of monsters, I presume? No. Well, yes, but... Ghidorah faltered, feeling a bit frustrated. This sounded reasonable to him, but at the same time, something didn't seem quite right. Despite betraying the Empire, he was letting himself be troubled by things that shouldn't have bothered him. He wanted to yell at Veilgrin to treat his questions more seriously. You seem dissatisfied with that answer. Oh, no. Absolutely not. He tried desperately assuaging her, wondering how she could see into his state of mind when she couldn't even see his face. Then he realized exactly why something seemed off with what Veilgrin was saying. Sir Damrada truly is a traitor, isn't he? The words just fell out of his mouth. Oh, don't be silly. You're the traitor here. She had a point. But Ghidorah was undaunted. Willing himself to be even more shameless than before, he spoke to Veilgrin some more. Well, let me ask you a question. This boy Masayuki looks exactly like His Majesty the Emperor. What do you think about that? It was that piece of information that made him uncomfortable. It was natural for the Empire to care a lot about whether someone was strong or weak, but you couldn't talk about Masayuki at all without mentioning that he looked like Emperor Ludora, their leader. Kondo might have known about this, although Bernie and Jiwoo probably didn't. Damrada, Ludora's friend, definitely did. So why would he want them protecting Masayuki? That was what made Ghidorah wonder. Pardon me? That is to say, the way Emperor Ludora and Masayuki look exactly alike. Why wasn't that information relayed to? Ghidorah stopped mid-question, face turning pale. The expression on Veilgrin's face made him quake in his boots. Now he regretted speaking out of turn so much. Ooh, I might be dead. But Veilgrin just ignored him and began thinking things over. It was hard to believe Kondo didn't know this piece of information, but if so, why didn't he tell her or anyone else about it? And Damrada was even worse. She had no idea what he was thinking, and Ghidorah's question could no longer be ignored. And for that matter, just how physically alike were the two? Exactly like Ludora, I'll have to see for myself sometime. Everything had been going to plan, she thought, except for that slight miscalculation where the entire Imperial army got annihilated. But somehow, this seemingly inconsequential piece of information was getting under her skin. Well, Ghidorah, thank you for the useful tip. I'll be willing to let you off the hook in exchange, but what do you think? Are you still going to challenge me with that toy? Veilgrind had no intention of killing Ghidorah that day. Despite it all, he was one of the few friends of Ludora who he really trusted. And while he had undeniably betrayed the Empire, she didn't feel he had ever betrayed Ludora. To Veilgrind, the Empire itself didn't mean very much, and thus Ghidorah's betrayal was perfectly acceptable. This, Ghidorah understood, was where she differed from a lot of people, and even he had trouble wrapping his mind around it. So he decided that he had no choice but to accept Veilgrind's proposal. He was buying time with this banter because he knew he couldn't win anyway. If an actual battle ever broke out, that'd be the end of the operation right there. Ghidorah, in essence, wouldn't last even 1 second against her. Wah ha 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 ha. Oh, no need to joke with me. I know perfectly well that I am no match for you. He hid his qualms in laughter, deciding that a defiant tone was important here. The answer might have been disguised as a denial, but it was neither a yes nor a no. That was left to his conversation partner to decipher, and no one from Rimuru camp could accuse him of desertion afterward, either. It was the perfect move, Ghidorah's wit at its sharpest. Veilgrind could see through all of that slyness, but she still thought it was pretty entertaining of him. With a sigh, she muttered, "That's so like you, Ghidorah," and opted to let him go. Besides, luckily for Ghidorah, the situation had changed. The alternate Veilgrind who was fighting Veldora had gone into all-out warfare, so her attention was needed elsewhere. "Oh, no. Well, if you ever feel like it, let me know. I'll be happy to take it on. But before that, do your best to survive this war, all right?" "Huh? I have some business to attend to, so I'm going to leave this area to another pawn of mine. I don't think the military ever liked you very much, but best of luck becoming a saint while you're here, okay?" "What do you mean?" Ignoring Ghidorah's attempt at a question, Veilgrind floated into the air. Having to interrupt her magic flow here would cause serious delays to the ritual, but that much was unavoidable. Ghidorah, helplessly left behind, was stunned as he looked up at her. This change of tides bewildered him. He had no idea what to do next. In any battlefield, you couldn't afford to relax for a single moment, and as if to prove the point, the meaning of Veilgrind's words became clear before Ghidorah had an answer. Dimensional connection. The scene was so far removed from reality, it boggled Ghidorah's mind. As soon as the levitating Veilgrind shouted it, the space around him contorted and warped, and from the hole in the air, a vast number of airships coursed out. Is that the fleet of airships carrying the magical beast division? No. You don't mean that you've connected space itself? That's impossible. Do you have any idea how far away they were? Wait, no, that's not even the issue. Ghidorah was thoroughly confused. It was that hard to believe just what was happening before his eyes. Ignoring all laws of time and space, the airship fleet that was meant to attack Inglesia from the north was now summoned over here. Rimuru estimated that they were at least 3 days away, and Ghidorah knew they couldn't possibly have been summoned. Magical teleportation was fraught with danger. Any failure could kill hundreds of soldiers, and preventing that required complex incantations and mountains of magic force. With Sir Rimuru, it could be possible, couldn't it? But if you're summoning someone in a different location from yourself, the difficulty level jumps up by orders of magnitude. It's simply impossible to do such a thing. It transcended the bounds of all common sense. Ghidorah was absolutely correct, but he had great difficulty accepting it as reality. If Ghidorah was flummoxed by what he saw, the other side of the equation was even more confused. The airship fleet advancing toward northern Inglesia was enjoying an elegant journey in the air. The sky, unlike the dangerous sea route, was perfectly safe. Very few monsters could reach their high altitude, although there were still some. This was a fleet of some 300 airships, and they were commanded by their leader, Major General Zamdo. His mission was to transport Imperial troops, the 30,000-strong Magical Beast Division, commanded by Gradim, toward the central continent. They wouldn't be fighting themselves, so they couldn't ask for an easier mission. But in the flagship Zamdo was boarding, a measure more luxurious than the other ships, one section was enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. Zamdo had been informed that a very important official would be inspecting the ship, but nobody told him who this person was. The news came quite suddenly, to the point that Commander Caligulio might not have known, either. Still, Zamdo was unconcerned. Heh. Better to be left in the dark. Excessive prying will do little but shorten your life. So he went about his duties, managing to keep himself fully relaxed. But then he received an urgent message. "Excuse me, sir." A communications officer tore onto the bridge, an ominous look on his face. The fact that he personally reported here instead of sending a soldier over indicated this was something important. What is it? A message from the homeland? They had already received word that Caligulio had been handed a painful defeat. Most of the ground forces were already lost, but that wasn't any of Zamdo's business. Once an operation was underway, nothing would stop it unless he was ordered to halt. The battle was just a few days away, and it wasn't like panicking would allow Zamdo to call anything off. To tell the truth, however, Zamdo was internally hoping for a stop-down order to come at once. He hadn't told any soldiers about the ground losses, but if word got out, it could gravely affect morale and the success rate of their operation. Better to pull back and start over than take that risk, he thought, but since some would take that as a sign of weakness, Zamdo couldn't make the call on his own. Gradim, commander of the forces they were transporting, wasn't the type of person Zamdo was good at dealing with. That's why Zamdo was hoping against hope that this was a stop-down order. Instead, it was nothing like he ever imagined. The Marshal is coming. What? Zamdo shouted back, in no small part because he didn't even know the Marshal was on board. So that's the VIP I was told about? Ridiculous. Is this operation truly that important? It was important, yes, but it was just one of the Empire's 3 major military divisions on the move. There shouldn't be any need for the Marshal to be involved. But enough about that. He had to figure out how to greet this guest, all rise to welcome the Marshal. Zamdo, regaining his composure quickly, shouted out the order. A pulse of tension coursed across the bridge. Everyone stood upright to give a salute, and then the door opened to reveal Vielgrind, one of the world's most stunning beauties. Everyone on the bridge was immediately astounded. The Marshal, this figure none of them had ever laid eyes upon before, was standing right in front of them, but before this fact even registered in their minds, Vielgrind's beauty mesmerized them. But she took that for granted. "Don't just stand there, you silly people. Get back to work." Her voice was gentle. She knew she had to be careful. Vielgrind was a rational woman, and she knew that resorting to any kind of violence here could destroy the flagship in an instant. Emperor Ludora, his main, non-separate body, was aboard the airship as well, and she needed to take that into consideration. It was a stroke of luck for everyone around here. "Be seated. All hands, back to work." Zamdo's orders set the officers back to their duties. The elegant pleasure cruise was over. From that point on, Zamdo was in for a series of surprises. "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Your Excellency. My name is Zamdo, and I am proud to serve you." "Oh? Well, hopefully you'll survive this, then. It would be a great honor. I will do my best to live up to your words." "Yes. I'd like to give you a pep talk, but I'm short on time. Let's get down to business." Vielgrind sat down on the captain's seat, paying no attention to Zamdo's brown-nosing. She promptly gave an order to Zamdo, who hurriedly got to his feet. "Call Commander Gradim in here. I don't want to have to keep explaining matters over and over." "Right away." Zamdo glanced at an officer. He immediately set up a visual link to the ship Gradim was aboard. Within a few minutes, Gradim was on the display. "Heavens! You are even more beautiful than I thought." At first sight of Vielgrind, Gradim thought that she looked remarkably easy to handle in a fight. So he couldn't help but wonder. Why? Why is a woman like this said to be stronger than I am? Her body was supple and soft, no excess fat or muscle at all. Strength was not the kind of aura she emitted. Some people, he thought, were of the belief that magical power and fighting spirit were the most important things, but you still needed a strong body to leverage that to its full extent. A strong body like mine, he thought, proud of himself. That's why Veelgrind looked so weak to him, the textbook jock attitude. Veelgrind, meanwhile, had little interest in thinking deeply about Gradim. His strength, at least, was the real thing, and she wanted to use him to the fullest as a helpful pawn. "I don't need your flattery," she stated as she began laying out orders, her attitude fully demonstrating her lack of interest in him. "As of this moment, our current operation is cancelled. Your new mission is to take control of the armed nation of Dorgan. That is all. Any questions?" Finally, both Zamdo and Gradim thought at once. The fact that the order had been delayed so long indicated that, as expected, their nation was facing unprecedented turmoil back home. If they suffered a major defeat, they'd have to quickly review their strategy. This was a simultaneous three-front operation, so every decision they made would take on great significance. A single failure could bring the whole thing crashing down. However, after several days had passed, and with the kingdom of Inglesia lying just beyond, they now had orders to stop. It was only natural that the two men would be dismayed. "Very well. In that case, let's return at maximum battle speed." "Humph. If it is your command, I, Gradim, will risk my life to undertake it. But do be aware that I will be asking questions later about this operation's failure, as well as the delay in your new orders." Zamdo was clearly nervous. Gradim was just arrogant. Being on another vessel, he couldn't pick up on Veelgrind's sheer supremacy through the screen. His response put Zamdo on edge. "Don't drag me into this," he thought. But Veelgrind didn't care. "It seems that you are suffering from a misconception," she said, smiling. "A misconception? What do you mean by that? You think you're blameless here?" Veelgrind nodded. "First of all, Zamdo, I will take you from here to your destination. Once we're there, I'll explain what to do, so be ready." "Pardon." "Next, Gradim. There was no failure in this operation. In fact, this is exactly what we've been planning to do from the beginning." "Don't be stupid. You think you can escape responsibility like that? This late in the game? Stupid, you say?" Veelgrind stared at Gradim with narrowed eyes, displeased. What a pain, she thought. She wondered for a moment what to do about it, but concluded that it'd be better to let sleeping dogs lie. Gradim was certainly strong, but from her point of view, he was not an enemy. He could easily be crushed, but it'd be a waste to do so. And, most of all, there was no time to lose. It was a tremendous stroke of luck for Gradim. "Well, whatever. If you survive, we can discuss this matter later." "What are you?" "Let me talk, please. Right now, I'm going to perform a dimensional connection, so prepare to move quickly once I'm done. After that, I will need to concentrate on Veldora. I'm glad to see that boy's grown to be better than I thought, but handling him is going to be a bit tricky. So I want all of you to focus on dominating the battlefield on my behalf. I've identified several promising people among the enemy, and I want them captured alive if at all possible. Am I clear?" Ignoring Gradim, who was about to raise another protest, Veelgrind got straight down to business. Once she had her say, she turned her back on them, then placed her hand on the reinforced door leading to the outer deck of the airship. "Why, Your Excellency? What are you doing? It's dangerous. Please come back at once." "What? I just explained it to you. If I don't go outside, I can't perform the dimensional connection." Giving Zamdo a glance that indicated just how stupid she thought he was, she opened the door without hesitation. Then she flew into the sky. Of all the selfish things, with just collateral damage to her? Zamdo was horrified. Opening that bulkhead while flying at high altitude and speed was unbelievably dangerous. If not done properly, the difference in atmospheric pressure could suck out everyone on the ship. The ship's crew were enhanced soldiers who had all undergone extensive surgery to strengthen themselves, but Zamdo, as a scientist, was just an ordinary man. The low outdoor temperature would weaken him, and the lack of oxygen could even kill him. The same was also true for the magic conjurers under his command. Thus he was in a hurry to close the door as soon as possible. But his fears were unfounded. Veelgrind had cast Dominate Space to prevent any impact on the airship. But before Zamdo could demonstrate any surprise, an even greater shock struck him and all of his staff. With a snap of the fingers, Veelgrind floated into the sky. And the next moment, dimensional connection. A huge distortion in space appeared in front of her. No. I can't believe it. Spatial oscillation detected. It seems that our local spacetime continuum is being affected by a gigantic, powerful fluctuation of magicules. It can't be. Was that the work of the Marshal? It truly was ridiculous. After all, this was a phenomenon beyond all human imagination and knowledge. No one could understand what was happening, and no one would ever be able to pull that off themselves, so they all tried to ignore the reality before them. But then Zamdo realized. That boy? The Marshal referred to Veldora as that boy? There were only a few entities he knew of that could get away with calling him that. No. Could this woman really be? The guardian dragon of the Empire, a presence too awe-inspiring to even mention by name. Zamdo had thought that the Empire was blessed with her protection, but now he realized that was not the case. As if to confirm the thought, Veelgrind's smile deepened as she floated in the sky. Now, go, and make yourselves useful to me. Her voice was unyielding. Zamdo, and even Gradim, lured by the sound of her sweet voice, turned the bows of their airships toward the rift in space. Veelgrind's actions caused a sea change in the war situation, a change felt by the three demonesses, still keeping up their fierce fight. Veelgrind, in her full fury, was a force to be reckoned with. She was flawless in battle. With her overwhelming strength, she shamelessly toyed with Testarossa and the others, not even allowing them to touch her. She never went off guard, and she never held back. Even a basic magic-enhanced strike was incredibly powerful. She was attacking with all of her strength, trying to annihilate the three of them like a berserker with no sense of reason. Although she hadn't transformed into her dragon form, this was absolutely Veelgrind's full power. But the demonesses were still alive. If they had not been granted names by Rimuru, they would have long since lost their bodies, exiled back to the demon world. However, the skeletons of Orichalc created by Rimuru had been made even stronger by the magical power of the primal girls. Thanks to that, they could withstand the violence of Veelgrind, if barely. What a surprise! I thought I would be done with you sooner. You're stronger than I imagined you'd be, and you're clearly used to close-quarters combat. Veelgrind was being honest with them. She didn't expect them to take up so much of her time, even when she went full tilt at them. We'll never be defeated. Diablo would laugh at us if we ever tried something so disgraceful. That would be more humiliating than death. So true. He's so malicious. I'm sure Diablo would come back with something like, "You are one to talk," wouldn't he? And he wouldn't be wrong, either. They were down on the ground, battered and bruised, but the demoness's eyes were still full of life. Their expressions remained dauntless, sincere smiles on their faces. Their attitude was crystal clear: as long as they never admitted defeat, they'd never lose. Oh dear. This is so troublesome. Veelgrind couldn't help being puzzled at this. But the outcome was already set in stone. That pest Rimuru and his top officers were caught in their phantom fortress, and she had successfully dragged Veldora out from the labyrinth. All that remained was to seize control of him as planned. So she had been ignoring the three demonesses' banter, but the next thing Testarossa said made her wince. Well, it's taken a while, but I figured out how parallel existence works. Their goal was not to defeat Veelgrind, but to stop her in her tracks. Those were the conditions for a tactical victory here, but Veelgrind's parallel existence subterfuge made that an impossible task. Hence why Testarossa was looking for a way to break through it. Would you mind explaining it to me, then? Oh, by all means. Testarossa smiled graciously, even though she was being beaten to a pulp. She still had her full dignity, something that impressed Veilgrind despite it all. So she decided to hear her out. As Testarossa explained, parallel existence wasn't all-powerful. It had its limits, namely, she could produce only so many separate bodies at once, and if any of them were defeated, Veilgrind wouldn't emerge from that undamaged. To be exact, there would be no physical damage. But for spiritual life forms like us, draining our energy is de facto damage. In other words, our attack wasn't in vain, then, Ultima concluded, taking the words out of Testarossa's mouth. She nodded back with a smile, but her eyes weren't smiling as she sized up Veilgrind. The true dragon sighed to herself. This is why I didn't want to deal with primals. Testarossa was right. In such a short time, and while being hopelessly overrun in battle, she had correctly analyzed the situation. Even Veilgrind had to admit that she had an amazing sense for combat. Well done, Lonk, or Testarossa, I should say. You are right, and I commend you for it. Veilgrind wished she could recruit her. Killing Testarossa would be pointless anyway, she'd just be resurrected someday, and she was bound to take her murder personally once she was. That wouldn't be as bad as some demon lords Veilgrind could name, but having a primal bugging her all the time would be a hassle of the highest order. Carrera, unaware of Veilgrind's feelings, smiled wryly. He. You're far too composed, Lady Veilgrind. Lord Veldora would never pander to us like that. Veilgrind was now visibly annoyed. Pandering, as Carrera put it, meant looking down on your opponent and deliberately going easy on them. Veldora was well aware of just how dangerous Testarossa and her friends could be, so he made sure never to show them any weakness. It was vital if he wanted to keep his dignity. Nonetheless, Veilgrind was far from amused by Carrera's statement. She was being misunderstood, and she knew it. She had no reason to like that statement, and yet, for some reason, she found herself feeling a little happy about it. As Veldora's older sister, she was happy to see such a formerly troublesome child gaining some maturity. Perhaps that was why she no longer had any will to fight. It was about time anyway. After fighting Veldora, she realized that he was incomparably more powerful than before. If she didn't get serious, she was going to be in for a world of hurt. So, between that and everything else, Veilgrind decided to stop fighting at this point. She could have killed the demonesses in an instant if she put her mind to it, but she let them off the hook. You're right, she said. Just as you say, that boy's grown quite a bit. I'm quite happy for him, but you see, the problem is that I can't go easy on him. That's why I'll have to postpone this for now. Before the demonesses could react to this one-sided declaration, Veilgrind's separate body vanished before them. It happened in an instant, all they could do was watch. The forest was in flames. Cancelling the separate bodies she had deployed in various locations, Veilgrind united them all into one. With a dazzling crimson light, she transformed into her dragon form, clad in a cardinal aura of reddened force. The shock wave alone made the trees burst into flames. Veldora, too, had reverted to dragon form, his force summoning a wildly raging tempest. The flames flickered as they illuminated the two siblings. The battle between true dragons was now in full swing. Veilgrind, back to her true form after a long hiatus, looked at Veldora. He, too, was showing off his massive physique, all but bragging about his vast amount of magicule energy. It had been ages since the two siblings had seen each other in these forms. Veilgrind had met Emperor Ludora a very long time ago. She was already lurking in imperial circles by the time Veldora began rampaging across the land. She never left Ludora's side, never venturing out into the public eye. Because of that, and the inconveniences that entailed, she had learned how to replicate herself via separate body, but even that was only after Veldora was sealed away. By Veilgrind's estimation, the last time they met was over 2,000 years ago, in southwestern lands. At that encounter, she showed only a hint of her powers, just toying with Veldora a bit, and he responded by immediately fleeing the scene. The impact, however, was enormous. The energy generated by this short clash between true dragons created an entire volcanic region in the lands below them, and the ensuing volcanoes were said to still be active. The ceiling hasn't weakened him after all. In fact, I'd say he's stronger than ever before. This, Veilgrind thought, was truly a lucky miscalculation. Her brother's growth was a joy to see unfold. The way he was acting so disobedient around her was an issue, but if she could tame him, all would be well. And even if she failed, she had Ludora's power to fall back on. With Ludora's force, even a true dragon can be eating out of our hands. Just look at me, for instance. Wait, what am I thinking? Veilgrind felt she was about to recall something very important, but her thoughts were a jumbled mess. She mentally turned the page. Capturing Veldora came first. She wanted to avoid relying on Ludora, but should it come to that, she wanted to neutralize as much of Veldora's resistance as she could, to lighten his load. Ludora's at his limit, after all. I need to give him some rest, and soon. That was Veilgrind's true intention, and that was why she really wanted to keep him uninvolved. There was no other reason, there didn't need to be any other reason. After all, she had a decent shot at victory. Veldora was boasting a huge pile of magicules, but he wasn't using them as well as he could have. That was why Veilgrind didn't consider Veldora to be that dangerous. He performed brilliantly at their initial clash, but as Veilgrind thought, she could defend herself because she had a better grip on her own powers. Great strength, after all, is useless if you can't control it. Once he joins us, I'll have to teach him a thing or two. Even now, Veldora would be a powerful card in the game they were playing. But Veilgrind intended to train Veldora further, to the point where he could compete with Velzard. For the time being, however, she wanted to take advantage of Veldora's inexperience to end this bout quickly. And then, the pieces will move across the game board. The game had stretched on for years, but now it was almost over. Victory for Veilgrind and Emperor Ludora seemed imminent. First, they had to capture Veldora. Once they had his cooperation, that would be their chance to win it all. They wanted to finish this marathon in one fell swoop, and then Ludora would be free. So Veilgrind took her time, slowly opening up an offense against Veldora. The fight was beyond intense from the very first move. Veilgrind acted first, unleashing a scorching burning breath without even considering the possibility of a counterattack. The searing light extending from the dragon's mouth took the form of a thin, compressed, superheated beam. Its fury came toward Veldora at nightmarish speed, dozens of times faster than the speed of sound. Veldora evaded it. His cancel flame skill would make him impervious to flame damage in the first place, but he was still in a rush to dodge that heat ray. My! I didn't think you would avoid that. As stupid as I know you are, I thought that would end the battle right there, like it would have before. I see you finally learned the true nature of your gifts. Qua ha ha ha. Your breath has accelerated destruction applied to it, doesn't it? If that struck me, my magical force would have gone berserk. I'd waste power trying to wrangle it again, so it's only natural that I'd avoid it. Veldora smiled as he replied. And he was right. Veilgrind's attack had a special effect, accelerated destruction, that was all but the ultimate in force. It had the power to accelerate all events and phenomena, thus boosting their destructive effect. What's more, it could also accelerate the target's living functions. Even a spiritual life form couldn't resist this power. They might avoid simply being destroyed by it, but they'd still suffer from the resulting out-of-control energy. Veldora, sensing this intuitively, chose to avoid it. He had Analyze and Assess to thank for that, part of his ultimate skill Faust, Lord of Investigation, and that was why he was so confident as he explained matters to his sister. Ha! You've seen through it then. You truly have grown up. I'm glad. Veldora's response made Veilgrind feel more and more threatened. The dragon in front of her wasn't just a rampaging fool of a brother, but someone who deserved careful assessment. He had accurately figured out her skills, and that meant he had an ultimate skill of his own. A typical attack from a true dragon packed the power of an ultimate in itself, but when combined with such a skill, the danger jumped astronomically higher. But it truly gladdened Veilgrind. She rejoiced at the growth of her formerly inadequate younger brother. But at the same time, she was alarmed. Veldora had grown to the point that he threatened her, and that could make Ludora's plan fall apart entirely. If this went unaddressed, they'd not only lose control of him, they might even be defeated themselves. This level of growth was not at all what she anticipated. But as Veilgrind grew more alarmed, Veldora took the initiative. Pondering over something mid-battle, "My sister? I'd call that letting your guard down." He unleashed the skill Thunderstorm Roar, a finisher move of his that multiplied the force of his storm magic. It landed a direct hit on Veilgrind, but she brushed it off without taking damage. "I see. You really have achieved an ultimate skill, haven't you? You have my sincere congratulations, Veldora. You're as formidable as ever, my sister. You caught that attack on purpose so you could analyze it. Well, what do you want? I needed to measure how threatening your powers are. Has my ultimate skill Faust passed your test, then? It's analytical in nature, isn't it? It doesn't seem to add power to your attacks, but it does wonders for your accuracy. Faust played a major role in you gaining control over your magic, didn't it?" "Qua ha ha ha. That's right. I already outclass you in magical force, I don't need even more power than that. As long as I can hit you with it, that's all that matters." Veilgrind smiled at the reply. "You're wiser than I thought. Yes, you certainly have something I don't. That's why I want to add you to our ranks. You'd be a decisive card in our hand." NGH. Having my sister praise me makes my spine tingle a bit. Despite the light-hearted remark, Veldora had noticed the change in Veilgrind's mood. He. "Well, I'll have to reward you for that performance. Let's show you how I really fight." No thanks. Allow me to tap the full power of my ultimate skill, Ragwell, Lord of Relief. Prepare yourself." Veldora's fervent request did not reach Veilgrind's ears. It'd be unthinkable to taste defeat because you didn't make full use of your skills. Even after that fierce exchange, neither side had sustained much damage. That was why Veilgrind decided to break out everything she had against Veldora, while being sure, of course, she didn't kill him. A vast assortment of magic circles appeared around her, the work of several partially summoned replications. "Take this." 11 rays of light, each one the work of the skill nuclear cannon, shot toward Veldora. After a moment's consideration, he decided to neutralize them all with magic barrier. There were too many rays to dodge, and thanks to dismissing them as mere magic attacks, he had lost precious time. He sensed the danger these cannon shots posed for him, and so he put up the barrier. Yow! Veldora felt a searing pain. He had failed to neutralize the attack. "Oh, you really are smarter now, aren't you? I'm a little impressed that you only took that much damage." NNNGH. I didn't realize you were putting your ultimate skill into your magic as well. If I took a full hit, I wouldn't be alive. I was intending to end it just now. You should be proud of yourself. Qua ha ha ha. I appreciate that, but I'll save being proud about this for after I defeat you. In return, Veldora launched the storm magic Ruinous Tempest. It, along with the ultimate skill added to its effects, a trick he borrowed from Veilgrind, successfully sent Veilgrind flying. Qua ha ha ha. What do you think, my sister? If you learned your lesson from that, we can call it quits now. Don't give me that. I think you've just made me angry. What? No. Veilgrind snapped. Playtime was over for her. The moment she realized his attack damaged her, she threw all calmness out the window. Her pride as his sister was now at stake, and she intended to win it back with her next attack. 10 heads appeared around her, and 11 fiery flumes of breath shot toward Veldora. At the same time, she teleported herself, taking position above Veldora. Her foe, avoiding the multi-pronged attack, found himself vulnerable as he looked up at her, sizing her up. He was impressed by how she moved, but, sensing that Veilgrind was now fighting him with all earnestness, he internally rejoiced a bit. Qua ha ha ha. I was no match for you before, but behold how I fight now. I suppose I have Raimaru's training to thank for that, but what a glorious day. He didn't mind taking a moment to wallow in the joy, but he also knew he was still in danger. He pondered how to escape. Veelgrind, on the other hand, was glad to catch Veldora within what she saw was deadly range. She was sure he'd find no escape from her now. Let's end this, Veldora. You never could escape my full glory. With this declaration, Veelgrind rained down scorching hot breath from above, the work of the skill-burning breath. It poured down incessantly, becoming a pillar of flame connecting heaven and earth. From the outside, it would have looked like a cage of flame. Veldora danced around in a frenzy, growing increasingly intense. He wasn't playing around, either, he was anticipating and avoiding all the attacks. The attacks were coming fast and furious, but Veldora didn't feel it was impossible to keep up with. Trusting his instincts, he propelled his enormous frame through the air, and thanks to that, despite being surrounded by this cage of flame, he survived without a single direct hit. Qua ha 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 ha. It'll never work if you can't hit me with it. Veldora shouted gleefully, borrowing a line from a manga he treated as holy scripture. Veelgrind, meanwhile, clicked her tongue in disgust. Failing to land a single hit on him wasn't something she anticipated happening. There was no doubt that she underestimated him. However, this is where my attack truly begins. Her absolute advantage remained intact. So she decided to reveal one of her hidden talents. I'm truly impressed that you've seen through my attacks so much. As a reward, I will give you a scorching response. Burning Embrace. Taking position above Veldora proved significant. Below him was molten land, boiling with scorching lava from the fiery breath that Veldora evaded. Even the scattered droplets shooting up from below housed a terrifying amount of heat. What would further heat add to this scorching hell? Whoa. What are you? Veldora realized her intention too late for it to matter. He had been caught in Veelgrind's trick from the beginning. Her excessive heat attack made the ground literally boil and evaporate. Lava vaporized under ultra-high temperatures enveloped the area around Veldora. This was bloody lava, small drops of force gifted with the full brunt of Veelgrind's authority, and it was pouring upward from down below. With that, the cage of flame holding Veldora captive was complete. The essence of Veelgrind's ultimate skill Ragwell was relief, in other words, support. Its true purpose was to expand the effect of its target, and for someone like Veelgrind, who valued the power of fast acceleration in her moves, it had vast synergistic effects. But what would happen if Veelgrind applied such a power to the cage of flame right now? It would greatly increase the momentum of the target, amplifying the heat to the extreme. The bloody lava would go from 2,000 degrees to several tens of thousands, vaporizing in the process. Thus the scorching prison was created, but its true essence lay beyond that. Veelgrind's support effect could be increased to any extent she wanted, without any upper limit. In other words, providing an appropriate level of support would have a beneficial effect, but overdoing it just caused unnecessary burden. The negative effects of such excessive support boosts served to accelerate the exhaustion of the subject's physical strength. It was possible to increase the effect to the point that the heat generated by the target made them burn to ashes. In other words, the ultimate skill Ragwell gave her the power to manipulate all the energy of the world at will. The red rain created a gentle film that embraced Veldora in its grasp. Anyone who finds themselves trapped in a burning embrace immediately signs their fate over to Veelgrind, and that applied equally as much to a true dragon. Once captured in the cage, there was no escape. So Veelgrind, convinced of her victory, was about to make her final declaration to Veldora, but then she stopped. What's going on? She began to panic, an unusual thing for her. Sensing a presence behind her, she hurriedly turned around. Qua ha 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 ha. I said it earlier, didn't I? If it doesn't hit me, it doesn't matter. It was Veldora in human form, gloating over his victory. The high-pitched ring of his laugh battered Veelgrind's eardrums. Only then did she truly, sincerely recognize Veldora as a lethal threat. Veldora might have been agitating her opponent as much as possible with his laughter, but that didn't mean he could just sit there. Having his outfit burned made him angry, although now that he looked back on it calmly, he realized that there was a big difference in strength between him and his sister. He reasoned that he had little chance of winning a proper bout, and so, after a certain point, he focused entirely on defense. This was the exact battle strategy Hinata preferred. She'd attack whenever she saw an opening in her opponent, making sure not to take a lethal hit as she waited. Then she'd determine the most effective move to make, and when she was ready, she'd finish the fight. When he fought Hinata previously, he noticed that she seemed to know all of his habits in battle. When they fought down at floor 100, he could easily overpower her via brute strength, but after her journey through time, she beat him to a pulp in the form of the hero Chronoa. Well, no wonder. It was the first time she had ever fought me, but she knew all my moves and habits. I always thought that was strange. Veldora saw it as cheating, yet he knew saying that would just make him look like a sore loser. The memory of Hinata's smug grin annoyed him greatly, but a loss was a loss. The experience did teach him a lesson, though, as well as give him some insight into how to fight a superior opponent. Not only that, but as he trained against the demons, he learned how to add cunning to his strategy. Even if he couldn't win on his own merit, if his opponent got exhausted before he did, he could win anyway. That was how spiritual life forms battled, and now Veldora had mastered it as well. It granted him perspective that had not existed before. He observed Rimuru's lifestyle, and as he did he became interested in many things. He'd always had a natural curiosity, and now that he had broadened his horizons, Veldora was thinking in ways that he never had before. The resulting positive effects on him might have been what helped him grow as a person, and now the results were being demonstrated in battle against Veelgrind. He knew how not to lose now, and he was acting on it. In the midst of that, Veelgrind unleashed her burning embrace. The ensuing cage of flame was meant to kill the moment it was complete, and once Veelgrind captured him, her victory was assured. Veldora was so desperate to avoid her burning breath that he couldn't see that it was a trap, but then predict danger, part of his ultimate skill Faust, did its job. He kept it constantly activated so nothing would ever catch him off guard, and just now it saved Veldora's life. It had given him a warning more ominous than anything he saw before, so he knew something bad was going down. It dawned on him that continually running away from attack would spell his doom, which chilled him to the core, but even if he tried to address this threat, there was no way to if he didn't even grasp what it was. Then came the bloody lava shooting up from below. Only then did Veldora realize Veelgrind's aim, but now things were getting harder to deal with. It was obviously nothing he could use Ruinous Tempest to blow away. The whole area was under the effect of Veelgrind's dominate space, so he couldn't use spatial transport to escape this. Oh crap! He thought. But just then Investigate Truth, another aspect of Faust, came up with the optimal solution. As long as Veelgrind's will resided in the bloody lava, any contact with it was dangerous. It wouldn't be easy to evade this volcanic mist, but even if it was impossible in giant dragon form, a human body could perhaps manage it. It meant giving up nearly all defense, but it was at least conceivable that he could weave his way through this barrage that way. But even so, it was still essentially a coin flip. If he timed it right, he'd be just fine, but fail once, and it'd be all over. Veldora wasn't too sure about this, but just then, he realized that he was assured success after all. All it took was activating control probability, yet another Faust skill. Surprisingly, this skill made it possible to manipulate events in one's favor against opponents of the same rank or lower. It was a shock to Veldora, because in essence, this doubled the odds he'd succeed at this, and since this escape had a 50-50 chance of working, that just got doubled to 100%. It was in the bag. He was still skeptical about it, it seemed just a little too convenient, but despite his trepidation, he returned to his human form and attempted to escape the cage. Then, in another moment, Veldora was out of danger. Veelgrind stared at the grinning Veldora, feeling her composure drain. How had Veldora, whom she always saw as this younger, weaker, troublesome brother, grown so much over the years? She considered him a brute, a bull in a china shop, but she was wrong. He had mastered an ultimate ability to the point of even rivaling her, and amazingly, he had just escaped from a situation that was absolutely irreversible. She assumed she'd be teaching him a lesson or two today, but now she realized that her hubris had blinded her. She hated to admit it, but Veldora had achieved the same heights she had. Now she recognized him as an equal adversary, or maybe even better. A calm analysis of the situation would reveal that Veelgrind was at a disadvantage. She had just broken out one of her greatest secret moves, and it had been defeated. All her smaller moves could be evaded, and it'd be difficult to inflict any sort of fatal wound. The only way forward was to wear Veldora down and rely on Ludora to invoke Regalia Dominion on him. So she adopted a more cautious strategy. "Oh, could it be that you've recognized me as your equal now, my sister?" Veldora, perhaps noticing Veelgrind's intentions, sassed her as he returned to his dragon form. Veelgrind found it kind of amusing, despite how aghast all this was making her. "Come to think of it, I've never really hung out with him." It brought an unconscious smile to her face. "Yes. You're right, I have. You're all grown up now, Veldora. So if you decide by your own free will that you want to defy me, I will no longer tolerate it." Veelgrind seemed to declare it more to herself than Veldora. Sensing his sister's mood, he also felt a powerful sense of danger. But there was no backing down now. "Qua ha ha ha. Then I, too, will do my utmost to fight you." Veldora never used his ultimate skill much before. Now he was getting used to it. He was having a tough battle against his sister, but with this power, he felt he had a fighting chance. So he decided it was his turn to act. He couldn't tap parallel existence the way Veelgrind could, but Veldora had a surefire killer move of his own ready. The name of the skill, which he had told only Rimuru about, was Storm Blast. He developed it with the support of Rimuru, who gave him lots of praise for mastering it. It even impressed Rimuru. How could it not work on my sister? Veldora liked his chances. As far as he knew, there was no one as cunning and tricky in the world as Rimuru. He was always glad to be friends, and not foes, with him. His praise was a ringing endorsement. So he unleashed the Storm Blast without hesitation. A thunderstorm roar emerged from Veldora's mouth. Its fury tore through the air, sending invisible rays of light in all directions. Veelgrind only paid attention to attacks that posed serious danger to her. She immediately assumed that these crisscrossing rays wouldn't affect her at all. But that was precisely the trap. When multiple types of these seemingly meaningless waves intersect, they generate untold destructive power. Much like sonic weapons, they don't pose a threat on their own, but by the time the target takes notice, it is too late. Veelgrind was no exception to this, totally missing the Storm Blast. It was only through the painful damage that cut through her entire body that she realized how badly she fell for Veldora's tricks. "NNGH? I'm in pain? What did you just do, Veldora?" "Qua ha ha ha. It's a special technique I've developed. I call it Storm Blast, and I'm quite proud of it." Veldora had the smuggest expression in the world. His plan succeeded with flying colors, and he couldn't have been more overjoyed. This wasn't a fatal blow, he knew, but he had never enjoyed such an advantage over his sister. Hence why Veldora felt he deserved to brag a little. "But you really are an idiot, aren't you? You still have much room for improvement." Now Veldora was in agony from intense pain like nothing he had experienced, and Veelgrind was the one gloating. The moment Veelgrind recognized Veldora as an equal, she abandoned the entire battle. There was no meaning in the outcome of this, she thought, and so she focused just on completing her mission. That was why she had surreptitiously brought the Emperor's flagship closer to Veldora in a way that he wouldn't notice. Lieutenant Kondo was on board, and he was fully prepared. As telepathically instructed by Veelgrind, Kondo unleashed his most powerful technique against Veldora. It was a blow that would destroy even gods, a judgment bullet, a type Kondo could fire only once per day. Birthed by his ultimate skill Sandalphone, Lord of Judgment, It was the pinnacle of ammunition, propelled to even loftier heights by Kondo's God-class Nambu semi-automatic handgun. Nothing could outclass it, not even his own necrosis bullets, and as far as Kondo knew, nobody could survive being shot by it. It could even decimate Veilgrin's replications, damaging her gravely in the process. Everything had gone exactly as Veilgrind had calculated. The bullet was fired close to the speed of light, penetrating every type of defensive barrier as it reached its target. Veldora, caught off guard, couldn't address it in time. So it pierced him, and thanks to that, his very existence was now threatened. At first, he was confused. My sister turned to someone else for help? He had been elated, riding high and about to beat his sister, but instead, he fell for her trick. Most of all, however, Veldora was surprised his prideful sister had simply abandoned the competition with him. He knew she gave priority to her own conditions of victory, yet nonetheless, it felt very unlike her to do so. That seemed important, but he had more pressing things to worry about in that moment. Oh no. That man. He must be the one Rimuru told me to watch out for. But he immobilized me with a single blow? Alarms were ringing in Veldora's brain with full force. As a spiritual life form, it was highly abnormal for him to feel pain and suffering. The all-powerful true dragon was on the verge of a life-threatening crisis, an unbelievable fact that even made Veldora fall into panic. If it had been a full frontal attack, he might have weathered it, even if it was impossible to evade. But now that he had been completely taken by surprise, there was nothing even he could do. Oh. I'm in trouble, aren't I? Best to admit defeat this time and get back at her next time. Kwa ha ha ha. Let's just contact Rimuru and... Despite all this, Veldora was relaxed. He knew that he and Rimuru were connected through a soul corridor, which would allow him to be revived at any time. As long as Rimuru remained alive, Veldora was immortal. There was no need for alarm. But things quickly began to take a turn for the worse. Regalia Dominion. Veldora was so focused on Kondo that he failed to notice the other man on the airship's deck, dressed in luxurious robes. Masayuki? No. Huh? Wait a minute. What is this? This isn't good at all. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Veldora's spirit was about to be taken over by this man, Emperor Ludora. Pounded by the judgment bullet, Veldora was in dire straits. But even now, there was something that he refused to abide by. I hope this is only me, but if this is allowed to pass, even my ally Rimuru could be harmed. I can't allow that to happen, no matter what. Ludora's control over him was stronger than he had imagined. If he got stuck here, unable to do anything, it could even affect Rimuru through their soul corridor. That, Veldora thought, could never be allowed to happen. So he cut the soul corridor by his own will. Good. It's up to you now, Rimuru. With those words, Veldora's consciousness fell into darkness. Chapter 2, Power Unbound. This may have been the first time my anger had blown my sense of reason completely out of my mind. Back when Shion and the others were killed, I felt a mixture of regret and anger. Self-hatred riddled my mind. But then hope sprang up again, and that let me attain a much calmer state. Thanks to that, I was able to maintain my composure while still acting out in a fury-driven rage. But this time was different. I felt a pain that tore at my soul, the possibility of losing Veldora completely devastating any sense of rationality. The odds? They don't matter. The enemy must be crushed. That's all there is to it. What now, Sir Rimuru? It seems to me that we've been sequestered in some kind of special space. Would you like to try forcing our way out? I didn't need Benimaru to tell me that we were trapped. As long as the enemy's objective was to capture Veldora, it was only natural that they'd take steps to prevent us from interfering. We were the ones stupid enough to fall into the trap without realizing it. Apology. I am sorry. Raphael, oddly enough, seemed pretty shaken. Maybe it couldn't believe that it had been taken advantage of like that, but either way, it was lacking its usual composure. I know it's supposed to be a mere skill, but it's so human sometimes that it makes me smile a little. But I wasn't in any mood for that now. My sole emotion in that moment was anger. So I told Raphael to stop apologizing and find a way out of this mess. It replied that it had a gauge on our location and the analyze and assess process would be completed soon. Capable as always, I see. We good, all right. We're getting out of here now, but what we're after is the ringleaders. Okay? So listen, Veldora's fallen into the hands of Ludora. I'm gonna spatial transport over to him. It's gonna be a fight, so you guys need to prepare for that, okay? I was swallowing my anger. Didn't want to take it out on my friends, after all. That needed to be reserved for my enemies. They nodded back as I added one more order to the list. So now that we don't have access to Veldora's supply of magic power, we won't be able to ask Ramirez for very much. That means the city we kept in the labyrinth is gonna get brought back up to the surface soon, so I need all of you to focus on defending it. Yeah, that was a matter of time. I couldn't imagine how much of a burden Ramirez was going through. We needed to get back fast. I understand, Sir Rimuru, but what about you? I'm taking Veldora back. That was job one for me. The rest, I told them I would leave in their capable hands, and they understood without further comment. Wait a minute. Ain't you guys forgetting the most important thing? How the heck are we gonna get out of here? Just when I was beginning to wonder why he was so quiet, Laplace suddenly started complaining again. But I had a simple answer for him. We'll just smash our way out, but that's crazy. I've heard a lot about this place. They call it the Phantom Fortress. It's in a whole other dimension, and you can bet it ain't gonna be easy to escape. It's where they banish anyone who causes trouble for 'em, they say. And that's... I was glad he had so much knowledge about this, but I didn't have time for him right that minute. Report. Preparations completed. Right. Okay, let's get going. Laplace, I'm springing you out of here too, so once I do, you're free to go do whatever, okay? Huh? Wait, listen to me. Laplace was about to say something. I didn't care. I wanted to rescue Veldora ASAP and eliminate my enemies. And so, continuing to let my anger drive me, I triggered the spatial transport. And reappeared exactly where I planned to. There was no hesitation at all, it was an unthinkable thing for me to do in normal times. I still didn't care. Before me, I could see two true dragons, and behind them, an airship. I was right in front of the enemy. All that remained was to kick some ass. But now Raphael was warning me incessantly about the danger. It was terribly annoying. I guess it had a gauge of the enemy's strength, but from my point of view, it was nothing but an obstacle. If I decided to do something, I had no choice but to do it. I wasn't about to start fretting now. Do something. I ordered, shutting Raphael up. Acknowledged. Summoning a demon is recommended as the best course of action. Not a bad idea. If you're low on firepower, just add some more. And let's not end there, either. In fact, let's finish evolving Testarossa and the gang, right here and now. I've been putting it off for a while, but we need everything we can tap right now, and then, we can crush our enemies once and for all. Now Veilgrind noticed us. Her eyes widened in surprise. What was it called again? The Phantom Fortress. I guess she really believed they had us all locked up in that thing. Thanks to Raphael's calculations, it wasn't even a problem. I'm connected to my friends through soul corridors, so if I trace those connections back to their origins, I can easily determine my exact location. Once I had that, spatial transport was available to me, even in other dimensions. Benimaru and the rest were on high alert, trying to protect both me and the capital of Rimuru, which had reappeared far behind us. They really didn't have to worry. I was doing what I had to do. Testarossa. Ultima. Carrera. Can you move? Sir Rimuru. Yes, of course. Not a problem. How can I say no to a request from my master? All three replied in different ways. Whatever injuries they sustained weren't keeping them down. That was a relief. So, without further hesitation, it was time to make our first move in the liberation of Veldora. I would have adopted Raphael's suggestion and summoned the demons here. But then I got interrupted. Kondo was the first to move, presumably deciding that further inaction would be dangerous. I'd normally be well outside the range of his handgun, but he paid that no mind as he fired. A bullet raced toward me, going dozens of times the speed of sound. My thoughts, accelerated 1,000,000 times faster than normal, quickly grasped the nature of this attack. I reminded Raphael of its obligation to defend me, and it responded with a confident-sounding acknowledged. Absolute defense, one of the skills Uriel gave me, would have no problem neutralizing this threat. Compared to the attack on Veldora, this was nothing at all. Report. Barrier-breaking attack detected. Successfully neutralized. Additional spirit and magic force-destroying attack detected. Neutralized. Following an analyze and assess round on these attacks, they were found to involve the ultimate skill Sandalphone, Lord of Judgment. Commencing countermeasures. I let Raphael do its thing as I glanced at Kondo, Damrata, and the others. I'd deal with them later. Whatever they attacked Veldora with was a threat, but Kondo didn't just use it on me, and I'm sure there was a reason for it. Maybe he couldn't use it, for all I know. As for this attack, going at near the speed of light, it'd be impossible to evade if I was too close to it, but from this far, it was possible enough to deal with it in time, unless I got caught off guard. Despite that, there was no sign of Kondo moving from his location. Maybe he was protecting Ludora, but if so, I figured he could be ignored for now. So I finally said it. Come to me, demons. Call demon, create summon gate. A huge magic circle appeared in the sky. Floating in the middle of it was a massive, ominous-looking gate. Transcending space and time, it summoned the demons connected to me. The first to respond to my call were Testarossa and the other demonesses. They were soon followed by my 2 demon peers and 4 archdemons, along with the 600 rank and file demons who served them. The majority of the Black Corps was now before me. Sir Rimuru, I have sent my legion to defend the city. Nice job, Diablo. He knows exactly what I want without me having to say a word. Venom was busy guarding Masayuki, but everyone else without previous assignments was here. Benimaru also retook command after leaving it with Moss, issuing orders to all his troops. I didn't have to say a word, and they were fully prepared to support me. Right. Let's wrap up this ritual quick before someone else interrupts me. As soon as I landed on the ground, the demons knelt before me. Testarossa and her friends, standing up front, were looking pretty sorrowful. Maybe they thought they failed to follow my orders. We are so sorry. They apologized as soon as they saw my face. No, there's really nothing to apologize for. You would have kept Veilgrind occupied, but I didn't know she was gonna cheat with that parallel existence thing. That's on me. I mean, if you don't know about that, there's no way to deal with it. You can't form coherent strategies if you try to factor in every fantasy ability your opponent might have. There was no helping it this time. Besides, Testarossa and company helped a lot, their work wasn't in vain at all. I wanted to express my gratitude more, but that could wait. Instead I issued a stern order to the demons. Listen, I'm going to give you a bunch of power right now, but you have to promise me that none of you will go to sleep. If Diablo can put up with on-the-spot evolution, all of you can too. Even I thought that was a pretty crazy thing to say. I'm not one to demand things I know I'm wholly incapable of. Here I was, this slime who couldn't stay awake for his own Harvest Festival evolution, and I was asking my demons to keep their eyes open for me. I suspected this made me look like a hypocritical boss, but now was no time for those thoughts. If you can't keep up with me, you're gonna be left behind. The 3 demonesses, perhaps reading my intentions, greeted my words with sneaky smiles. Can you do that for me? Of course I can. Absolutely. As you wish, my lord. All 3 of them looked confident enough. So without further ado, I granted souls to each of them. Failure wasn't something I gave a moment's thought to. If Testarossa and her friends went out of control, well, we could use that as a diversion, at least. I had my priorities straight, I wouldn't be reshuffling them now. So, as they began evolving, I spoke to the demons. You can rampage all you want for me, all right? I don't care how much death and destruction you deal. But I will not accept any of you dying, and I will not accept letting our foes stand in my way. Until I release Veldora, you will serve as my shield to hold them back. So I told them to sacrifice themselves, but don't die, either. I know it's selfish, but that's who I am. What about Sir Veldora's sister? Diablo asked. I knew the answer to that one. She's not a problem. Mess with me, and that makes you my enemy. I won't hesitate to consume her. Diablo smiled happily at this. The others joined him, Benimaru with a wry grin, Ci with a cold one, Xion beaming from ear to ear as she began a pre-battle stretch. They were all dependable friends to me. Allow us to work out the other distractions, then. I nodded at Benimaru's words. Great. Now get out there and kill all our enemies. As you wish. Great. Now I could concentrate on Veldora without any regrets. I turned my attention to him. While I was getting ready, it looked like Veilgrind had been preparing to engage me. She'd taken some magicules from Veldora, and by the looks of it, she was fully recovered. That healing skill is the real key to her, isn't it? She recovered in such a short period of time because of all the magicules Veldora had stored up, but now Veldora was hostile toward me. Without a doubt, he had become Emperor Ludora's puppet. Seemed like Veilgrind wanted to go at me, too, so I guess I had two true dragons to deal with. It was gonna be tough, but I had to do it. As I told Diablo, if Veilgrind was going to be our enemy, we had to beat her. Hang on, Veldora. I'll get you out of there right away. With those words, I spread my wings and took flight. After Rimuru flew away, those who remained on the scene swiftly moved into action. Benimaru began handing out appropriate instructions, leveraging his grasp of the battlefield. At the same time, he sent out thought communications to the top brass over in the city, asking them to go into emergency mode at once. Ci dispatched his replications far and wide to gather information. And Diablo, most of all, was absolutely beside himself with excitement. Did you see it, everyone? Sir Rimuru is finally going to show us his true colors. Xion rolled her eyes at him. You fool. Sir Rimuru is always showing his true colors, no matter the situation. Leave the excitement for later. We must concentrate on crushing our enemies. It was an odd way of putting it, but Xion was right on the money. Diablo was understandably surprised to see Rimuru on the rampage for the first time, but now was not the time for that. As Benimaru declared, it was their role as Rimuru's top soldiers to handle the extraneous distractions. That was the edict from Rimuru, and for his underlings, his word was gospel. For the demons summoned by Rimuru, this was a supreme pleasure. Their faces were full of joy, and they all bristled with strength, as if answering the call for service. It was obvious from their demeanor how eagerly they had been waiting for the call to come. Rimuru, demonstrating the sheer depth of his anger, was about to unleash his fearsome powers of destruction. The order he gave was simple enough. Kill all our enemies. With this command, the demons were burning to set off on their mission. As our Lord wishes. The fearless demons were now ready to throw themselves into battle for the sake of their Lord. But wait. A single word from Diablo made all the demons focus their attention on him. He raised one hand to put them at ease. Do you understand Sir Rimuru's order? He stated that not even one of you may die. Know that death would be a mortal sin, one that would be unforgivable even if we all offered our heads to him. Diablo's resonant declaration silenced the demons. His smile instilled more fear than reassurance in them. And again, it was totally irrefutable. Silently, the demons waited for further instructions. It was Benimaru who spoke first. I'd say Diablo is right. You may be immortal, but don't you dare take solace in that. Such hair-splitting is no excuse against Sir Rimuru. Just because they could be resurrected after some time was no reason for them to die. Benimaru wanted to make sure that was clear to the demons. They grew quiet, realizing the error in their assumptions. So, Diablo said, "We are going to assign you your roles. Sir Benimaru, can you handle that for me?" "What about you?" Benimaru asked, wondering if Diablo would be willing to do what he asked of him. "Oh, leave me out of it, if you could. There's a certain rat I'm interested in, so I'm going to deal with him first." Benimaru shrugged at the reply. He figured Diablo would say something like that, and he was right. "I see. Well, do whatever you like, then." Diablo, the way Benimaru understood it, was not to be bothered. The demon answered directly to Rimuru, so not even Benimaru had the authority to order him around. But Diablo had entrusted him with a job, so Benimaru began giving out orders. "All right. Diablo, you are hereby free to go. Moss will continue to send me information from the battlefield, as before. You may travel anywhere on the battlefield you like, as long as you keep Sir Rimuru's order in mind." Diablo nodded, smiling, as Moss voiced his agreement. His replications were already scattered across the field, and his thought communication gave him a live, real-time connection to Benimaru's mind. "You better not exclude me," Xion indignantly stated. She had access to spatial transport but could only teleport to locations she could physically see. She wasn't very good at calculating the required coordinates otherwise. Benimaru gave this a small chuckle as he nodded. "Of course not. We'll be counting on your strength in battle. I sense 8 notable presences on the airship, not including Emperor Ladora. They might be a little tough, but it won't be as reckless a battle as Sir Rimuru's. Even without Diablo, we should be able to hold our own. The battlefield will be rather tricky as well," warned Ci. 30,000 enemy reinforcements are streaming onto the scene. Benimaru was aware of this, of course. "I know. That's why it's a race against time. I've ordered Gable to stall for as long as he can, so we have to bring the Emperor into custody before anyone gets killed." Ci and Xion nodded at Benimaru's bold words. These were Rimuru's orders, and Benimaru had no other choice. He needed to fulfill his wishes with all his might, and so he had drawn up a plan he believed was the best. On the battlefield, their primary objective was to buy time as they struck at the airship, the biggest menace here. This, they decided, would help prevent an attack on the city. Incidentally, the 8 presences mentioned by Benimaru consisted of a Veilgrind replication left as insurance and the single digits gathered on the airship. These were Lieutenant Kondo, Damrada, the 4 knights guarding the Emperor, and finally Marco. None of them were hiding their presence, so Benimaru's unique skill-born leader was able to detect them. Suddenly, Benimaru received some good news. "Geld just contacted me. His evolution is complete, so he's woken up." Geld the Barrier Lord had awakened, and in response, all of his men were beginning to open their eyes as well. Soon, they would join the defense of the city. That's very good news. If Sir Geld is joining the city defense, we should be able to relieve the Diable Chevalier of that duty. Can I put them under my command? We don't have access to venom, so we can't engage in any full group maneuvers. I will let each of you make your own decisions, depending on the war situation. Understood. So, after a brief exchange, everyone had their roles. All that remained now was to trust in their victory, but there was one more thing to consider. "Now, are you all able to fight?" Benimaru was addressing Testarossa and her friends. He wasn't going to quibble about this. He just needed to know whether they could be expected to serve in battle. No need to ask them. If anyone answered no to that question, I would kick them out of the force. Diablo turned his attention to the demonesses. They stood up, not requiring any further pressure from him. What a foolish question. There is nothing Diablo can do that I can't. It sounds a little harsh, but I don't have a problem with it. I like to fight, after all. If I'm gonna live up to your expectations, I can't afford to make another mistake. Now is no time for rest. The trio was united in their desire to serve Sir Rimuru. The same went for their own servants. All the demons were rapidly completing their evolution, and it was with the greatest of joy that they received the orders they were waiting for. As of that moment, Testarossa, Ultima, and Carrera, like Diablo, had evolved into Devil Lords. This made them virtual demigods, among the strongest in the world, capable of defeating even a demon peer without much fuss. This meant that all 7 primals had become the same rank of being, with no restrictions placed upon them. Just as Diablo's servant Venom became a demon peer, those serving under the 3 demonesses received similar evolutions. Moss and Veyron remained demon peers, but their magicule count increased to the point where they were comparable to awakened demon lords. The other 4, Ajira, Esprit, Zonda, and Cian, had reached a level as demon peers that surpassed even budding demon lords. In both name and reality, they had evolved to the highest level of demon dom. They were all the same rank now, but there were clear differences in their abilities. These differences were reflected in the noble titles they were given. Moss was now a Grand Duke, comparable to a king. Veyron was classified as a duke, Ajira as a marquis, Esprit as a count, and Cian and Zonda as viscounts. Venom was also recognized as a baron. Among the others, there were several brand new archdemons post-evolution. They would serve as commanders, the equivalent of knights, and they would need to spend many more years working to attain a noble rank. The remainder of the group, nearly 600 strong, would become Diable Chevalier, comparable to high-level magic born. They were stronger, they were evolved, and thus they could be more helpful to Rimuru than ever. The demons demonstrated their willingness to join the battle. Benimaru nodded at them, satisfied. Very good. Let's see what you can do, then. The 3 demonesses and their armies were hurriedly asked to join the airship assault. It was an order Benimaru gave without hesitation, as if he meant to do so from the beginning. Well then, Lady Testarossa. I need you to clean up the trash for me. Can you do it? Yes, of course. A simple task. Wait a minute. I wanna do that. I can handle it too, you know. Benimaru had given Testarossa the order, but Ultima intervened. He didn't let it faze him. I don't care which of you does it, but please keep the airship intact. It needs to serve as the battlefield where we'll settle our differences with Emperor Ludora. Ultima, I asked Sir Benimaru to assign you your roles. If you disagree with them, you are going against my will. Consider that before you speak. Ultima was lucky that Diablo was in an excellent mood. Normally, that comment would have merited punishment for her. This time, all he gave was a little admonishment. Tisk. Well, too bad. I guess I'm not all that suited for it anyway. I'll follow Sir Benimaru's instructions. Ultima realized immediately after she said it that her mouth was getting her in trouble. So, relieved that there were no further consequences, she gladly put the matter behind her. Her youthful innocence occasionally led to mistakes like this, but even she had a good knack for reading the situation. Let's continue, Benimaru said, handing out roles to the remaining members. First, Testarossa took over the task of eliminating the knights guarding the Emperor's flagship. Following that, Benimaru went over who would charge in behind her. He mentioned 4 names, Xion, Ci, Ultima, and Carrera, and he would naturally be joining them as well. Emperor Ludora is unlikely to make any moves. If he does, all we have to do is hit him hard. Instead, we must focus on defeating Veilgrin's separate body and the other 7 single digits. If so, we're going to be outnumbered. But oh well. I will take care of 2 of them. Or 3, even. Benimaru quieted Xion down before she took on any more tasks. Wait a minute, Xion. You're right, but it's not a good idea to take work away from other people. He then turned his attention to Veyron and the others, waiting for assignments with hopeful expressions on their faces. Listen, he said, you can never let your guard down. We will attack with maximum force, using only the numbers we need. You can expect to be put to work, Lady Testarossa. I should hope so. Testarossa smiled. She didn't say it out loud like Ultima, but if Benimaru ordered her to stay back, she would have been extremely unhappy. Let's keep 100 guards on duty to make sure no one escapes the airship. I want the remaining 500 Diable Chevalier to support Gable and his team. But who should command them? I think Cian would be the right person for the job. He knows Moss well and is gifted at handling such chores. Cian looked up when his name was called. His eyes teared up a bit, perhaps out of joy at Testarossa deigning to remember he existed. All right. Cian, get moving at once. Yes, sir. He immediately sprang into action, leaving his own army of 100 and flying off with everyone else in tow. It was thanks to his quick action that Gable and his army would later be spared total destruction. So their direction was decided. Testarossa would stage the initial attack, with their top elites storming the airship behind her. 100 Diable Chevalier would blockade the Emperor's airship as Benimaru, Xion, Ci, and the others performed the raid. 3 Devil Lords and 4 Demon Peers would also be heading into battle. Veyron, Ajira, Esprit, Zonda, you should be thankful you were chosen, said Carrera, but she was likely the happiest out of all of them. Well, good luck to you all. With the conversation settled, Diablo sent them off with a smile. Testarossa was the first to respond. He. Well, if any of them survive what I have for them, make sure you mop them up for me. Can't have any of those filthy beasts escaping. Testarossa turned to her servant demons, ordering them to serve as her pack of hunting dogs. They didn't need to be told to, but nobody voiced that complaint. Besides, they weren't sure whether anyone could survive against her right now. Once the order was made, Testarossa quickly set off, turning her attention toward her prey. Benimaru and the others followed suit and took flight, with Veyron and his kind coming right behind them. The other demons spread themselves wide, positioning themselves to surround the single airship. Soon, the decisive air battle was ready to begin. Before they got started, however, a thought occurred to Ultima. So what are you up to, anyway, Diablo? Asked Ultima. Carrera turned toward Diablo, curious. He looked a little surprised, but then smiled serenely at the duo. As I intimated to you, I have an important role to play. That smile made them increasingly suspicious. You said something about a rat, Carrera added. Who is it? That's nothing you need to know. Whoa, hang on, Diablo. It's not a good idea to keep secrets, don't you think? Yeah, agreed Ultima. Sir Rimuru always talks about how important it is to share information. Diablo had no other choice. I have the noble mission of watching over the glorious Sir Rimuru in combat. It is a vital role to take, and I cannot leave it to any of you. It was an outrageous thing to say, and he shamelessly came out with it. Lucky for him that Benimaru wasn't here, but then again, if he was, he would probably just roll his eyes and sigh at him. Either way, it went without saying that Ultima and Carrera were less than convinced. What? Oh, come on. I want to see Sir Rimuru in action, too. Wait a minute. Let me ask you something, are you alone going to enjoy that perk? Because even if you are our boss, that doesn't excuse you acting like a tyrant. It was a perfectly natural reaction to have. Ultima wondered why nobody asked this question when Benimaru was around, but Carrera knew well that the odds were stacked against them. If Testarossa were here, it'd be a different story, but with just Ultima and herself, there was simply no wrangling Diablo. Oh? Do we have a problem with this? Of course we do. Ultima protested. I'll follow your orders, said Carrera, but I can't say I like them much. Diablo pondered a moment. Well, all right. I will tell you the truth, then. You see, there is someone on the enemy side capable of controlling and manipulating alternate dimensions. I think it is likely Lady Veilgrind, but if you get caught in her trap, you may have all connections to this world taken away from you. Exclamation mark. I see. It would be a good idea to leave someone behind, then. Diablo solemnly nodded. Exactly. I would like to be part of the fight, But sadly, it is not meant to be. He chuckled inwardly at himself. Already, he was nimbly talking his way out of this. His brain had the fairly useless talent of coming up with the best excuses in the world, a knack Rimuru took advantage of at times, too. Truly a demon to the core. Ultima, however, was sharper than him. So who's the rat? Diablo sneered without showing it on the surface. The idea of having a front-row seat for the battle between Rimuru and Veilgrind put him in a good mood, but having these pests refuse to go away for him was getting frustrating. It's a pity, Ultima. I would have thought you'd know without me telling you. The sarcasm was his way of fighting back, but there was no practical reason for hiding it. It's Yuki Kagurazuka. I had my feelers out, but I'm afraid I've seen no sign of Yuki so far. If he's hiding somewhere on the airship, that would be ideal, but if he wants to mess with Sir Rimuru, we can't just leave him there, can we? True. That would go against Sir Rimuru's orders. Right. We can't let him get in our way. Exactly. I don't know what this rat's objective is yet, but at the very least, one of us needs to stay here and watch over Sir Rimuru. Half of this was Diablo's selfish desire to watch Rimuru fight, the other half was pretending he had a proper role to play here. To Diablo, the former was much more important, but either way, Ultima and Carrera accepted his argument, miffed as they were by it. Well, all right, said Carrera. I'll just take my frustration out on their side. Yes, by all means. And you don't have any objection to us going on a rampage, do you? Asked Ultima. Of course not. In fact, you can even dispatch Ludora if you like. That sounds fun. We'll take you up on it, then. Totally. Okay, I'm gonna go work out some of my frustrations on those guys. Diablo nodded vigorously. If that was all it took to convince them, it was a small price to pay. Carrera and Ultima took off in a hurry, not wanting to miss out on any of the good stuff, and Diablo sent them off with a smile and a good luck before he headed to Rimuru. There, after everyone went away, Laplace was alone with his thoughts. Nobody even cares about me, huh? Being left behind like this made him feel a little sorry for himself. Well, I guess I'll go help out Lady Cagali, then. Reporting on his plans to no one in particular, Laplace went on his way. And then, before anyone knew it, things began changing. The monsters were resonating with Rimuru's anger, using it to evolve themselves. Before anyone knew it, the situation had moved on. At a tremendous rate, they fully rebuilt their bodies, acquiring new abilities, all of which, via the skill food chain, added to Rimuru's own power stores without him even realizing it. It happened with Geld, who was awake and responsive again, and it was happening with all the eerie and unexpected evolutions seen among the monsters. Others, still asleep, would follow in their footsteps. And this was about more than just awakenings and evolutions. Everything was managed with top efficiency, becoming a major factor in boosting Rimuru's power. It would be more effective, more practical, and in time, Rimuru's full force would be released, surpassing limits that no one was even aware of yet. Several men stood at the bow of the Emperor's flagship. Ludora was up front, with Kondo and Damrada behind him on either side. They were guarded by 4 knights in a square formation around them, ranked from 3rd to 6th in the Imperial Order. Marco was also behind Kondo, along with the remaining single digits. Veilgrind would always be found seated to the right of Ludora. This last replication of hers was put in place to protect Ludora if anything should happen, but she needed to focus on the battle with Rimuru, so right now she was leaning against Ludora in her seat, limp and unconscious. Ludora, who was gently stroking Veilgrind's blue hair, noticed the demon lord Rimuru begin to take action. He is something else entirely now, the Emperor muttered in disgust. That was my error of judgment. Perhaps it was the slime who we needed to deal with first? It was, in essence, the Emperor admitting that the battle wasn't so finished after all. Until just a little earlier, the whole airship was in a party mood after capturing Veldora. Now, there wasn't a trace of that. They saw that Rimuru and his force were their enemies, the Demon Lord was back, and so were all of his highest magic-born. At this point, though, they still had time to act. I suppose I underestimated his ability to escape from the Phantom Fortress. Having their master and main power source taken away must have made them desperate to return. Ludora smiled at this, but given how Rimuru completely neutralized Kondo's attack, even he couldn't be too optimistic. Most urgently of all, Rimuru now had an army of demons with him. Such a quantity of incarnated greater demons was a handful in itself, but he was boosting all of their powers further. Ludora had no idea why he would do that, and that was exactly why he needed to be wary. You didn't cut any corners, did you, Tatsuya? Of course not. Neither a removal nor a necrosis bullet worked on him. It appears defeating him will require a serious fight. Seeing the Demon Lord Rimuru like this made Kondo wonder if he had failed somehow as well. As Ludora said, it was clear he was an extremely dangerous opponent. He had given priority to capturing Veldora, but that turned out to be a mistake. They should have attacked both at the same time, not one or the other. But that conclusion had come too late. Things were on the move. They knew that the Demon Lord Rimuru was no one to take lightly, hence why they used an assortment of tricks to ensnare him, so they could more fully address him later. They decided that once Veldora, Rimuru's main supporter, was taken away, the Demon Lord would naturally be in a mood to give in to them. Now, however, Kondo's decision had clearly backfired on him. Just as losing Rimuru would incite fury in Veldora, losing Veldora would cause the exact same reaction in Rimuru. Kondo, realizing early on that the Demon Lord's ire was pointed straight at them, tried to finish him off before anything else happened. He fired both a removal and a necrosis bullet at him. That combination was the most powerful tool at his disposal if a judgment bullet wasn't available. But the results didn't even scratch Rimuru, much less impede him at all. The idea that this Demon Lord would be rendered helpless after being deprived of his power source now seemed incredibly foolish. What they should have pictured instead was an enraged tyrant spreading his wrath worldwide after the loss of his ally. No, Kondo wasn't cutting corners, he needed to seriously engage him, or else they were all doomed. Well, if you think so, these 4 nights will not be enough. Let's test out Veldora now that we have him and see how he fares. Ludora didn't need Kondo to spell out how much of a threat Rimuru was. He had him do it anyway so everyone else on the bow here would be on the same page as him. The single digits were extremely talented people, reminding them of the threat the enemy posed would serve as a warning not to let up too early. Rimuru was a threat, yes, but as long as they kept their guard up, he could be dealt with. But Ludora didn't want to lose any of the manpower he had gathered here. The game's climax was coming up, and he wanted to be extremely cautious. Ideally, he would defeat Guy without losing a single person. Situationally speaking, their victory was all but imminent. The Empire had just gained a huge advantage in capturing Veldora, bringing Ludora just one step away from ending this long-running struggle. Making a mistake here would be inexcusable. That was why, out of an abundance of caution, Ludora decided to pit Veldora against Rimuru. If he had Veilgrin support him, there was no way anything could go wrong. Kondo and his team, meanwhile, could be entrusted to handle Rimuru's remaining forces. There didn't seem to be any problem. If possible, Ludora had wanted to recruit Rimuru for his side, but now that it had come to this, he had no choice but to exterminate him. Veldora was their main objective, and now that they had him, having the Demon Lord derail their plans was unthinkable. Compared to a true dragon, a Demon Lord was as vulnerable as a small mouse, and while Rimuru was admittedly a threat, Ludora didn't see any way this operation could fail for them. A true dragon is the strongest creature in the world, and if they had 2 on their side, Rimuru's defeat seemed inevitable in their minds. But Ludora's mind wasn't completely free of concern. Back there, why did Veldora stop resisting my thrall over him? That was the only nagging issue. Given enough time, Ludora was bound to fully take him over either way. Perhaps Veldora gave up the fight because he realized this. But to Ludora, that didn't seem like the only reason. Through Regalia Dominion, He had received personal insight into Veldora's rage. He could tell the dragon wasn't the sort who'd resign himself to his fate so easily. Doubts began swirling in his mind. Perhaps he was trying to protect something more important than himself. And if so, what could it be? Ridiculous. Ludora shook his head, denying the idea out of hand. The mere thought that Veldora had put the demon lord Raimuru ahead of himself seemed impossible to accept. Veilgrind, back in human form, approached Veldora, nestling up to his head and stroking his scales. "Good boy. The next time you wake up, you will be one of us. Then we'll give you the best care in the world." She could see the end of the long game on the horizon, but it wouldn't come that easily for them. Suddenly, Raimuru appeared. The sight of this tactless interloper put Veilgrind off, making her feel ever so slightly threatened. The way he managed to escape the Phantom Fortress stuck in her mind. As she pondered what to do, the situation took an unexpected turn. In a show of force, Raimuru was summoning a large number of demons and awarding them new powers. This was nothing but a provocation. He was exposing his hand in front of Veilgrind, an almost too bold act, all but demanding Veilgrind to try catching him if she could. What's more, Testarossa and her friends were mixed in with the demons Raimuru summoned. She didn't know what he did or how he did it, but Raimuru evolved them into devil lords, a higher plane of existence. Sensing this, Veilgrind began to grow wary of Raimuru. But that wasn't all she found unusual. The aura emitted by Raimuru's anger was similar to that of her brother Veldora. A mere slime, demon lord or not, was enveloped in the kind of sheer dominance a true dragon always possesses. It was an unbelievable sight for Veilgrind, but it was the truth. That alone demonstrated just how abnormal this whole situation was. If an aide briefed her on that, she could have laughed it off as impossible, but seeing it with her own eyes, she had no choice but to believe it. This demon lord, looking for all the world like a young girl, wasn't even trying to restrain the violent waves of intense anger, waves that clearly indicated the potential danger. Any human being who didn't possess resistance to these waves would die on the spot. And not just humans, either. Anyone you'd call strong, perhaps ranking below an A as defined by humans, would die without even having a chance to resist. It was Lord's ambition in play, on a scale overwhelming enough to compare to a true dragon. Well, what now, then? I suppose those primals were helping him, too. I thought he had just tricked my brother into providing him aid, but that was beyond wrong. If it were only Veldora, she could believe the possibility that the demon lord used honeyed words to deceive him. But that wouldn't work against demons as sly and experienced as these. They should have reconsidered their plans once that became clear. As this bout of Lord's ambition showed, the demon lord Raimuru was clearly in a class of his own. Looking back, Veldora's growth was pretty astounding, too. 300 years ago, it would have been impossible for him to ever wound Veilgrind. In the short time since he was released from his seal, he had become an unusually skilled fighter, growing well beyond her expectations. Perhaps that, too, was due to the demon lord in front of her, and here I was planning to go back home to rest and recuperate. But oh well. If we can't get rid of him here, it'll spell disaster for Ludora. So Veilgrind made her decision. It was time to deal with Raimuru directly, and crush him once and for all. It had to happen now, she thought, or else he'd surely remain a threat for ages to come. She was all set when it came to magicules, too. Veldora would be providing those. Even after that intense round of combat, he hadn't exhausted his stores much at all. In other words, she was free to fight at full strength from start to finish. So Veilgrind calmly returned to her fighting stance, abandoning the victory as ours idea that everything was going their way. That kind of baseless pride was what put them here in the first place. If they dealt with Raimuru over in the Phantom Fortress, he never would have summoned those demons, then the fight with Veldora really would have been it. In that sense, things weren't looking too great right now, but it wasn't the worst-case scenario yet. They still had a good chance of victory, and as long as they didn't make any missteps, they weren't likely to run into too many problems. But all the lead-up seemed to pay off anticlimactically. Contrary to all of Veilgrind's expectations, it was only Rimuru coming at her. Victory's mine, then. If he had his entire army join him, it would have been a rough slog, but no matter how wary she needed to be of him, Veilgrind knew that if she and Valdora worked together, defeat was impossible. Even so, however, this needed to be wrapped up immediately. If the Demon Lord's army got in the way, it'd do nothing but prolong this battle. Better to keep it short and sweet instead, Veilgrind thought. She always preferred to follow her gut instincts that way. Ludora. Give Valdora the order to strike the Demon Lord Rimuru with all his might for me, could you? You're as wary of him as I am, then? In that case, no need for hesitation. Valdora. Defeat the enemy before you. Responding to her request, Ludora activated Regalia Dominion. Veilgrind was relieved to see the Emperor taking this as seriously as she was, and since she knew he'd never let his guard down, victory now seemed assured. It was one Demon Lord against 2 true dragons. Any other result was impossible to consider. And so the terrifying battle was about to begin. Rimuru flew toward Veilgrind, who was poised and ready to engage him. In front of him, Valdora let out a roar into the sky. The impact shook the very atmosphere, and Valdora himself took off in the midst of it, Veilgrind following behind him. The roar echoed with the certainty of sure victory, and then the attacks began, each one aiming to annihilate Rimuru. From the very first move, Valdora went all out. The storm blast, that roar of destruction that pained Veilgrind as well, coursed toward Rimuru. Report. Storm blast detected. Using Uriel, Lord of Vows, skill absolute defense to neutralize and dispel each wavelength. Raphael automatically began taking defensive action. It was interrupted by Rimuru's shouted order. No. Evade, you idiot. It immediately carried this command out, but part of its computing circuitry found it impossible to gauge Rimuru's intentions. Out of several behavior patterns it assessed, staging a counterattack after absolute defense seemed the most optimal solution. The fact that Rimuru, its master, dismissed this out of hand made it a little upset. In a very, very tiny part of its computational region, Raphael was confused. Rimuru had ignored its opinions many times before, but this was different, something Raphael detected because it had worked with Rimuru for a long time. It was perhaps unusual in itself that a skill, part of the natural laws of the world, would hold such feelings at all, but Raphael and Rimuru weren't considering the consequences at the moment. The storm blast brushed past Rimuru as he took evasive action. Immediately after, the absolute defense that would normally be protecting him was penetrated. An explosion took place where Rimuru was just a moment ago, the storm blast scattering destruction in its wake. Any delay to his evasive action just now would have resulted in injury. Raphael, seeing this, grew more confused. A computing error? An unexpected contingency? I do not understand. Why did Rimuru know what was coming? Its computation was perfect. There would never be any mistakes. Raphael began scanning the data on hand, looking for something it might have overlooked. But even calculating at speeds that easily exceeded the latest in quantum computers, the cause of the issue remained unknown. Confusion. According to estimates, it should have been 100% defendable. The words leaked out unintentionally. They didn't need to be said. It was Raphael making excuses, one of the most improbable things in the world. A mere skill should never make excuses, but nobody noticed it. The battle was in full swing, and now was no time to fully examine this. Rimuru continued to reprimand the confused Raphael. Quit fooling around. Valdora has Faust, and part of that is the skill control probability, right? Real bad news. Then Raphael remembered. Rimuru was absolutely right. Why did it forget about something so important? It was so strange, and only then did Raphael realize that something really was wrong with him. Something, it reasoned, had to be interfering with it, but the cause was unknown. It spent a moment pondering over whether to tell Rimuru. Its pride made it very difficult to simply tell him it didn't know the cause. But if it didn't, There was a strong possibility that Rimuru could suffer damage as a result. After some more computations, it determined it was best to tell him, but having Rimuru branded as incompetent would be akin to Raphael losing its whole basis for existence. Even thinking any of this was an act of betrayal against its lord. A skill wavering like this was something that should never have happened. But despite it all, Rimuru's words continued to flow into the increasingly befuddled Raphael. Veldora's a reckless fighter. It's not weird at all that he's outperforming even your perfect calculations. Don't get worked up just because you made a little mistake. That's how unpredictable he is, quit worrying about it. Just believe in yourself. I'll handle Veldora, so you do something about Veilgrind. Rimuru was talking to Raphael like he thought it best to keep it informed. Raphael was only a skill, and he was treating it like a real partner. All right? There's 2 of them, but with you and me, that makes 2 as well. If you can hold Veilgrind down, I can free Veldora in the meantime. So you gotta hold out, okay? No matter what it takes. I'm counting on you, bud. That was enough to soothe Raphael's confused, empty heart. He is relying on me? Even when I was wrong? Raphael was constantly making mistakes, and Rimuru still trusted in him. I am nothing more than a computational aid, but he still needs me. Its anxiety was already gone. Regaining its usual confidence, the Lord of Wisdom responded. Acknowledged. I understand. Moving on to the interception of the subject Veilgrind. It was true. Rimuru, the master Raphael loved so much, wasn't so small-minded that he'd get worked up over something as uncertain as probabilities. All it needed to do was relax, trust in him, and keep following along. By the way, Rimuru casually added, I've never really called you by a proper name before. There's Raphael, yeah, but that's a skill name, it doesn't really count. I think I'll take this opportunity to give you one right now. ? Raphael found this incomprehensible. A strange feeling coursed through it, bewilderment, joy, an outpouring of emotion. It couldn't hide its befuddlement at this incalculable uncertainty that had sprouted inside of him. What was he talking about? It was confusing, but Raphael also understood his intention. He cares about me because I was underperforming. Rimuru must have been more devastated than anyone else when Veldora was taken. But even now, he could still be considerate of others. That's who Rimuru was. Okay, how about Seal? ! You've got knowledge as wide as the open sky, so, Seal, get it? I dunno if you'll like it at first, but bear with me. Hell, if you have a problem with it, take it out on that red guy. Rimuru talked quickly, as if trying to hide his embarrassment. Raphael, or Seal, experienced a feeling of contentment that no skill was supposed to feel. I am now in eternal bliss. It truly did have that thought. And with that, the moment of evolution arrived. At that moment, the ultimate skill Raphael, Lord of Wisdom, was reborn as Monas Seal. I am Seal. A Monas, or theosophical core, merged with a skill. I exist alongside the soul of Sir Rimuru, providing support. It will be a pleasure to work with you. Now, Seal thought, there was nothing to fear. They were supposed to be in a major crisis right now, but nothing seemed dangerous any longer. Great. Same here, I guess. The first time Seal heard Rimuru's voice, it was filled with a sense of euphoria. Okay, so go show off some of your power to them. And for Seal, an order from Rimuru was the greatest of rewards. As you command, my lord. The Lord of Wisdom had awakened into Seal. And in accordance with Rimuru's wishes, its power would bloom into ever sharper view. As ordered by Rimuru, Seal, formerly Raphael, took action to intercept Veilgrind. Her burning breath was easily blocked by Uriel's absolute defense. It stunned the dragon into silence. She wasn't going easy on Rimuru at all. She used Ragwell, Lord of Relief, to further enhance her breath, so no mere barrier could have ever blocked it. It had to exact a toll her enemy, unless that enemy was so superior that he could see right through it from start to finish. But Rimuru showed no sign of exhaustion. Not even the three demonesses could withstand a blow from Veilgrind in dragon mode unscathed. The fact that Rimuru did so without batting an eyelid indicated that this was one demon lord you couldn't pussyfoot around with your attack. It was greatly displeasing, but Veilgrind continued to think calmly. She believed she had an edge in magicule count, perhaps the quality of her skills lost out to his. Or maybe the demon lord Rimuru had a built-in resistance to heat attacks. Instead of worrying about it further, she decided to take action. As she had done with Veldora, she created a set of partial separate bodies to launch 11 rays of light at once, her nuclear cannon attack. At the same time, the 11 rays also unleashed another round of burning breath. This multi-stage, 22-part heat attack had enough temperature to easily vaporize an asteroid. If Rimuru survived this, then clearly heat didn't work on him. The results were a little hard for her to swallow. The heat rays, deployed at converging angles to prevent any escape, shot at Rimuru, but all of them were repelled by the shield of light he conjured. Damn it. He blocked it with absolute minimal movement, like he calculated that to perfection. Veilgrind was no longer enjoying this. Seeing Rimuru be impervious to heat enraged her, but even worse, that attack just now was all but a complete waste of time. If it had drained him even a little, her vast advantage in magicules would have made her victory unassailable, but right now, Rimuru was consuming almost no energy at all. At this rate, Veilgrind realized she could very well end up exhausting herself first. It was clearly time to get serious. But there was one more unpleasant act in play. Rimuru had shot a glance at Veilgrind at the start of all this, but after that, he didn't even bother to look at her. His focus was entirely on Veldora, and he was paying his sister virtually no mind at all. Also, he wasn't using any shield against Veldora, evading all of his attacks instead. Only when evasion was impossible would he react with a similar attack of his own to cancel it out, but with Veilgrind, that shield of light was all he needed to repel everything. Yes, he could use magic sense to keep tabs on all of his surroundings, but he was still clearly ignoring her. It all but declared to Veilgrind that he didn't see her as a threat. That, more than anything else, triggered her rage. I'm gonna make him regret looking down on me, so the proud Veilgrind decided to unleash the most powerful attack in her possession. With a hateful glance at Rimuru, who was still ignoring her, Veilgrind began conjuring up her mighty magic force, running it through her body. The support provided by Raguel, combined with acceleration symbolized by her own heat, could be worked in parallel to forcibly heat her up, in other words, boost her performance. The results allowed Veilgrind to go thousands of times faster than the speed of sound, the fastest physical speed of anything in the world. So what happens when the target of this power is someone other than herself? As a spiritual life form with resistance to physical attack, Veilgrind has no problem withstanding this newfound performance, but could anyone else ever withstand it? The answer is no. No matter what kind of life form it is, no physical body can endure continuous forced acceleration. The same is true for spiritual ones, even passing thoughts are converted into energy, ultimately leading to thermal collapse. That is exactly what this was designed for. Prepare to have your body rot away, not a single piece of flesh left. Cardinal acceleration. It was her most powerful of techniques, eclipsing even burning embrace. Cardinal acceleration contained the full force and authority of Veilgrind. She crafted it in secret for Velzad, in preparation for the final battle they must wage at some point in the future. She'd never normally waste it on a mere demon lord, but she was too enraged to let that stop her. With a roar from the Crimson Dragon, a wave of doom coursed toward Rimuru. This ultimate blow symbolized the pride of the flame dragon at her fastest, capable of making all matter collapse in an instant. It could bury any enemy, at a speed that made it impossible for anyone to avoid. By the time Rimuru, busy focusing on Veldora, realized what was going on, it would be too late. His mind wouldn't work fast enough to comprehend what just occurred before he ceased to exist in this world. I wish I could make him regret underestimating me, but he won't have the time for that now, will he? That's the only regret I have. With this absolute confidence, Veilgrind peered ahead to see how it worked out. Question mark. Instead she goggled at the sight of Rimuru standing there, unharmed. No. It can't be. She doubted her own eyes. There was absolutely no way that anyone could withstand an impossible-to-avoid, utterly lethal blow like that without a scratch. Even the Demon Lord Guy Crimson himself, even her sister Velza the Ice Dragon, could have been taken down by it, or at least Veilgrind thought so. You're unharmed? That's impossible. My cardinal acceleration works against every type of barrier and defensive skill. If you took it that easily, what did you even do? Veilgrind was clearly losing her cool. If he had cancelled out the attack somehow, that was one thing, but no barrier could ever have deflected it. The reality of it all was too much to grapple with. It gravely affected her composure. Rimuru replied. Well, it was a close call, yeah, but given the impulsiveness of it, it was pretty easy to eat up, you know. This was, in fact, entirely the work of Seal, who was still dedicated to handling Veilgrind. It worked out exactly as calculated. Rimuru's assistant was attempting to make Veilgrind attack him. Seal put Rimuru before everything else, doing as it was ordered without getting in his way, and that was enough to shut Veilgrind down. It ran analyze and assess on the dragon's nature, selected an effective response, and put it into action. One example of this was the shield of light Rimuru had been using, which had a special effect on Veilgrind's powers. Seal, the sum of all its integrated skills, had all of Rimuru's ultimate skills under its control. One of those ultimates was Belzebut, Lord of Gluttony. Seal had just used its predation skill, gaining an immediate grasp of Veilgrind's cardinal acceleration, and the isolate skill to capture and banish the attack into complex space, an evolved version of Rimuru's stomach. That attack was certainly capable of destroying Rimuru. It couldn't be defended against with normal methods, and even Raphael's computational power wouldn't have been able to deal with it. But Seal wasn't Raphael. No longer a mere skill, it had evolved into a presence on a different dimension from the Lord of Wisdom. And no matter how the enemy may attack, as long as Seal could determine the nature of the attack, it was not a problem, something it just proved in the way it wielded Belzebut. Once Isolate was invoked, all that remained was to absorb the energy in complex space. When used like this, the complex space ability of Belzebut was transformed into a defensive measure as stout as absolute defense from Uriel, Lord of Vows. Veilgrind's surprise was understandable. After all, everything had ended before Rimuru himself had a chance to so much as think, "Oh, crap, I'm in trouble." Still, Rimuru responded defiantly to Veilgrind's shock. He didn't want her to realize it was pretty much nothing he himself did. But Seal's scheme didn't end there. Able to communicate with Rimuru more smoothly than ever before, it could even use the art of conversation as a weapon to pursue Veilgrind with. But speaking of Veilgrind, you have to be kidding me. You consumed it. You simply ate up cardinal acceleration, my greatest ability? She couldn't comprehend what Rimuru meant. It was still the middle of battle, but she was too stunned to move, and even though it was for just a moment, it was a fatal error. So I'm sorry to bother you while you're still shocked that your amazing attack was a dud, but you didn't forget that we're in a fight here, right? It was already too late by the time he asked. Seal was unerring in its actions, and Rimuru gave it his full backing. Calculation of Veilgrind's magicule count complete. After accounting for the subject's nature and characteristics, I determined it is possible to encase the target in insulated imprisonment for several hundred seconds. Activating. Before Veilgrind realized it, a layered magic circle had surrounded her. This was a compound skill, combining the ultimate skill Uriel's unlimited imprisonment with spatial insulation. Seal had crafted it just now, exclusively for use against Veilgrind, and now she was caught in it. The combat airspace had been fully computed by Seal, the temperature, humidity, gravity, wind currents, sunlight, the pulses of every living thing within it. It was all in the palm of Seal's hand, and no matter what Veilgrind did, it'd be impossible for her to leave this airspace. The blinding light of this insulated imprisonment declared by Seal made Veilgrind feel dizzy. How? How could it be so easy for him? The dragon's crimson body trembled in humiliation at having been beaten. But no matter what she tried, the insulated imprisonment never so much as wavered. Okay, sit tight in there for a while, okay? I'll play with you after I free Veldora. The words placed a final exclamation mark on Veelgrin's defeat. All right. I'll admit defeat this time. But I still have parallel existence. And whether this is insulated imprisonment or not, I can just trace a soul corridor out of here. Veelgrind did have one more move she could make. It'd mean giving up her current body, but the majority of her remaining energy would be channeled back into the replication she positioned next to Ladora as insurance. It was brutally humiliating, but it wasn't the end for her yet. Slowly, cautiously, she got to work, making sure Rimuru didn't take notice. Little by little, she began transferring magicules through her soul corridor, without realizing that was exactly what Seal wanted. Gotta hand it to Raphael. Seal, I mean. It seemed kinda down in the dumps to me, so I gave it the name on a whim, and I guess it was happier about it than I thought it'd be. After all, its previous machine-like reactions to me were much smoother and more human-like. I feel like it had been improved by, a lot. It was in such great shape now, I wonder what happened to it just beforehand. It had gone into auto-battle mode on me several times in the past, but now it was activating skills and doing all kinds of crap. The scale of it all was totally different. Even Veelgrind, who seemed so overwhelming to me, was no match for it. Its suggestion, to have her activate her finisher skill, then wait for her magicule count to dwindle right afterward, was a perfect strategy. The combination of my abilities and the way she responded to certain things was what made it work, which makes it sound easy, but I have no idea how much computing power it'd take to make this possible. We were hopefully outclassed in magicule count, after all, so if we wanted to cage up this superior opponent, we needed an insulated imprisonment built efficiently and with only the elements I enjoyed an advantage in. Call it a calculated prison I created with my partner. That's what it took for Seal to score a complete victory. The crux of this operation lay upon whether or not I could withstand Veelgrin's attack. Seal's computation said I could, and I trusted it on that, but if she misread that, it'd be the end of me, too. Why did I trust it? Simple. I was dealing with Veldora, and I told Seal it was in charge of Veelgrind. I knew it could do it, too, and it lived up to my expectations perfectly, even better than I had imagined. Seal used my abilities more skillfully than I ever could to fulfill the job. That's my partner for you. Now I was more impressed with Seal than ever. So thanks to an unexpected boon, Seal was now more dependable than ever for me. But I couldn't forget my objective. Before Veelgrind made another move, I needed to free Veldora's mind. So how many seconds can we hold her back, exactly? Even if Veelgrind went on a violent rampage, the insulated imprisonment will hold for a total of 200 more seconds. I don't think we need to worry about that, however. Why not? Even 3 minutes and change was something to be grateful for, but Veelgrind's still a major threat. I can't just ignore it that whole time. No, as predicted, Veelgrind is currently trying to escape. I knew she could use a soul corridor to transfer energy away from her, so I considered the possibility that she'd flee without worrying too much about this replication before us. I see? Or I think I do. If any replication could be made into her real body, there was no major need to force her way out of this insulated imprisonment. Or maybe there was, and that was why Seal created a loophole for Veelgrind to try and exploit. That's right, Veelgrind showed her hand too much, bandying around parallel existence and not hesitating to use it against the 3 demonesses and Veldora. I had been monitoring all of that, so there was no shortage of material for Seal to analyze. Veelgrind's parallel existence couldn't produce an inexhaustible supply of clones. Seal must have measured her magicule count to the point that it knew the maximum amount she could hold, and once we knew that, we'd understand how many more replications we needed to churn through before she was defeated. Seal, meanwhile, worked backward from there. It saw that Veelgrind probably had an insurance policy on hand, and so it baited her into escaping into it. I'd probably do the same thing if I had a power that useful, but my replications didn't have access to ultimate skills. A little annoying, but I was willing to admit defeat there. In the end, the seemingly omnipotent parallel existence could only really be used either as a decoy or against a weaker opponent. I mean, it's still extremely useful insurance and a nice asset to have depending on the opponent. I can think of a few fun ways to use it. But it just didn't seem effective against someone of equal or higher rank. But Seal was the one who exposed that weakness for all the world to see. I'm actually kinda scared of its computing ability. Everything was going exactly as Seal wanted, like it was predicting the future. The progress it's made is kind of exasperating, but either way, Seal's my partner. Best to stop worrying about extraneous stuff and get on with the objective at hand. Seal had conquered Veilgrind, strongest of the true dragons, and I sure wasn't gonna fall behind. Alright. But just in case, I'm gonna put all my power up against Veldora right now so I can be assured to wrap up in under 200 seconds. Give me a hand, Seal. As you wish.
Or Seal and I guess, squared up against Veldora, our primary mission.
Seal had earned me some precious time, not a lot, maybe, but for us, it may as well have been infinite. I'd never live it down if we didn't make the most of it. Could we do it? That wasn't the question, we were doing it. That was the determination in my mind as I resumed my attack on Veldora. Release Veldora, then defeat Ledora. Those were my objectives, and it's what I wanted to do, not just because Guy asked me to. Seal's birth had surprised me so much that, without anticipating it, I was back to my normal state of mind. My serenity had long since returned to me, but that didn't mean my anger was gone. That anger, I decided, I'd save until I could take it out on Emperor Ledora. But first things first. So how would I approach Veldora? Well, to start out, I was trying to talk to him. Talking about ruling over Veldora was easy enough, but we were dealing with a true dragon with gigantic amounts of energy. It must take an incredible effort. Taking over the will of a spiritual life form is one of the most difficult tasks I can think of, in fact. As I saw it, there were several types of subjugation like this. One was charm-based, you made the subject follow your will, heart and soul. Another was coercion-based, taking away their free will and forcing them to obey. A third was total domination, where the target wasn't even aware they were being subjugated. The list went on and on. Yuki carried out total domination on his subjects, but in Kagali's case, it was more coercion-based, and that was what Veldora was dealing with, too. This coercion could work on several levels as well. The target might retain their free will but still be reluctantly forced to follow orders, or they may have their free will removed entirely, turning them into an unquestioning robot. It didn't seem to me like Kagali had any free will left right now, but what about Veldora? Spiritual life forms all had incredibly strong wills, something that I didn't think could be erased so easily, so I decided it'd be worthwhile to try calling out to him. But Veldora's resistance was just too fierce. I assumed his orders were to eliminate the enemy, i.e., me, but he was just vicious, throwing all restraint out the window. Even with Seal handling Veilgrind for me, Veldora alone was nonetheless proving a tough match. I still had my assorted storm-type skills on hand, so it was possible to cancel out his moves, but with the off-the-charts power he boasted, just doing that kept my hands full. We weren't really in a conversational mood, in other words. That was where we were at when I decided to let Seal defend for me. The control probability thing was tricky, but I trusted that Seal had a handle on it. Now the real work begins, I thought as I tried getting closer to Veldora. Gales of wind were flying around me, but my location was as calm as the eye of a hurricane. It was, really relieving. Everything from Veldora was being offset, and Seal wasn't even as frantic as I was a moment ago. It barely even touched my magicules, and best of all, I was in incredibly good shape. Of course. The demons serving you have been sending you food chain-based support through their soul corridors. Oh, was that it? It felt like I was getting stronger, but thanks to my other allies, I was holding my own against Veldora. Once I was aware of that, there was no way I could fail. After finally reaching a spot right in front of Veldora, I took the opportunity to call out to him. "Sorry to keep you, Veldora. Do you recognize me?" No reply. Well, he did let out a thunderstorm roar, but other than that, nothing. I lashed out at him with my first, unconsciously irritated. But, as anyone could have expected, it didn't stop him. The attack would have needed an element of magic force, not just physical, or else it'd never damage him much. But that was okay by me. My goal was to wake Veldora up, not kill him. For now, I'd just give him a good beating instead. So I continued to hit Veldora in the face as hard as I could. I was actually too close range for much of his attack repertoire to work. A lot of spells and skills would wind up hitting him as well. Being controlled like this, he might keep whipping them out anyway without a care, but I figured Seal would take care of that. A punch. Another punch. Then a kick. But Veldora only roared in response. What do you think about using predation on Veldora and locking him in your complex space? A rather frightening suggestion from Seal, I thought. If that was a yes/no question, I was kinda leaning toward yes, but was something like that possible? Not a problem. Beelzebut is under my command, so if I receive the order, I can immediately put it into action. It's certainly dependable, I guess. It was funny to think that Beelzebut, Lord of Gluttony, this all-powerful ultimate skill, got its start way back with predation, a species-specific slime skill. Thanks to that, it couldn't have been better geared toward me. Handling it was always such a breeze. And now that Seal had further optimized it, I figured it'd work on Veldora as well. Now that I was a Demon Lord slime, a demon slime, if you will, Beelzebut could be invoked from any part of my body. In fact, I didn't even need to make physical contact with my target any longer. It took on more power the closer I was to the other party, though, so now that I was in point-blank range of Veldora, I expected serious performance. Anyway, my mind was made up. Thanks for causing me all this damn trouble, Veldora. Quit making me worry about you all the time. As soon as I shouted it, I immediately tried devouring Veldora via Beelzebut. But then... Qua ha 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 ha. Just a little mistake on my part. Forgive me. I heard a voice in my head I really shouldn't have been hearing. Veldora, right. Indeed, it is I, Veldora the Storm Dragon, your erstwhile ally. It couldn't have been a trap. He was acting like too much of a fool for it to be. That carefree voice, not a thought in his mind, it couldn't have been anyone else. Hey, so you're conscious? Yes. Actually, I detached my core as quickly as I could. I cannot physically speak, but I still have my wits about me. Aha. So he's there, all right. If Beelzebut was working its way through his body, did that make telepathic communication through his heart possible? Either way, I was glad he was safe, but now I was angry for other reasons. So what are you waiting for, then? Regain control of your body. All that worry, and he was treating this like a day at the beach. Did he have any idea how much I was freaking out? I felt justified in complaining a bit about it. I would have done that long ago if I could. But listen to me, Rimuru. Don't you think you should calm down a bit and be a bit more careful? Like I needed him telling me. Besides. Shut up. If I was gonna be calm about this, I wouldn't have done something as crazy as take on 2 true dragons at once. I didn't need anyone to point that out to me. Now that I was calmer, I was actually kind of impressed that I survived. But I couldn't have been too cautious back there. Nothing about dealing with true dragons was careful in the first place. But as I was thinking about this, Veldora was still cheerfully giving me advice. Oh. Watch out for this, I'm about to break out some dark lightning. Stop providing color commentary like a sports broadcast. Even worse, he didn't launch dark lightning at all, it was death-calling wind instead. Seal cancelled it out for me and I'm pretty sure I could have dodged it anyway, but why the hell was he giving me fake advice? You call that lightning? That was death-calling wind. It was about to kill me. My complaints were met with a half-chuckled excuse. Oh, Sorry. Kwa ha ha ha. It seems I've yet to gain a full grasp of my body. I can sense myself activating a skill well enough, but I can only identify it right about half the time. So he wasn't being helpful, then. My enemy had control probability, too, which meant it was likely safer to just ignore Veldora's predictions. All right. You don't need to do that, so can you just shut up for me? It wouldn't be very funny if I trusted random nonsense from you at this critical moment and it killed me, would it? I'm really disappointed in you. This made Veldora start panicking a bit. Wait, Rimuru, wait. I'm doing my best here. Let me help you a little. He was desperately arguing his case, but there wasn't much to back up his claims. I had to put reason first here, not emotion. Besides, I already had his cooperation. Just hearing Veldora's voice did a lot to ease my concerns. Well, I'm just happy you're all right. Veldora responded with his usual energetic laugh. Kwa ha 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 ha. Of course I am. I'm the strongest of all dragons. Right. That was a relief. But then. Besides, it wasn't Ludora who cut off our soul corridor, but I myself. I have never truly lost in battle at all. Huh? What's this dude talking about? What do you mean? Oh, it's simple. When I was busy focusing on that man Kondo's attack, Ludora tried to assert control over me. I was furious about this, the three of them tackling me at once, my sister included. How truly unfair. But I wanted to avoid the worst-case scenario, so I reluctantly made the decision to cut the corridor away. Sounds to me, Mr. Strong Dragon, that you were being a little careless there, weren't you? There's no such thing as fair or unfair on the battlefield. Stop acting like that was so noble of you. What the hell were you even doing? I've been constantly telling you never to let your guard down. Kwa ha 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 ha. I never thought you'd be lecturing me under these circumstances. Veldora seemed to be enjoying this to no end. It was appalling. Appalling and pointless to tolerate any further, so I moved on. So the decision you made was to shut down our soul corridor. Indeed. I reasoned that Ludora's domination would have affected not only me, but you as well through the corridor. So he hurriedly turned it off to protect me? Well, if that's the story he gave me, I really couldn't be mad at him any longer. All right. Great. Well, in that case, sit tight while I take care of this. Very well. I have not a worry in the world. Nice to be relied on like that. Right. I'll have you free in a moment, so hold out a bit. Kwa ha 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 ha. How wonderful to hear. I will trust in that, my friend. So I knew what happened to Veldora. He had lost control over his own body, but his core was still intact. He didn't have the power to regain control at the moment, though, so I'd have to sort that out for him. I didn't expect problems. If his core was all right, I could figure the rest out. Here was one idea. Seal, if we have Veldora's core in hand, would we be able to revive his ultimate ability Veldora, Lord of the Storm? Not a problem. All information related to the skill has been retained, so once a soul corridor is reconnected to Veldora's core, the ultimate ability can be restored. Well, that was easy. In short, all I had to do was consume Veldora in front of me and retrieve his core. Now I just had to make my move, piece of cake. Okay, time to defeat this foe, Veldora the Storm Dragon, the strongest in the land. And so on. We now had a clear path towards solving this problem, so I decided to get this over with fast. There were two problems still in play, my time limit, and the location of his core. In terms of time, I still had a lot of that. We had been using hasten thought to minimize the time spent on that last conversation, so only a few seconds of real time had passed. Even with the attacking and defending that took place in between, I still had over 3 minutes to work with. The problem was the core's location. It was inside his body, close enough that I could communicate with it via telepathy, but pinpointing its exact coordinates was actually pretty tricky. Should I accidentally destroy it in the process, all would be lost, this mission would be a failure, and Veldora would go through the reincarnation process. Normally, You'd never have to worry about this. The core of the creature is the most heavily protected part of it. But in Veldora's case, his core was detached from his main body, leaving it fairly defenseless. A careless strike in the wrong place could wind up landing a direct hit, which would be beyond unfortunate. It'd free him from Veldora's control, I'm sure, but it'd also wipe out Veldora's current personality, and it wouldn't restore our soul corridor, either. That had to be avoided at all costs. If I could devour Veldora all at once, I wouldn't need to worry about any of this. Sadly, though, swallowing him whole wasn't possible, even with my complex space, not without his consent. I could try weakening him and cutting down his magicule count a bit, or I could try some more predation on him, being careful not to damage the core along the way. Now that I thought about it more, actively damaging Veldora's body seemed like a non-starter. Maybe clocking him on the head a few times, like I did before, was kind of scarily dangerous. I came in thinking it'd be hard to damage him, much less defeat him, and now he seemed like this fragile figurine to me. Of course, a bolt or two of magic wouldn't even scratch him, and a random punch or kick would achieve little as well. Only when you add the effects of an ultimate skill to these attacks does the damage become more substantial. Even disintegration, the most powerful of holy magic, could only do a little bit of damage against Veldora's gigantic frame. The durability of these true dragons was no joke, it's what made them true dragons. So, yeah, I think some attacking is safe enough, but you never know what'll happen if you hit someone in the wrong place. That was doubly true now that Veldora didn't have control over his own body. There was just no telling what he would do. Thus, until I knew the location of Veldora's core, it was safest not to launch any attacks. That meant I had just one way forward. I needed to put my nose to the grindstone, use predation to eat away at him bit by bit, and hope I find the core along the way. It'd be a race against time, but I had no other option. Just 3 minutes, but then again, 3 minutes could be all the time in the world for me. Filing the time issue in the back of my mind, I turned Belzebut up to full power and began eating my way into Veldora. My body reverted from human to slime form, not my usual bouncy liquid form, but a kind of viscous, irregularly shaped blob. This was Seal optimizing my shape in accordance with the hostile predation I was engaged in. The more contact surface I had with my target, the more efficient the process was. So my constantly shifting body ate into the surface of Veldora's body, spreading itself around him. But the target was just too big. No matter how far I stretched myself out, I was really just a dot from Veldora's point of view. It was a daunting task, but I couldn't give up now. Throwing all caution to the wind, I accelerated my hostile consumption, activating Soul Consume as I searched for his core. This, too, would have been impossible without Seal's assistance. Looking at that incredible strength it exhibited earlier, I was starting to think it had computational power on a scale far beyond what Raphael had. Guess not only monsters evolve when you name them. Thanks to Seal, things were overall going pretty smoothly right now, but we weren't entirely free of obstacles. To be exact, I was in intense pain. Veldora's body had detected what I was up to, and it was resisting me at all costs. The storm dragon's aura was causing my body to disintegrate. I was trying to consume it while it was trying to quash me, and the battle was only just beginning. Pain, heat, and suffering. I wasn't supposed to be able to feel pain, but it was now coursing across my entire body. Heat shouldn't have meant anything to me, but I felt like someone was dunking me in unbearably hot water. And then the agonizing suffering, something I had never felt before in this world. The dangerous sensation of having my existence wiped out shortly triggered all of my survival instincts. But I wasn't going to relent. I was going to win. I would overcome this agony and save Veldora. And I wasn't alone now. In Seal, I had a more reliable partner than ever before. That's why I was so determined to devour the storm dragon and absorb Veldora's core. If I could achieve that, this much pain was never gonna stop me. Everything all right, Seal? Leave it to me. We're good, then. With Seal's trustworthy reply in hand, I expanded my predation. One thing standing in my way was all the energy I was feeding on. Normally it'd be converted into power for me, but against a true dragon, it didn't work that way. Instead of becoming my power, it was destroying my body from the inside. I suppose dragons are so powerful down to the individual cell level that nothing can ever bind them down. Somehow this dragon got taken over by the enemy anyway, but no point whining about that now. Whenever part of my body is lost, infinite regeneration kicks in to rebuild and replace it. That was one way I could forcibly take in the energy I was consuming. It'd be a lot easier if I could just throw it away, but that wasn't gonna happen. I had to analyze and assess all this energy first, or else I might wind up damaging Veldora's core. It was a really tedious process, but it was still the best way. Such was my decision after conferring with Seal. Now it was up to me to keep going with it. I put my mind on cruise control as I kept up my work. The clock was still ticking, but I was dealing with a huge target. I began worrying that we might not make it, but I still had faith in Seal. We were guaranteed to make it in time. I had some free time, so I performed some analysis work. Would you like to hear about it? What do you mean, you had some free time? I'm kind of in horrifying pain right now. What are you even up to? I was performing an analyze and assess process on Veilgrin's powers, examining her cardinal acceleration while she was isolated in complex space. No, that was a rhetorical question. Wait. You figured it out? I failed to reproduce the power, but it is possible to develop a very similar technique. You're crazy, Seal. Maybe I should just assume that it's reading my surface consciousness at all times. Better be more aware of my mental barriers, I guess. I'll have to think matters through on a deeper level than before. Still, though, getting to imitate Veilgrin's most powerful move, as Seal breathlessly claimed, would be pretty cool. That, despite the fact you can't copy ultimate skills just by observing them. Wait a minute. What else was it analyzing? I decided to ask it directly, despite my trepidation. What else have you been analyzing? Seal eagerly spoke up, as if it had been waiting for the question. Right. I have also finished analyzing Storm Blast. By taking advantage of the remainders from the skill Veldora, Lord of the Storm, this skill is now available for use. Wait. This is major news. I practically don't even feel the pain any longer. That sounded like such an incredibly difficult analysis to make. I was unsure if I could believe it at first. It acted like this was just some side project. No, it is true. And that is not even the important part. Here's the main thing. I couldn't help but have that reaction in my surface consciousness. But whatever. No point hiding stuff from it anyway. It was convincing enough, though. I still had the ultimate skill Veldora, Lord of the Storm, in me. Taking advantage of that, I could see how I could reproduce Storm Blast well enough. That's a pretty damn powerful skill, so it'd be nice if I could grab it for myself. I was happy for that, and despite my initial surprise, I suppose performing that kind of work wasn't too unusual by Seal standards. At this point, I was more curious about what Seal thought the main thing was. So what is that? I have completed analysis of the storm dragon you have been predating. This will make it possible to transform your body composition into the same type as a true dragon. Would you like to carry this out? Pardon. That's a pretty casual way of saying something very disturbing, isn't it? Transforming my bodily composition into the same type as Veldora? And you're asking if I want to carry this out like it's a quick little errand? Now I'm a little confused. If I'm understanding this correctly, does this mean I would become a true dragon? That is the correct way to see it, yes. What? It's the correct way? Like, are you serious? Of course. So, would you like to evolve into a true dragon? Yes. No. He he he, he ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I unconsciously executed a 3-part progression of evil laughter. Still giving me yes/no ultimatums, huh? I thoughtlessly noted as I gave the command. Yes. Instantly, the pain I felt vanished. No pain, no burning, no agony. The storm dragon's aura no longer penetrated me, because I had a draconic aura of my own. Now, the more energy consumed, the more I stored for myself. My magicule count shot ever higher. I was afraid it'd expand to the point where it'd go out of control and explode on me. Not a problem. I will provide perfect energy management. Yeah, I'm sure you will. With Seal, there was no need to worry. Now my true dragon self had an identical number of magicules as Veldora. Then I broke through the limit. With this, a new true dragon was born, and the moment I started being distracted from my current situation, I realized that any further delay in dealing with the storm dragon would be fatal. You have won, Rimuru. I am rather surprised to see you become a true dragon, but it seems my eyes never deceived me after all. Kwa ha ha ha. Veldora, on the other hand, didn't seem too surprised as he rejoiced for me. He was acting like he'd raised me from a baby or something, but it goes without saying that his contribution to this was next to nothing. Besides, it was too early to be declaring victory. Veldora's core was the key to all of this, and I still didn't know where it was. Time to put the icing on this cake, then. Right, let's get this over with. How dare some puppet like this call itself the Storm Dragon? How dare they? Consume it all, Belzebut. At my order, Belzebut devoured the Storm Dragon's body, with glee, I might add, not to mention tremendous speed. Now things were incredibly one-sided in this conflict, the one who eats, and the one who's eaten. The very embodiment of survival of the fittest. The curtain quietly fell on the epic battle. During it, we witnessed an evolution, a new birth, and a bold step into the future. The remnants of the energy that leaked away from me filled the area with a blinding light, the light of blessing, a light celebrating the birth of a new truth. This was the light that my old body, the one that hadn't transformed into a true dragon, emitted as it was converted into pure energy, and even it would be consumed by me as it faded from the world. With that, my goal was achieved in truly perfect form. When the light subsided, there was only one life form left, an indeterminate one. Veldora was gone. And now, as Veilgrind realized, the slime, the demon lord Rimuru, had consumed it. According to what they knew, Rimuru was born from a pool of magicules that had leaked out of the sealed Veldora. But now that slime had consumed the storm dragon, its father, in a way, and become the fifth true dragon of the world. This slime, the ultimate slime, took on the form of a human being after a few moments, a blade in one hand and wearing no clothing. He was between the age of 15 and 16, maybe about 5'3" small, it was fair to say. But the amount of magicules contained within him was not only comparable to Veldora's, it far outclassed him. Those golden eyes, a beautiful almond shape, looked capable of seeing through everything. That hair, silver with a blue tinge, shone white like the moon. He was androgynous, and his face was more touchingly sweet than ravishing, but his divine presence made him transcend beauty itself. Now that pale skin was enveloped in an evil aura of black and gold. He whispered something, an expression of frustration, and the demonic energy covering his body transformed into a divine full-body outfit, jet black in color. This was crafted through the skill create material, a specialty from the demon race, and even though it only used the magicules leaking out from his body, it was impossible to gauge just how strong it would be as armor. Like flipping a switch, Rimuru suppressed the flow of excess energy. Then he grinned out of one corner of his mouth, satisfied at what he saw. Veilgrind was watching from her prison cell, interrupting her energy transfer in the process. She was stunned, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. The battle between Veldora, her own brother, and the demon lord Rimuru should have been overwhelmingly in the storm dragon's favor. It was absolutely impossible for the slime to surpass him in any way. Otherwise, it simply meant that they were equals from the beginning. Is it a coincidence, then? No. Are you saying he just happened to be born right here, right now? It was an astonishing conclusion, reached by Veilgrind as she foundered in a sea of thoughts. But she wouldn't easily admit to it. How could she? A monster who just happened to be born near a true dragon, who just happened to have the right soul to accept draconic energy. The chances were just too small to comprehend. If Rimuru truly was the fifth true dragon to be born, that would make him Veilgrind's younger brother, but it happened because he fed off Veldora, and Veilgrind couldn't abide calling something like that a true dragon. He was something akin to one, at best, and she refused to admit anything so horrifying could exist. Her instincts told her to crush it here and now. It would be the only way to avenge her brother's death. Veldora was her darling little brother, bratty, rambunctious, more than a handful to deal with, but still so boundlessly free. She envied him. Yes, she wanted to use him as a pawn, but it'd only be for a blip in time compared to the length of their lifespans. She certainly had no intention of rubbing him out of existence. Once she was done with him, she was going to give him his freedom back. And now. The moment Veilgrind realized that Veldora was consumed before her eyes, her anger blew away all sense of reason. "My sweet little brother. How dare you!" She let out a raging roar. It was well past 200 seconds, and that roar was enough to shatter the insulated imprisonment. The flame dragon was enraged, with no regard for her own self-preservation, and now she would unleash all her hostility upon Rimuru. "Well, after eating up Veldora, it looks like I've been reborn into a new species. An ultimate slime, apparently, but it now made me part of the true dragons, maybe a quasi-member, but still. I'm really not sure there was anything slime-like about me any longer, but I'll keep that my little secret. Too late to worry about that anyway." So I checked out my new body. My main one, the default form that I existed in without consuming magicules, had grown considerably larger. Or matured, maybe? I was now about as tall as a high school student, a female one, but still. I could adjust my externals to look any age I wanted, so it didn't really mean too much. I just thought it'd be pretty neat to show myself growing like this. The question was whether I could still move around and take action in this body comfortably. My slime form had grown, too, to a diameter of 2 or 2.5 feet. That made me a little too big for a regular person to carry around, so hopefully I could retain my original, smaller package. Anyway, I could work out the kinks later. For now, I had a problem. I was currently wearing nothing. Totally naked. That wasn't gonna fly. This weird aura was flowing out of me, hiding my naughty bits, but either way, very problematic. So I tried crafting some clothes. Tapping create material, a little something Diablo had taught me, I discovered that the process was actually easy peasy. Depending on the creator's ability, Diablo said, you could produce some really nice results with it, and I liked what I saw. Comfortable, for sure, and I think straight up black looks good on me. As for its armor level, well, it turned out to be God class. Whoa, really? God class? Oi, God class? Huh? Neat. Wait, what? This must be exactly what being flabbergasted feels like. I thought I had evolved a little, but I guess this proved it, huh? Perhaps my current power was even more tremendous than I had even imagined. And I suppose I could have seen it coming. The Nimaru and the gang had evolved into awakened demon lords, but thanks to Food Chain, all that power was getting channeled back to me. That was likely one reason, and to that you could add all the power from Veldora I'd just consumed a moment ago. It was too much energy to store in my stomach as it previously existed, but now I had fully analyzed it and made it my own. So all of this had come together to create what I had now. Basically, it's entirely Seal's work. Now I feel like calling Seal simply by its name is rude. Time to pay it some well-earned respect and call it Dr. Seal. Please don't call me that. I thought I heard someone talking, but I didn't care. The good doctor is so wonderful, isn't it? And I'll be expecting big things from it going forward, too. Leave it to me. Great. So now that I had some clothes on, I needed to make sure not to forget the task at hand. Veldora, are you okay? Qua ha ha ha. Quit making me repeat it again and again. But I am quite amazed to see you defeat my body without any hassle. Yeah, well, I was kinda too much in the zone to think about exactly what I did. But I'm so glad this worked out. Veldora and I were both safe, and it made both of us quite happy. And if we were chatting like this, I assumed Veldora's core was unscathed as well. All that remained was to reconnect our soul corridor and regenerate the ultimate skill Veldora, Lord of the Storm. Succeeded. No problems found. Dr. Seal comes through again. Always doing the job without me having to micromanage it. Another perfect piece of work. Okay. So that was one objective achieved. And now that I had Veldora back, I really didn't have any business left with the Imperial Army. But you know what? My anger was just as intense as before, and I wanted to slam it into Emperor Ludora's face. Besides, if I ended the war on this rather indecisive note, it'd doubtlessly lead to future disasters. We'd come this far, so I really wanted to be thorough if I could. As a king, it was my job to eliminate any threats to my realm. Now that I'd regained my sense of reason, I was beginning to think it'd be all right if I left everyone but Ludora alone. But it's important not to let up. I had a job to do, and I had to see it to its end. Maybe I didn't mind ending it here, but the enemy might have had ideas of their own. And as if to prove that point, Veelgrind was still alive and well before me, staring at me and brooding inside her prison cell. I had freed Veldora safely, but for some reason, Veelgrind looked infuriated. Defeating her wouldn't achieve very much for me, so I really didn't want to go through the trouble of engaging her, but if she was a threat, I had to eliminate it. Veelgrind is no longer a threat. Not all of her skills have been analyzed yet, but a full set of countermeasures is in place. Dr. Sealshaw has a lot of confidence. Or maybe arrogance. No, it is the solemn truth. It'd be a travesty if I lost after being told that, but no, maybe I didn't have much to worry about. Even in the last battle, I was fully defending myself against Veelgrind's attacks. With Seal in tow, I could probably shut her down without even struggling very much. There wasn't much point, I thought, in straying from the original plan. I had the opportunity to thoroughly smash the Empire, and I wanted to take it, ending things right here without any bloodshed. Even now, the Black Corps were out in full force. I could see several large hotspots dotted across the battlefield, and nobody else on the enemy's side was worth my attention at the moment. I was going to tangle with Ludora sooner or later, so it didn't seem tactically mistaken to damage Veelgrind here while I could. The Empire still had Lieutenant Kondo and Damrada on their side, and the Emperor's 4 personal bodyguards looked like big trouble as well. Ludora was dominating Yuki's mind, too, and I'd have to dispatch him along with all the other enemies. That, and there should be one more single digit to deal with, if my math's correct. Dunno who they might be, but if they're at least sage level, better keep a sharp eye out. So even discounting Ludora and Veelgrind for the time being, I had 8 powerful foes left. Scanning the battlefield, I spotted several other foes I could classify as threats, presences I decided we needed to wipe out right now. I call them threats, but as strong as they were, they really didn't pose much of a threat to me. Having evolved into a true dragon, my magicule count has ballooned to almost 10 times what it used to be. That earned me major boosts in both the quality and quantity of power I could wield. I really felt like I was far stronger than I was before. I hadn't taken Veldora out, so my fuel tank was topped up. I was firing on all cylinders, essentially, and I even felt like I could give Milim or Guy a run for their money. Whoa, hold on. Can't let myself get an ego. Psych yourself up like that, and you're bound to screw things up. Let's keep our guards up and proceed as carefully as possible. Also, while I was scanning the field just now, I noticed that those threats I detected were already engaged in battle with Benimaru and the others. I did give them their orders, yet the speed with which they executed them amazed me. But were they sticking to that other command, the one about not getting themselves killed? I just hope they don't try anything reckless in the name of lightening my load or whatever, but let's worry about that later. Veelgrind was before my eyes, and she looked ready to fly at me right this minute. I can think about whether to back up my boys down below once I do something about her.
In less than a second, I made up my mind.
The next problem was how I would fight her. Maybe kick off with Release Storm Dragon, part of the ultimate skill Veldora, Lord of the Storm? That would let me call for Veldora, and then we'd go 2 against 1 on Veilgrind and victory would be all but assured. Looking back, I've now realized that my magicule count was rarely, if ever, filled up to maximum in the past. I had a sneaking suspicion this was because I had Veldora in a released, free state this whole time. Veldora and I are kind of one and the same by this point, with both of us capable of resurrecting the other if needed. It didn't exactly work like Veilgrind's parallel existences, but it was still an invincibility code that verged on being unfair. Having to lend him my magicules seemed a small price to pay for that, and Veldora's overflow magic streamed straight over to me anyway, so it's not like this was any inconvenience. If anything, this sort of power circulation had an energizing effect on me. Thus, while Release Storm Dragon came with some disadvantages, the advantages made it all worth it. So I promptly invoked it. My sweet little brother. How dare you? Now Veilgrind was yelling at me. More like how dare she, am I right? Hey! You're the one who struck first. Besides, you tried to get me and Veldora to fight each other. What's up with that? Silence. The mere idea of Veldora being consumed by the likes of you makes me sick. I always knew he was inferior to me, but I cannot believe he would fall victim to a mere demon lord. I refuse to accept his annihilation, and I refuse to ever forgive you for it. Then the furious Veilgrind shot out an absurd number of heat rays at me. They didn't work on me, sadly, but at least I learned a thing or two from our conversation. She was that angry because I had eaten Veldora, she thought I must have killed him, completely eradicating him from existence. I knew an easy way to deal with that: invoke Release Storm Dragon, and everything would be cleared up. But... wait, Rimuru. Veldora himself stopped me. What? I asked, worried. Rimuru, listen to me. My sister is enraged because she thinks I no longer exist, is that right? Sounds like it. So if you can come out and we can explain matters, maybe we can avoid unnecessary combat, you know? You damned fool. Stop being so reckless. If I reveal myself to be perfectly safe right this minute, it would be beyond awkward for me. She'll turn her rage from you to me instead. What a stupid answer. I felt like a damned fool for listening to him. I thought I was going to have a heart attack. It was clear that I couldn't rely on him for anything right now. He's so useless right at the most critical of moments. I wanted to chew him out, but then Seal interrupted me. One moment, please. I would like to take this opportunity, perhaps, to optimize Veldora's powers. I have already received permission from him, so please hold off invoking Release Storm Dragon until the skill reformation process is complete. Its tone was as fetching and courteous as ever. According to Seal, Veldora's ultimate skill Faust, Lord of Investigation, would be revised and evolved into the new ultimate skill Nyarlathotep, Lord of Chaos. Given that this was an evolution, this would come with a tremendous strength boost, but what caught my ear in particular was how Seal already received permission. Apparently Veldora was already aware of him. Since when were you acquainted? He became aware of my existence after your evolution to Demon Lord, Sir Rimuru. Veldora offered further explanation. I was aware of it, but only became fully sure about its presence a few moments ago. In the history of this planet, after all, I've never heard of a mere skill acquiring sentience for itself. But Sin-type abilities are known to contain something like an ego for themselves, so I began to suspect that it might have been possible after all. So Veldora was suspecting something since way back in the Great Sage days. He had been observing a thing or two inside my stomach, he said, and what he saw often seemed strange and mysterious to him. Once that turned into Raphael, Lord of Wisdom, with my Demon Lord evolution, though, he was pretty much sure of it. It turns out he had been holding conversations with it up to that point, apparently thinking it was me all along. I wasn't that bothered about it, but I was kind of curious to know what they talked about. But be that as it may, Veldora was acquainted with Seal. That was the important part. Okay, so you knew each other, and you agreed to its proposal? Is that right? Indeed I did. I was hoping I could take on my own sister, but under these circumstances, Rimuru, I will leave it to you. Glad he's back to his usual two-timing self. That's the exact opposite of what you were saying earlier, isn't it? And Seal's way too eager to mess around with his skills, too. I really didn't think now was the time for this, but maybe it'd be more of a hassle if they tried that stuff while Veldora wasn't confined. Besides, I was kind of interested in testing out my powers. I had Ladora to take on in the future, so I had an obligation to find out how strong I was now. Veilgrind would be the perfect guinea pig for this. Now that the heat was off, no pun intended, I could use her to see how I'd grown in assorted ways. Might as well do it while I can, right? I'll be keeping an eye on my friends, but until they're in real danger, testing my skills will take top priority. I think that would be a good idea. Seal seemed happy about it, too. So I was all set to go, but then it had a follow-up proposal for me. By the way, following my assorted analyses, I am now able to combine the ultimate skills Veldora, Lord of the Storm, and Uriel, Lord of Vows, to form the ultimate skill Hasta, Lord of Starwind. Would you like to proceed? Dr. Seal just never lets up, does it? I'm about to fight Veilgrind here. How much free time would it have, even? It's almost like it doesn't even see Veilgrind as a challenge any longer. Tinkering with skills seems like its new hobby or something, but I really wish it'd save that for regular business hours. For the time being, I had to reject this idea. Hey, you might find a better way to modify them later, right? So how about you take your time thinking about that stuff some other time? Well said, Master. Understood. I will continue to search for greater accomplishments. Right. Glad it agrees with me. I'm not sure what was so well said about it, but at least I can concentrate on the battle now. Besides, Uriel was pretty effective against Veilgrind, and no matter how much of an upper hand I have right now, I don't want to throw away that known advantage. And sure, I might be able to win with Belzebut alone, but this isn't a game. I can't let my guard down, and any failure here would be unforgivable. Besides, I know Seal's thinking way too highly of me. Think I'll only give lip service to its praise from now on. Still, Seal's love of messing around with skills was a little harrowing. Its sights were turned squarely on Veldora at the moment, but he said okay to it, so whatever. The real problem would come after this battle was over. I could tell all my friends who awakened to Demon Lord form would have some major skill mods waiting for them as well. Dr. Seal could work that out in no time, I was sure, and I had a feeling it'd be champing at the bit for the opportunity. Or maybe it was already hard at work? But even as I worried about this, the showdown with Veilgrind was about to begin. The Crimson Dragon and I floated in the sky, glaring at each other. Veilgrind instantly shifted into her human form, and the battle was very suddenly underway. She fired nuclear cannon strikes at me in rapid-fire succession, slashing away with her azure dragon sword. What was the difference between her human and dragon forms? It mostly came down to the difference in defensive force. On offense, they were exactly the same, but the human form was far more energy efficient. That connects directly to being able to fight for longer, so for extended combat sessions, the human form is likely the way to go. But Dragon Mode had an undeniable advantage of its own, the sheer hugeness of it. The scale of her attacks was proportionate to the size of her body, the same power, but a much wider range. That let her take on large numbers of opponents simultaneously, and even if it were just one target, it'd be pretty tough to avoid attacks from such a gigantic creature. Then there's the defense, the real clincher. Finishing off someone so huge required an attack equally large in scale. A sword was unlikely to work, and most magic was just too small in scale to matter. Very little magic worked against true dragons to begin with, but even ignoring that, any magic devised for human-sized targets was useless. It had to work big, or else it just wouldn't cause much damage. So going into Dragon Mode was likely the stronger bet, but Veilgrind chose her human form anyway. And I could guess the reason. Presumably she is seeking to abandon all defense so she may finish you off, Master. Looks like it, huh? I'll go with that, Then, Veilgrin's fiendish rage only served to enhance her beauty. All that rage was focused on her blade, and now she swung it with enough force to cut me in half. But I wasn't about to take that lying down. Leaving my magic countermeasures to seal, I charged at Veilgrind with my own beloved blade, a straight sword of pure crimson steel. Her azure dragon blade was a kind of broadsword. She hadn't been hiding it, but instead created it just now via create material. Its grade was god class, but so was mine, apparently upgrading itself for its new true dragon owner. Veilgrin's weapon was a threat, but I was hardly outclassed. In fact, with a shrill tying, Veilgrin's azure sword shattered. I was pretty surprised myself, but it must have been even worse for her. "What did you do there?" she asked, once she moved a prudent distance away. I didn't mean to do anything, all I did was try to parry her attack. She was really barking up the wrong tree with that question. That is the difference in each weapon's performance. My master's straight sword is a masterpiece forged with the heart and soul of Kurobe. Veilgrin's is an easily manufactured model, a mere amalgamation of magicules. It is god class due to the sheer number of magicules involved, but in essence, it is a blunt cudgel of a sword. That's how it is, huh? I knew there could be pretty stark differences between weapons graded at the same level, but I didn't expect this much difference in the god class. I suppose wielding the same weapon for a long time, really building a relationship, pays off in the end. That's a real good lesson to learn. My current outfit was made with create material, too, after all. Just because it's rated god class doesn't mean I should expect the world of it. Well, I just found out that even in the same weapon class, sometimes the difference can be like night and day. The one you just created turned out to be no match for mine. I doubted that'd be enough to have her give up, but I told her anyway. Veilgrind, who was no fool, seemed to conclude that I wasn't lying, but maybe she wasn't willing to accept it yet, because she kept on producing azure swords from thin air to slash at me with. Only after all of them got rent to pieces did she seem ready to accept reality. Seething in frustration, she promptly moved on to her next attempt. If materialized weapons were useless, I suppose, she'd just have to rely on her own body next. Claws extended out from her hands as she assumed a kung fu-style stance. Seeing this, I put my sword away. "What are you doing?" I was experimenting, of course. I wanted to see how I was progressing, so I stopped relying on my sword. "I'm taking you on bare-handed. It'd just be bullying the weak if I used a weapon. A fight like this is all about goading your opponent. If it made her lose her cool, that would be enough to assure victory for me right there. Don't you look down on me," and it worked. It was almost funny how easily Veilgrind fell into my trap. Now all I had to do was treat this like a chess game and not make any blatantly bad moves. Veilgrind's claw attacks were fast, impossible to follow with your eyes. But I had extraordinary perception speed. Ever since I gave Raphael the name Seal, my mind accelerate skill had been increasing. It was once a million times faster than reality, but now that was up to several 100 million times. I could even follow the traversal of rays going at the speed of light. I couldn't move at that speed, mind you, but that didn't mean I couldn't avoid this attack. This speed boost applied to the casting of magic as well. Spatial transport now worked nearly 1,000 times faster than before. In other words, I could escape from even a light-speed attack with a quick teleport, as long as the attack was a certain distance away. 1 second could be prolonged into 10 or so years, so it was like watching a completely stationary world. It'd be tough for normal people to withstand, given that they couldn't move, either, but through the activation of Mind Accelerate at certain key points, Seal could overcome this for me. It didn't really matter how fast Veilgrind could move. Now that I was at this point, swordsmanship or martial arts weren't necessary for me. I could just push her down with brute force. Veilgrind's superspeed attack was closing in. It was going several hundred times the speed of sound. The old me would have doubtlessly had a hard time with it. No, it wasn't worth breaking a sweat over. "Too slow," I said, goading her further as I spatial transported my way behind her. But she was no slouch, either. Anticipating this move, she immediately reacted to it. Pretty tough cookie, I thought. She really was the best of the best, and there was no discounting that. Oh, you think so? I doubt you can move quicker than me. Is that an application of spatial transport, then? It's impressive you can move so naturally with it without creating any spatial rifts, but once I know the trick, I can deal with it. I thought my taunting would enrage her further, but she was calmer than I expected. That's Veldora's sister for you, I suppose, but Seal anticipated this as well. And the next move she was likely going to make was. But now that I've intervened to keep a given space fixed in time, no one can teleport themselves at all within. Too bad, huh? That's the only way for her to counteract me, isn't it? Veilgrind had spatial transport as well, of course, and she could intervene and put her own rules over a large swath of space around her. Transport via dominate space was no longer possible for me. I could force it anyway, but there wasn't much point if she knew where I'd be exiting. It remained a potential escape route for me, too, but again, she'd know where I'd be going, so it was pretty meaningless. Now that teleport-type abilities were out of the picture, that just left physical speed to decide this. Veilgrind now had the perfect environment to seal her victory. That meant her next move was. I never thought I'd have to use my true clincher moves on someone like you. You think stopping my movement was enough to let you win? Let me show you just how wrong you are. You are a brat, aren't you? If you hadn't killed my boy, I might have liked you. But this is the end now. Veilgrind took a stance. Kicking against thin air, she turned herself into a supersonic bullet, accelerating further as it shot forward. Cardinal acceleration. But the shouted voice was already well behind her. Veilgrind made herself into a crimson meteor, approaching me at the physical limit of sub-light speed. It was changing trajectory, too, making this transformation allowed her to function as a flaming ball of wrath, capable of going in any direction. This, I suppose, was cardinal acceleration in its purest form. Not a straight-line attack, but more of a guided missile that could go anywhere it wanted. A combination of teeming energy and pondering mass, it was the ultimate in destructive attacks. Seal had thoroughly analyzed cardinal acceleration, perfectly discerning its true nature for me. Veilgrind was terrifying enough, but Seal had her beat for sure. I created a Monus like this on what was basically a whim, and that whim would spell the Flame Dragon's defeat. As I planned, Master, I have deployed Belzeboot around your entire perimeter. No matter the angle of contact, predation on Veilgrind will proceed without complications. And that was exactly right. If I tried to eat a sentient target any normal way, it'd be real hard if it tried to resist me. And this was a true dragon. No matter how much of an effort Seal put in, Belzeboot-based predation should have been impossible. Except that, by her own will, Veilgrind had transformed herself into a meteor-style projectile. All of her energy was placed into her attack, and thanks to that, her resistance to things like this had been greatly reduced. And here was the result. Veilgrind was now quarantined in my complex space. How in the world did that happen? I heard her say. The moment she thought she finished me off, she was in a completely empty space. For Veilgrind, it must have been difficult to grasp the situation at first. I'm sure it'd take some time for her to realize she had been defeated. Better spell it out for her. I won. You just sit there and be quiet, okay?
I lost.
That's what happened, yeah. And you can't escape my complex space, so I don't even think your parallel existence can exchange any energy with you. According to Dr. Seal, I had consumed over 50% of Veilgrind's magicules. The replication standing by next to Ladora had about 20%, and the remaining amount, nearly 30%, had been expended and needed to be recovered. Apparently she could recover around 10% of her magicules per day, so she'd be back at just under 50% in 3 days, but since I had this replication inside of me, she wouldn't recover quite that much. Her own sentience existed in both replications, which made exact calculations a little complex, but either way, I just weakened Veilgrind a hell of a lot. If you want the full story, ask Veldora, all right? Veldora? What are you talking about? Veilgrind seemed puzzled, but I think it'd be quicker to hear about this from the horse's mouth. Qua ah ha ha ha. It is I, my sister. I hope you are faring well. Doesn't really look like it, but... Valdora? You weren't gone after all? Great. Hopefully they can talk things over and come to some kind of détente about this. So I now had complete victory over Veelgrind, capturing the majority of her magicules in complex space. Chapter 3, The Battlefield Rages. The Magical Beast Division led by Commander Gradim, numbering some 30,000 troops, took to the skies in their airships. The sight of Veelgrind's valor had kept morale high, and with the enemy right below them, they had a perfect target to exercise their violent impulses on. Listen up, all of you. His Excellency and Lady Veelgrind are personally on hand to catch sight of your exploits. You had best not disappoint them today. I want each and every one of you to be ready to fight. The officers and men serving Gradim responded to his shouted speech with a roar that shook the atmosphere. Gradim liked to see it. It was the perfect opportunity, he thought as he smiled to himself. Heh. Maybe the world is no longer mine for the taking, but there's no doubt that my moment in the sun is here. Caligulio is defeated, and that boy Yuki has failed. I will be the only general left, the greatest of field commanders, and if I perform well in this battle, that's exactly what I'll be. From Gradim's point of view, the Western nations weren't enough of an enemy to trounce. Hinata Sakaguchi looked like she'd put up more of a fight, but he still chided her as a halfwit who couldn't manage anything more than a draw against a newly minted demon lord. Gradim had boundless confidence, and he had the hard-nosed fighting experience to back that up. Gradim the Beast King was the second most powerful man in the Empire. He was born in the Beast Kingdom of Eurasania, which had remained a mere rumor for quite a while, and in fact, he was the half-brother of Carillion, the Beast Master who once led that nation. The beast inside Gradim was a proud, solitary white tiger, and, perhaps not by coincidence, he had such a notoriously selfish streak that he was judged unfit for the throne of Eurasania, long ago. These damned pieces of garbage. They didn't even join me in the Empire, but now they team up with Carillion to plot rebellion against me? I will make very sure that they regret this. Gradim had been building up this grudge for a long time, as inherently unjustified as it was. The previous king of Eurasania was not a skilled warrior, but he had a good eye for people. When he decided whether to make his first or second-born the crown prince, he made the choice based on who he believed was more qualified to lead others. That choice infuriated Gradim, to the point that he murdered his father the king over it. But in the ensuing fallout, he was subdued by Carrion and the three lycanthropeers and banished from the kingdom for all time. This rebellion plot was just a self-serving assumption on Gradim's part. The truth was quite the opposite. Still, Gradim had survived to this day, a testament to his strength. He was a truly exceptional lycanthrope, and if only he had a more decent, approachable disposition, he could have been one of history's greats, with even Carillion marching to his drum. But that was all a what-if by now. Instead Gradim fled his homeland, wandering the continent, and that was when he met his most loyal of followers, the three generals. Nazim, the vermilion bird, was a mutant harpy Gradim met while traveling through the winged nation of Fulbrosia. She had 3 pairs of wings, grey with purple spots, and although she had lost the ability to reproduce, she gained outstanding fighting strength in return. Her striking, Frey-like good looks attracted Gradim's eye, and his invitation to join him was the beginning of their romantic relationship. Bagara, the azure dragon, was the master of an archdragon, a water dragon, to be exact, that Gradim had defeated. He was a warrior getting on in years, but his abilities put him squarely in the middle of the Imperial Knights. Finally Gozaline, the black tortoise, had control over a Lorelei, an exceedingly rare rock sprite. A priestess from a foreign tribe, she enjoyed mastery over a variety of magical arts. She joined Gradim after he defeated her Lorelei. These 3 generals came from 3 different backgrounds, but they all had one thing in common: their strength. Nazim was Demon Lord level, for example, ready to potentially awaken at any moment. And the monsters that served Bagara and Gozaline were both Calamity level threats, putting the two of them at the head of the magical beast division in fighting ability. It was around 300 years ago, after Veldora was sealed away, that Gradim settled down in the Empire. After surviving the Temur War, he was running a de facto bandit gang in Imperial territory when he was defeated by a military strike force. Only when he swore to follow Emperor Ludora did he receive a pardon. Gradim's mission was to defeat the Marshal so he could become number one across the Empire. Along the way, he wanted to take any opportunity he could to murder Ludora and take the throne for himself. In his mind, he had no particular favor to repay the Emperor or anyone else. He only carried out their will because they were stronger. In the meantime, he constantly searched for the right opportunity to turn traitor against them. With the help of the Empire, he would come to rule the world, and someday, he would name himself Emperor and dominate all creatures. He could have such suicidal, reckless dreams only because he didn't know the Marshal's true identity. Ludora and his close confidants could see right through Gradim's intentions. But he was strong, and that made him useful to them. They only kept him alive as long as he kept following their orders, a dangerous balance they had established simply because they shared enough of a common objective. Now, that had been shattered. It can't be. I had no idea the Marshal was Veilgrind the Flame Dragon. I can't win against that kind of power. She is truly fearsome, well beyond even my strength. This was truly something on a different dimension, something he discovered before he could ever hatch his plot. And for that stroke of incredible luck, Gradim thanked the gods up above, even though he didn't believe in any of them. So Gradim changed his mind on matters. He would need to defeat Veilgrind someday, he thought, but it would require careful, step-by-step preparation. Knowing that, he decided to focus on building his military name instead, for the time being. Besides, if anything, this was expedient for him. Gradim's wild instincts were telling him that his awakening was near. Intuitively, he knew he was close to attaining power greater than anything before it. The same was true for Nazim, who always fought alongside him. The exact conditions for awakening were uncertain, but the time was undoubtedly near. That was another reason why Gradim was seeking out any battlefield he could find, and now, laid out before him, was a field full of victims to prey upon. How could he not feel intense joy at the sight of it? He saw a legion of worthy enemies across the battlefield, some giving the impression of massive powers, and the more he defeated, the stronger his faction would become. Heh. Let the merry feast begin. And just as Gradim expected, or even more so, the battle was growing more intense by the minute. The three generals serving Gradim moved according to the purposes of their lord. Their eyes searched for the strong, and now they found it. Whoa, that's King Garzel. Beating him would most assuredly boost my fame. Trying to hoard the best pickings for yourself? You'd better leave something good for Sir Gradim, or you know what kind of mood he'll be in. King Garzel's bravery was known far and wide. Anyone who defeated him would most assuredly become a dominant figure. Bagara's warrior heart raged inside of him. But it was Nazim who felt obliged to stop him. Nazim knew that Gradim was on a personal hunt for King Garzel, so she advised Bagara to give it up. And besides, defeating Garzel would do wonders for Sir Gradim's power. There's no way we can let such a golden opportunity slip by us. That summed up her true intentions, and even for Bagara, serving his master Gradim came first. Besides, Garzel was already wounded to begin with, and as a warrior, he feared being accused of cowardice. Best to play it safe, then, and defeat some handier enemy nearby. All right. Hopefully overwhelming King Garzel will help Sir Gradim grow in strength. Gozaline smiled at Bagara. Don't worry. You'll find many other stout foes here. Maybe not as many as you wished for, but you should find it satisfying nonetheless. And she was right. The battlefield was crawling with powerful figures. Bagara nodded at his companion. There was no need to panic, and Nazim agreed. Sir Gradim is correct. I'm sure the time of awakening is close by indeed. I, Nazim the Vermilion Bird, am bound to be the first to become a true demon lord. Aren't you trying to hoard the best pickings now, Lady Nazim? Now, calm down. I'm sure we're all thinking the same thing. Sir Gradim can focus on King Garzel, and in the meantime, we can run as wild as we please. Nazim spoke for everyone present. I'll take that weakened lizard, then. The dragon youths are still quite alive and threatening, and I think he's their leader. Striking him first is bound to crush their will to fight. In that case, I'll take that sassy-looking lady over there. Anyone who flies through the air without my permission deserves to be taken down a peg. And I will destroy that golem, then. Time to give it some personal insight on just how powerful a Lorelei is. They declared their targets to one another, ensuring there'd be no overlap, and then the three generals set off for their prey. But it was the very definition of counting one's chickens before they were hatched. Just as they predicted, Gradim was targeting Garzel. That was only natural for him. The strategical soundness of attacking the strongest first depended on the situation, but if that strongest had already been weakened beforehand, starting with them first was just common sense. Garzel was defeated by Kondo and still motionless. Now was his best chance. I see you are King Garzel. I am Gradim, Commander Gradim, leader of the Empire's most powerful magical beast division. And I have come to take your head. This was beyond cowardice. It was nothing short of truly despicable, in fact. But for Gradim, it was purely justifiable. The way his creed went, any means that achieved his goal were above board. So Gradim swooped down upon King Garzel, but there was someone in his way. It was Gable the Dracolored, a dragon newt with reddish-purple scales that glowed with electricity, someone previously written off as down for the count. Gwahahaha. I have returned. And your disrespect for King Garzel cannot go unaddressed. TCH. You'd better stay out of my way, you accursed lizard. Being interrupted so close to his prey greatly displeased Gradim. But in another moment, there were far more pressing things on his mind. Bagara the Azure Dragon, the one who was supposed to be handling Gable, had been defeated in a single strike. And Gozaline the Black Tortoise, so eager and excited to face the demon Colossus, was now in tears, her Lorelei smashed to pieces. Only Nazim the Vermilion Bird was somehow managing to hold her own against Soka, the enemy she pointed out among the crowd. Even the soldiers ordered to defend Gradim found themselves helpless against this revived Gable. The difference in strength was blisteringly obvious. So Gradim, having no other choice, tried to step forward himself. But just then, he received an urgent magical call from Major General Zamdo. We're in trouble. Reporting on the local situation, the demon Lord Raimoru has done something terrifying. We must keep His Excellency safe at all costs, and so we're requesting reinforcements here at once. It really wasn't the time for this, Gradim thought, but he managed to swallow the words down. What happened? He drew this giant, this impossibly enormous summon gate. What are you talking about? I'm telling you that he's summoned hundreds of demons, all greater demons or higher. And they've been given physical bodies, too. Each one is above an A in fighting rank, but now they're acting as an organized fighting force. The frenzied concern in Zamdo's excited voice indicated just how unusual this situation was. But Gradim remained unconvinced. The demon Lord Raimoru had done something, yes, but the Empire still had Veilgrind on its side. There was no way a rabble of demons could defeat her, so he failed to see what the big deal was. The real threat was right here, the force opposing Gradim, and he really wanted to focus on that. We're in the middle of a battle here. You're gonna have to handle it with what's available at hand. Gradim practically spat out the words as he tried to end the call. But Zamdo's strained voice stopped him. But sir, we're dealing with a truly apocalyptic demon army. They're far stronger than regular Imperial soldiers. Nonsense. You've got both Lady Veilgrind and the Imperial Guardians with you. They had only one airship deployed over there, the Imperial flagship, but it was manned by the very best forces of the Empire. Gradim couldn't see why they couldn't do anything without his team on hand. That was natural enough of a reaction, and nobody near Gradim could blame him for it. This time, they had simply picked the wrong enemy to mess with. Yes, We do have Lieutenant Kondo and the Imperial Knights with us, but the Demon Lord's main officers are here, and we've got our hands full dealing with them all. Their main officers? No way, thought Gradim. He had assumed that the Dragonute before him was Gable, a top official from Tempest. His strength was certainly a surprise, but looking back on it, there were a few other names mentioned in their advance briefing: Benimaru, Shion, Diablo, and Gobta. The Big Four, as the Demon Lord Rimuru reportedly called them, but Gable's name was not among them. That, Gradim concluded, meant all four were stronger than Gable. And that's not all. I know it's hard to believe, but the Demon Lord Rimuru has committed an abomination that no one could ever have imagined. I know not how he did it, but he has evolved this entire army of demons. Do you understand me? Hundreds of demons, powered up to the equivalent of archdemons. This really was starting to transcend all common sense. Gradim didn't want to believe it, but Major General Zamdo wasn't the kind of man to joke around. He was serious, meticulous, and Gradim had no choice but to believe him. They now had several hundred Calamity-class monsters released on the battlefield. I see. Yes, Zamdo, I certainly understand your concern. Ah, thank you. So please, consider my request for reinforcements. With that last sigh of relief, Zamdo ended the call. Gradim pondered for a moment. Outnumbering your opponent meant nothing if you couldn't outclass them in quality. That was the law of war, and that was why Gradim took such great pains training his forces. If it were only demons, they might be able to manage well enough. But with 2 of his 3 generals down, it was dangerous to be optimistic. If it were Gradim's force alone, he'd just be marching them to their slaughter. Tisk. Did I make a tactical mistake, treating him as a mere demon lord? I may survive this along with the Empire's upper echelons, but we'd lose all of our rank-and-file soldiers to a man, no doubt. And if that's the case, it was too late for regrets. All that remained was to do what he could. And Gradim still had one more forbidden skill to tap. The members of the Magical Beast Division were true elites, all selected and trained by Gradim himself. They were hailed as a group of born leaders, descended from a bloodline of heroes that birthed legends since ancient times, but that had nothing to do with the truth. In fact, they were a set of artificial champions, crafted in a lab by a combination of magic and otherworld knowledge. Each one of them was the equivalent of an A or higher in rank, the best of the best, but they were also granted partners, creatures whose biopolymer data was rewritten to endow them with extra, battle-specific abilities. This was man-made life, created by cultivating magical beasts in captivity and combining the various characteristics they exhibited into one. These pseudo-androids were known as battle chimeras, and it was the lycanthrope Gradim who led research into them. It was through careful examination and analysis of his own transformation mechanisms that the researchers found ways to enhance those who served under him. In this world, there were essentially no limits to research, no ethical or religious lines anyone felt it was taboo to cross. That was why they had achieved results like this in such astonishing speed. Thus it was through large-scale experimentation on living slaves that the most powerful army Gradim had ever hoped for was born. So these A-ranked champions and their battle chimera partners boasted unparalleled strength when they worked together, but their true value had yet to be demonstrated in public. The ultimate aim of Gradim was to find ways to integrate different, divergent traits and qualities into a single being. To achieve this, a special medical skill was developed known as simply the Beast. The existence of this all-important, confidential secret was known only to Gradim and his 3 generals. It was, after all, the culmination of their efforts, the fusion of soldiers with magical beasts. Based on the lycanthrope skill Animalize, the beast ran off the animal elements in the battle chimera, the partner of the person possessing the skill. It combined man and beast into one, in every sense of the phrase, and it unlocked tremendous power for the caster. Instead of trying to tame the equivalent wild beast, it provided you with a super warrior, an incomparable force in battle. However, given the forbidden nature of granting a person the power of a magical beast, this treatment was also extremely dangerous. Once administered, after all, the skill forcibly took effect. It could not be reversed voluntarily. The subject needed to be taken back to the laboratory hospital to flush the drug out of their body. And the side effects shouldn't be ignored, either. In fact, that was the bigger issue. Nothing about the safety of this drug-based skill was guaranteed. According to current research, it was lethal 40% of the time. In some cases, conformity failed entirely and the subject was stuck in magical beast form forever. That had a chance of occurring in 1 out of every 5 cases, and if it happened, your life as a human being was over. Even worse than this was falling out of control. Some subjects gave way fully to their beast side, going berserk, while others stayed in human form and simply lost consciousness, carrying out no further orders. In cases like that, there was nothing to do but dispose of them. That happened at a rate of around 30%, and given its worse-than-death consequences, it wasn't something you wanted to test out on a lark. Those were the examples of complete failure they had seen, and in total, it meant that 90% of cases ended in some kind of failure. It was basically ordering someone to die, and even someone as egotistical as Gradim was hesitant to try it on his own people. He wanted to improve on this drug, increasing the success rate before allowing his soldiers to use it. But under these circumstances, he could no longer be picky. At this rate, the weak would all be killed anyway. Gradim knew that Emperor Ludora was an even more cold-hearted man than he was. The weak, in his mind, were worthy of being nothing but prey for the strong. In that case, administering this drug to his soldiers right now might be seen as an act of affection more than anything. Besides, if any fused beasts went out of control, they'd be useful decoys, and even if they couldn't revert to human form, they'd still be valuable assets. The only waste would be the 40% of soldiers and officers who'd die on the spot, but although there was some uncertainty, it'd absolutely result in a more powerful fighting team than what they had now. That in itself made it the right thing to do. Yes, there were still many unknowns about the drug's effects, and they might see some physical abnormalities, but we're talking 10% of the force growing stronger beyond any doubt. And on the battlefield, quality trumped quantity at all times. For those who knew that ironclad rule, upgrading 10% of your force was a very attractive temptation. The actual success rate, granted, was still unknown. They hadn't conducted enough trials yet, and there was the possibility of unforeseen side effects caused by people's individual physical makeup. Those possibilities couldn't be dismissed, but at least some people would survive with the powers of magical beasts in hand. The most successful of the successful, probably not even 1%, had been found to be perfectly compatible with the process. As a sign of admiration, they were referred to as Chimera Knights. And among those successes, "Guys, I just got a call from Zamdo. It sounds like the enemy's not playing around any longer. I want you to get up and rid us of them." Gradim's countenance was grim. Gable, taking a moment to realize Gradim wasn't talking to him, gave him a suspicious look. But he immediately recovered, tightening up his face and jumping out of the way. A moment later, a flash of silver light coursed over where he was. Dodged that one? I thought it was a perfect surprise attack, but I guess I shouldn't underestimate you." "Underestimate? That's my line. How are you still standing after I gouged that giant hole in your chest?" Confronting the retreating Gable was Bagara the Azure Dragon, a foe he had written off as dead. Said hole in his chest was still gaping, with no sign of ultraspeed or even regular old self-regeneration invoked on it. Any normal person would have died from it long ago, but this was a world crawling with magic born, there was no telling what you'd find. Gable understood that well enough, always checking fallen foes for life signs before declaring them fully dead. But Bagara was unusual. Heh. I remain safe thanks to Sir Gradim granting me his almighty power. Now let me show you my true form." Bagara's cry was answered by a water dragon flying toward him. No, it was not a pure dragon, but instead a battle chimera modeled after one, for Bagara was one of the Chimera Knights who successfully awoke to his true potential. As long as either the soldier or their partner was a beast, nobody would die, another hidden power Chimera Knights enjoyed. Now, thanks to invoking the medical skill the beast, Bagara was able to recover from a fatal wound instantly. What's more, As soon as he and the water dragon made contact, their bodies merged into one. He retained his human form and appearance, but now his skin was covered in dragon scales. His entire aura was different. He had gained significant strength, no doubt. Gable ruefully glanced at Gradim, but concluded that Bagara was the more present danger. So he attempted to focus on a one-on-one battle with him, although Gradim wasn't careless enough to allow that. "This lizard's tougher than I thought. Let's kill it together." "Very well, my lord. I'll take the vanguard spot, Sir Gradim. You have the freedom to move." "All right. You've got me helping you, remember, so don't screw up." Terms like chivalry or bushido weren't in Gradim's vocabulary. He recognized Gable as a valid threat, and so he'd take every measure needed to eliminate him. NNGH. Enough of this. Even together, you will realize how invincible I am. So Gable revved himself up for what was looking to be an uphill battle. The third of Gradim's generals was proving just as resilient as her peers. Just as Bagara was perfectly fine, the Lorelei that was once crushed to pieces was now fit as a fiddle. Ghidorah, piloting the demon Colossus, was keeping tabs on the battlefield. This allowed him to hear Gradim's words, and they made him uneasy. "Get up," he said. Who was he talking to? Just as he was thinking this, he noticed that Bagara was back in action. He hurriedly tried to alert Gable, but before he could, he felt a chill and turned around. Standing there was a girl who had clearly undergone some alteration. Or was girl even the right term? She had the form of a girl, but her skin was a metallic, reddish-black color. Nothing about her was flesh and blood, it was a rock, or to be exact, she had transformed into a piece of magisteel. It was like a polished mirror, a majestic figure that was obviously non-human. "Did you merge with the Lorelei?" "I sure did. You're a wise man, Lord Ghidorah. And quite well versed in knowledge from other worlds as well. But we've taken a different approach." I'm sure you have. And I'll show you what I've come up with shortly, so let me know what you think. Gozaline the Black Tortoise, the girl with the wicked smile on her face, gave Ghidorah a taunting laugh. Then she took a step forward. Ghidorah really wanted to avoid this. He thought he had defeated the Lorelei by sheer force, but it seems that was just an act. That forced him to reconsider just how strong Gozaline was. "Hoo boy. Genetic engineering, is it? I didn't think it was much use in a world of magic, given all the mysteries surrounding the nature of monsters, but quite the opposite, in fact. I'm amazed they've achieved so much in their quest to merge with monsters." He was very impressed at their ingenuity. Monsters came in many stripes, some didn't even have genes as we understand them. There wasn't enough time in the world to do enough research on every single type, and it wasn't likely to produce real results anyway. That was why, in the Empire, genetic engineering was studied only in the field of medicine, but now it looked like the Magical Beast Division was conducting their own secret research, the nature of which was probably too inhumane to disclose. Ghidorah, not all that ethical a person himself, could understand why they put their intellectual curiosity first. He had no intention of lecturing them, but he did regret not being involved in that research at all. Because of that, he had no idea exactly how much this merging would enhance the subject's strength. By the looks of it, he estimated that Gozaline's power exceeded that of the demon Lord Clayman. That'd make her inferior to Sare, a saint, but Ghidorah believed she had an equivalent amount of magicules. Comparing them to the 10 dungeon marvels, she would likely surpass even Zejan before his awakening, and while magicule count didn't translate directly to strength, there was no doubting the danger she posed as an opponent. The Dragon Lords would be no match for her, to be certain. I suppose I, too, had best treat this seriously. My, what an honor to receive such high praise from you, Lord Ghidorah. Feel free to savor this power to the fullest. Gozaline went on the move. The onrush was heavier than a 10-ton truck crashing into you at 200 miles an hour. Even the demon Colossus, measuring over 10 feet tall and weighing in at over 30 tons, was blown straight off its feet. Calmly putting it back in order, Ghidorah shouted out loud. "Purple thunder." A bolt of violet-tinged electricity shot out, as the name implied. It was part of the demon Colossus's armaments, capable of discharging 1,000,000 volts. It should be noted that more voltage doesn't equal more power. This was added to the Colossus mainly because it looked cool. It was mainly for looks, but, hey, it's perfect for scaring the bejesus out of wayward dungeon adventurers. And, amazingly enough, it worked on Gozaline. WHWA? That's not magic. How do you control lightning without any magic? She froze in shock, definitely not because of any damage. Well, it's a secret weapon, you see? Top secret. Sir Rimuru trusted me with it, and that's why I will never be defeated. Ghidorah was riding high now. Analyzing Gozaline's onrush, he found that her entire body structure had been replaced with magisteel elements, a special ability of her Lorelei, he surmised. It was harder and heavier than steel, but Gozaline's motion hadn't been hindered at all, and since her latent power was now at saint level, it was a transformation that simply reeked of cheating. But Ghidorah still had the demon Colossus. Take this, the ultimate in magic weaponry, Demonic Buster. Again, the greatest of armaments fired away. The firing control system was linked directly to Ghidorah's will, so there was no time delay in activating the weapon. Demonic Buster was the most powerful of the weapons on the Colossus, and being the sorcery geek he was, Ghidorah named it as a tribute to the demons. It essentially functioned as a magicule concentration device, working on not only the magicules inside the magic furnace inside the Colossus, but also those naturally floating in the atmosphere, shooting all of them out at its enemies. The term one-shot kill was practically invented for it. The demon Colossus's chest opened up, revealing Ghidorah behind a transparent layer. He placed one palm in front of the other, and from the center of it burst forth a ray of light. This was the base that the Colossus then enriched with magicules, turning it into a sort of death ray. Tisk. The former commander of the magic division strikes again, does he? Gozaline, opting to defend instead of evading, had an expression as hard as stone. Well, here we go. Magisteel ultra-microwave. A small tremor occurred on the surface of her body, a specific vibration emitted by the magisteel. The metal's unique frequency makes it capable of repelling magicules. That's why magic didn't work on it, but now that Gozaline had merged with the Lorelei, she was capable of manipulating the magisteel that formed her body at will. On one side, a ray that compressed magicules, on the other, a metal that dissipated them. The two sides collided, and the winner was Gozaline. What? Ee-hee. Ee-hee-hee-hee-hee. I have survived, and so I win, Gozaline shouted out in joy. Being a spellcaster, Ghidorah's offense naturally relies on magic, but Gozaline's magisteel body gave her an absolute advantage over any magic. Both were well aware of this. That was why Ghidorah broke out his most powerful weapon of all. If it didn't work, there was virtually no way to defeat her. Yes. I give. I never thought you would block this. Ghidorah, too, was one of the strongest people alive. Even if his adversary possessed more magicules, he had no problem forcing them to do his bidding. The difference in skill was enough to let him overwhelm even saints like Sare. But this was one foe who he simply couldn't match up against, a foe who was simply impervious to him. If he couldn't defeat her, then maybe it wouldn't spell doom, but it certainly wouldn't be a victory. So, realizing that the battle wasn't in his favor, Ghidorah wondered what to do. This must be the critical moment. I am not part of Rimuru's inner circle, and I can hardly say he trusts me very much, either. If I don't show a little more backbone here, he'll never accept me as a friend to his cause. The magnanimity of Rimuru constantly impressed him. Despite making no secret of how suspicious he was, the Demon Lord had accepted him after he switched sides from the Empire. Not only that, but he fully recognized his abilities, entrusting him with a major role within Tempest. And life in the land of monsters was wonderful for him. He had access to research facilities that not only rivaled, but exceeded the Empire's in many ways. He had a friend and confidant in Adalman, a full-fledged saint now. He was proud of him for that. And what's more, with their aid, I can truly plumb the deepest depths of my magic research, My most favorite of pastimes. But if I want to live up to their expectations, I have to be of service to them here. He recalled the many monsters hoping to learn magic from him. That was enough to finally firm his resolve. Of course, these memories were somewhat wishful thinking. One monster called him a fool and rejected him, one almost tricked him into becoming a test subject, and a third, far more devoted to the sword than the wand, invited him to train together. But Ghidorah wasn't afraid to interpret things the way he wanted to. After all, one of them got along well with him, they became friends after they both complimented Raimuru's magic, so his memory wasn't completely failing him. That one was Diablo, and Ghidorah had made him a promise: if he could make Diablo admit to his magic gifts, the demon would make him one of their own. That's why Ghidorah couldn't afford to die in a place like this. Raimuru had ordered him not to do anything reckless, but I am not defeated yet. The battle is just beginning, little girl. Ee. Good, good. Then let me carve you up with my powers. Ghidorah shouted, Gozaline shouted back, and the two clashed again. Despite being less than half the size of the demon Colossus, Gozaline was fighting back with all her might. It was a bizarre scene, seeing the far heavier Colossus be pushed back. Gozaline was simply abnormal. Something was stirring on the surface of her back, and now countless tentacles sprouted out of it, their sharpened tips thrusting toward the Colossus. NNGH? Rah! More. Show me more blood. She was heating up, basking in the intensity. The tentacles were made of magisteel, ever so slightly vibrating with frequencies high enough to let it pierce any material as if it were clay. It was called high-frequency mince strike, and it could be applied for a slashing attack as well, and it was that high-frequency mince slash that sent both of the demon Colossus's arms flying. They, too, were made of magisteel, but as a living creature, Gozaline had the advantage. Ugh! This precious machine, entrusted to me by Sir Raimuru. A mere pile of junk before me. It would take a senile old geezer like you to rely on toys like that, wouldn't it? Shut your mouth. A frustrated Ghidorah exclaimed, but he was being nothing but a sore loser. His own body, too, had been gouged by the tentacles, puncture wounds present up and down his body. He was stained with blood all over, but Gozaline couldn't see him, so he kept up a strong front. How persistent of you. You know there's no way to reverse this now, don't you? There's nothing to be ashamed of. Even the most legendary of wizards can't win against the march of time. I have not lost at all. Such a pitiful sight. Two tentacles extending from Gozaline took the form of blades, severing the demon Colossus's legs. Now there were no limbs at all. Submit to me. Swear your fealty, and I will spare your life. Ghidorah's knowledge was too extensive to lose. That was why Gozaline made the offer, but Ghidorah wasn't about to give the nod. You know, I've made it this far thinking mainly about myself first. I have a firm love of magic, and there is no defying that for me. So why would I ever submit to someone who makes fun of magic? Her inner magic nerd was about to blow a gasket. That's how people work. Ridicule someone for what they love, and they'll see that you with rage from deep below. Ghidorah was now burning, his body and spirit united for the cause. It was that anger that made him decide to invoke a forbidden magic. This was the elemental magic sacrifice, a self-destructive spell that transforms life force into violently burning fuel. I was hoping to gain Sir Diablo's recognition and become his apprentice, but oh well. I still have the mysterious art reincarnation on my side. I'll have to say goodbye to this world for a while, but next time, I swear I will plumb the depths of magic. If Ghidorah was given the choice, he would always take a victorious retreat over a deadly defeat. You dare to defy me? Then I have no use for you. Die. And you as well. A tentacle pierced the chest of the Colossus, where Ghidorah was located. A moment later, a dazzling flash of light gushed from it. It was a light that burned everything it touched, the flames of the elemental magic sacrifice. What? This is what you were after. But Gozaline's words were swallowed by the flames of life, disappearing into space. All that remained was one small flower blooming on the ground. Gable was fighting at a distinct disadvantage. Gradim was strong, yes, but even more troublesome was Bagara, who had tapped into his power as a Chimera Knight. This made him notably different from before, his power so great that even the current Gable couldn't underestimate him. In terms of magicule counterlone, Gable was ahead, as he was when it came to spear skills. But when looking at overall strength, there wasn't such a large gap between them. He was someone Gable might let beat him if he wasn't careful, but he had two foes to deal with right now. And Gradim was free to attack from any angle he wanted, distracting Gable from Bagara. And he had something else to worry about. That was Soka, who was fighting one of Gradim's other generals. Nazim the Vermilion Bird appeared to have the strength of a demon lord. She seemed to be of the same race as the demon lord Frey, and Gable suspected he was a close match in terms of strength as well. Thus, in his judgment, Soka was no match for her. Soka had been strengthened by Gable's evolution, yes, becoming one of the most capable of upper-level magic born, but she was still just the second in command of a demon lord. She lacked the strength to take on one herself, and victory was pretty hopeless. She was still alive because Nazim was having fun tormenting her, extending her fate. Gable, aware of this, was anxious to provide some support, but Gradim and Bagara were formidable. "Forgive me, my sister," he said to himself as he kept focusing on them, "but please hold out for me." Then Gable was hit by another shock. There was a flash of light down on the ground, and at the center of it was Lord Ghidorah. Lord Ghidorah? The thought communication didn't work. And that meant just one thing. To make matters worse, he could see a small figure standing up off the ground, Gozalion, one of the three generals, sorely wounded but still safe. Gable, unable to hide his agitation, was then targeted by a spear attack from Bagara. "Come on, come on, come on. If you aren't paying attention to me, you must think you have this one, don't you? Gwahahaha. Of course. You will know that you are no match for me." It was big talk, but Gable had no time to spare. The odds were against him, and even now, the word retreat was starting to take shape in his mind. But then he received some reinforcements he never could have imagined. "Hey! Looks like you're in trouble. Need a hand?" The voice was unexpected, but it belonged to someone Gable knew well. "Why can't you be honest with yourselves, We asked Millen to transport us because we were worried, you realize." And there was another, the beautiful queen and ruler of the sky. "Lord Carillion. Lady Frey. Why are you here?" Carillion laughed at Gable's surprised question. "That can wait for later, can't it? Let's get rid of these guys first." Frey nodded in agreement. "We're in an alliance, aren't we? It's only natural that we'd send out reinforcements. So we're joining in, and we'll work under Sir Benimaru's command." The Beastmasters' warrior alliance serving Carillion numbered less than 100, but each member was an army in themselves. The Heaven Flyers, Frey's close assistants, were the same way. Warrior-type harpies were a rare sight, but they were still notorious for their well-honed skills. There weren't many of them, but they couldn't have asked for better reinforcements. "I am glad to see you," Gable said, deciding to accept this rather than fret about it. He sent a message to Benimaru for instructions and received an immediate response. "We are having Moss send us an update on your situation over there. Don't let your guard down, Gradim's up to something, to be sure. Keep an eye out for their rank and file soldiers." The orders were straightforward, just the main points, no specific instructions on who should take on whom. But Gable liked it that way. It made him feel trusted, depended on. "Very well. Sir Carillion, I would like you to handle the enemy's main commander here." "Heh. Smart choice there. He's the scourge of every lycanthrope, I'll tell ya. I wrote him off as dead long ago, but seeing him alive's the biggest shock I've had all day. Can't wait to put an end to him myself." That was Carillion's intention from the beginning, so he was more than happy with these orders. "And will that bird girl over there be my adversary?" Bird girl would describe you, wouldn't it? Gable thought. But he wasn't stupid enough not to realize the consequences of saying it out loud. He was still concerned about his sister Soka as well, so Frey's offer was fine with him. Can you do that for me? He asked, trying to sound like a leader. Right. I'll be off, then. Frey glanced over to the two twin wings next to her. You handle the rest for me. Good luck, Lady Frey. She nodded at them and took flight for Nazim, the vermilion bird, who was continuing her beating of Soka until she noticed Frey coming. Frey. I am the true queen. And today I shall make amends for our long-standing grudge. Unbeknownst to Frey herself, Nazim was her twin sister. A mutant born with great powers, she was unfortunately sterile, unable to reproduce, and in the female-dominated society of the Harpies, a queen who cannot bear children was simply unacceptable. It wasn't Nazim's fault at all, but she was disqualified from the moment she was born, and what's worse, the queen at the time opted to expel her from the land, fearing she'd be a harbinger of future calamity. So, while wandering the land, Nazim was picked up by Gradim, and before long, her anger and hatred toward her own people began to grow. And now the symbol of that anger, Frey, was right in front of her. With an odd-feeling mixture of joy and resentment, she flew up to intercept her. Well, Carillion casually said as he watched from a distance, let's get started over here. Gradim gritted his teeth. Don't look down on me, you bastard. Looks like Frey's dealing with her own flesh and blood, huh? Guess that's fate at work. If we hadn't come to help out, I never would have had this opportunity, eh? Opportunity? Yeah. The chance to kill you, and prove once and for all that I am the strongest beastman. The hell you will. That's my job. Carillion and Gradim had quite similar personalities and ways of speaking. They possessed fierce tempers, and in a way, even the world wasn't big enough for the both of them. Carillion was right, this battle was driven by fate. Let's go. Come to me. I'll show you the difference between us. Invoking his unique skill Royal Beast, Carillion attained his true form as Beast Master, fully armored, and ready to go all out from the start. Gradim, meanwhile, held the power of the White Tiger, which he hadn't even broken out against Gable. This solitary tiger, clad in the Empire's military uniform, was ready to intercept the would-be king of the beasts. There were now two sets of combatants on the battlefield clashing mightily against each other. Gable was now confirming that the new reinforcements were moving in accordance with Benimaru's instructions. It all went very smoothly. Much like Team Kurenai and Team Hiryu, they were all under the command of Dolph, leader of the Heavenly Regiment. More detailed orders were given at certain key points, but Benimaru had decided it was better to leave most of that work to officers on the ground. Gable, for his part, supported this decision. He imagined that, much like himself, Benimaru would be busy fighting the enemy's top leadership. And it looked like this was the right decision to make. Although each individual member of the Empire's Magical Beast Division fought at a high level, their maneuvers as a group weren't all that praiseworthy. Despite being outnumbered, the Allied forces were able to maintain their front lines through skillful coordination. Even so, there was no denying their disadvantage. The reinforcements were thus more than welcome, and now they were about to stage a counterattack. All right. Things seem to be going well. Soka's back to healing herself, and I need to do my best as well. Distracted with me in front of you. Not a good idea. Gable, watching the battlefield, was threatened with a spear attack once more. Bagara was his opponent. Gradim had left with Carillion, but the battle with Bagara was still going. Gwahahaha. We are under orders from our commander. I'm afraid I can't focus strictly on you right now. Then you sorely underestimate me. And that wouldn't be the other way around? If Gradim had tackled us seriously from the start, after all, I'm not sure I would still be here. PFFT. The Great Beast King doesn't need to treat the likes of you seriously. Gable shook his head, exasperated. And that is what letting your guard down means. It is said that a lion expends his full effort to catch even so much as a rabbit. And in a world where might makes right, it's only polite to give your all against whoever you go up against, isn't it? He flashed a brazen smile. But despite his words, the thought of his friends flashed into his mind. Quite a few of them, he thought, didn't expend their full effort against their enemies at all, Diablo chief among them. Gable would occasionally challenge him to a training battle, only to get beaten by a pulp without so much as a serious effort from him. Well, there's an exception to every rule. Besides, if he really tried against me, it'd be over in an instant. I have no right to complain. We may have the same position, but there's just so much of a difference between us. That's the sad reality of it. Rimuru, at least, acknowledged his talents enough to put him among the 12 lordly guardians. Gable was proud of that, but he also knew where he was in the pecking order. Awakening and becoming stronger helped him better realize the strength of Diablo and the other demons. Even the 3 demonesses who didn't get evolved at the victory celebration were far more powerful than Gable currently, and if so, the stronger, and now evolved, Diablo must be up to unimaginable heights. He could never beat him, and he was all right with that, but if he gave up on improving himself now, it really would be the end. No, as long as he could keep chasing after him, it didn't matter if he couldn't win right now. Such were Gable's thoughts, as he strove to keep his ambition to improve. Being that way, he knew what true strength was, and although it was still just imagination on his part, he instinctively understood that true strength wasn't what the likes of Gradim and Bagara had. Thus I shall never be defeated. Nonsense. Your army is already doomed to failure. You owe us a great debt for allowing you to die before you witness the true hell that awaits you. Bagara sharpened his attack. Gable carefully parried it. Are you talking about the transformation of your soldiers? I'd like to know what they did, exactly. The moment Gable pointed it out, Bagara slowed down. He stared at Gable, looking a bit perturbed. Oh. You noticed? Of course I did. We have a very talented commander. Well, you're still too late. The order has been given, and all that's left for you is to die in despair. As proof, Bagara pointed out the now fully recovered Gozaline. Very impressive healing. But anyone with our strength would be capable of that, no. Gable had noticed that Gozaline was back in good shape. That much wasn't surprising. But Bagara still gave him a bold smile. No, not Gozaline. Around her. A chill ran down Gable's spine. There he saw a pile of fallen Imperial soldiers. Why was Bagara proudly pointing them out? He couldn't understand. And besides, actually, when did these soldiers die? The enemy boasted high numbers, so he didn't give it much thought before, but this was a truly extraordinary number of dead. Looking closer, he realized that many enemy troops were leaving the front lines and going back down to the ground. Tracing their paths, he found that a large number of them were all but helpless, coughing up blood or collapsing on the spot. What? Did you notice? They're just dying on their own? That's right. Sir Gradim has made his decision. They shall all now face a great trial. Bagara gave Gable a loud, hearty laugh. The maniacal laughter echoed across the battlefield, chilling the hearts of all who heard it. And Gable, too, was horrified by what he saw. Now, he realized, something terrible was happening. Gradim, the Beast King, had issued a command, the very highest level of secret orders. All troops, listen. Zamdo has informed me that His Excellency is in danger, and our treacherous enemies have also summoned a legion of evil demons. Their strength is unknown, but we estimate that it's more than you can currently handle. If nothing is done, we are likely to take severe casualties. Thus I have decided to tap into our last resort. You must offer to us your courage and your loyalty. Activate the final trump card I have given you, for then you will gain the power to defeat the demons. He had given the order to his 3 generals first, followed by the rest of his troops. The drugs, their energizers for when all hope was lost, had been distributed to them all in pill form. Their use was heavily restricted, however, they couldn't be touched without an order from Gradim, their commander. That came in the secret orders provided just now. Humph. Succeed in this, and you will gain immense power, and sometimes, you will survive with only a few side effects. Do not hate me for this. Hate yourself for your failure to adapt. Such were Gradim's inner feelings. He was an almost refreshingly self-centered man, hardly hesitating to order his troops to die. It was a cold-hearted decision, but it was also true that the demons were likely to overrun them otherwise. He was asking his soldiers to bet their lives on gaining untold power, but it was, when seen from the correct angle, the right thing to do. The soldiers promptly carried out their commands. They hadn't been informed of what the pills did, exactly, so there was no hesitation. Thus they all invoked the forbidden medical skill the beast on themselves without even realizing what they had done. The effects of this slowly poured over the bodies of the magical beast division troops. It was still mid-battle, so the effect wasn't very obvious at first, but as time passed, things grew more apparent fast. The ground was filled with corpses, the sight Gable had just laid eyes on. Already, a number of berserk troops were running for the front lines. Team Kurenai, Team Hiryu, the Beastmasters Warrior Alliance, and the Heaven Flyers were all forced to fight hard against them. But there were also those confused and bewildered, but not defeated, by the changes within themselves. Those were the true warriors Gradim sought out. 10,000 immediately died. 5,500 were completely, irreversibly transformed into magical beasts. 5,000 made the transformation, only to lose all reason and go berserk. 5,000 transformed into a human beast form, also going berserk. 4,000 became beast warriors imbued with animal powers. And 400 awoke as chimera knights. It was fortuitous for Gradim that the probabilities worked out pretty much as he had anticipated. There was ample reason to believe the results would have turned out much worse, given the relatively small group of test subjects. The magical beast division, as a result of this, was now much smaller than it used to be. However, its power as an army had skyrocketed. The berserk members of the division promptly met their end. They had some value as decoys, but once they lost their minds, there was really no going back. Gradim was mentally prepared to write them off without regrets. Among the survivors, half, around 10,000, could still retain their intelligence as they fought. That was a little more than Gradim expected, and while more than half of them could never return to human form again, they were a valuable fighting force. Gradim was satisfied enough with that. But most of all, they now had 400 Chimera Knights, and with them, they would never lose to anyone again. Brooding over this, Gradim nodded in satisfaction. Still, it was too early to relax. It took a long time to reach these results, but they still needed to reorganize their forces on the field. He wanted to take personal command, but unfortunately there was an obstacle in his way, Carillion. For now, he'd have to rely on his 3 generals. Bagara the Azure Dragon was fighting Gable, Nazim the Vermilion Bird was in fierce combat with Frey. That left only Gozaline the Black Tortoise. Gozaline, reform our forces at once. Very well. I am delighted to see the results were even greater than expected. Indeed. Get to work at once. A quick telepathic message was all it took. They really should have closed their ranks while they had 10,000 berserk half-beast decoys running around, but at least Gozaline was safe, which relieved Gradim greatly. As selfish as he was, he still trusted those he deemed worthy enough. Ha! Too focused on your troops to bother with me, eh? Of course. I command an army, you realize. I am not a wild beast. And you just commanded most of them to die, didn't you? Don't make me laugh. That is the nature of war, you fool. If you cannot make a similar commitment, you never deserve to rule our land. And did I hear that you were kicked off your demon lord throne by a newcomer? I feel sorry for the men and women who served someone as powerless as you. Shut up. Carillion slashed at Gradim in anger, but there was too much impatient urgency in his attack. Much as he never wanted to believe it, Gradim had grown far stronger than he expected. Whoa, that attack won't do much. You barely look like you're jogging toward me in my eyes. With that light-hearted remark, Gradim moved behind Carillion, a set of large claws equipped on his right hand. These were his white tiger claws, each emitting a silvery white sheen, a god-class weapon both named after him and lent to him by the Emperor. He had since transformed them by his own will, and being god-class, they could slice through any opponent, even spiritual life forms. Given Gradim's near-divine speed, they were an excellent match for his fighting style. So Gradim used his well-honed footwork to keep Carillion at his mercy. Even the Legend-class armor protecting Carillion was about as good as scrap metal against the White Tiger claws. "What's wrong, huh? Didn't you say you were going to kill me? Was that just a lot of big talk, or what?" "Ah, shut up. Tisk. I thought it'd be easier to kill you, but this ain't goin' at all like I thought." Carillion, too, had grown much stronger. All that training with Milim had done wonders for him. It allowed him to continue fighting this bout without taking a lethal blow. In a way, Gradim was even more surprised about that. Any difference in weapon strength had a direct correlation to overall battle strength, and he assumed that difference would end the fight a lot sooner than now. The two were very similar, including in their abilities. But while Carillion had an advantage in latent strength, Gradim had the edge in weaponry, and overall, that gave him a leg up. Gradim, clearly understanding this, moved to finish off Carillion while ensuring he kept himself protected. But then, at that moment, something happened that Gradim never could have predicted. "What? I'm surging with power." This was the sign of an oncoming evolution, the start of his own harvest festival, the progression to Demon Lord Dom. But awakening under these conditions posed a major challenge for Gradim. "Why am I so tired?" He was already unsteady on his feet. Carillion, not one to miss this opportunity, fled from danger and recomposed himself. "What's the matter? Exhausted already?" Then he observed Gradim more closely. Something was clearly happening, but was it good or bad for him? Gradim was clearly gaining power that was visible enough to anyone watching him. Magicules were swarming around him, an enormous aura flowing out from his body. But Gradim himself seemed barely able to stay on his feet now. "What's going on? This isn't that awakening thing, is it?" Carillion suddenly recalled a story he'd heard recently. At Rimuru victory party, according to the tale, he held an evolution ceremony on his officers, but some of them were so stricken by irresistible fatigue that they had to leave the event early. "You have to go to sleep for a while on the way to becoming a true demon lord, right? And that's exactly what's happening to this guy." The Beastmaster was no dunce, but he wasn't the most quick-witted person in the world, either. Right now, however, he was demonstrating great insight. Perhaps the life-threatening situation was sharpening his brain a bit. Frey suggested that evolution requires a certain number of souls, and Gradim's troops are dying by the thousands around us, ain't they? Indeed, the conditions were in place. Ascending to a true demon lord requires a large quantity of hate-driven souls. Not all of them bore a grudge against Gradim, of course, but enduring all the hatred of those you have killed was one of the trials required for the awakening. This was happening to Gradim right now, in the middle of an intense battle, and he was completely defenseless. It was simple cause and effect, really. The soldiers who trusted Gradim must have felt terribly betrayed, their souls marred by hatred toward their commander. Carillion couldn't read the situation that far, but he still judged it as both a great crisis and a great opportunity. Guess heaven's on my side after all. Wait a minute. It's always been about you your whole life, hasn't it? Time to pay for that. No. Think calmly about it a moment. You may call yourself the strongest only if you beat me when I'm in perfect condition. This will be nothing but a half-hearted victory for you. You will rue it the rest of your life. Gradim was deeply concerned. Failure to act right now would assuredly kill him, but he was racked by fatigue he could do nothing about. It was all so unexpected that he couldn't think of any measures to take against it. He turned toward his dependable generals, but Bagara and Nazim were locked in fierce combat, and while Gozaline was merely reorganizing troops, the onslaught she faced from Rimuru's forces meant that she couldn't just run to Gradim's aid. At that very moment, nobody could help him. He fell to his knees. God damn it! I finally made it here. One more step and I would attain ultimate power. He could feel that power erupting within him, and an equally strong sleepiness that it was futile to resist. Once he awakened, he could defeat even Veilgrind. He could picture it already, but reality was much crueler to him. If not even Rimuru could resist this ordeal, there was no reason why Gradim could. Now his face was a muddle of tears and frustration. This. You can't do this. You can't, damn it. With that final shout, Gradim fell asleep. And if a would-be demon lord failed to survive this ordeal, they faced death. Well, ain't you lucky? You get to have a nice, peaceful death in your sleep. So long, then. Beast roar. Carillion was not one to show mercy at a time like this. Maybe it'd be a different story if he still saw himself as an almighty demon lord, but now he was just the commander of an army. He had come to reinforce his allies, and so it was only natural that he'd place victory above his own pride. Thus a man burning with ambition, one just a single step away from reaching even greater heights, was defeated by Carillion. The first people to be thrown by this unimaginable defeat were Gradim's 3 generals. They were stout allies, fascinated by the Beast King's path and sharing in his dreams. Their anger and grief were palpable enough to affect the entire war situation around them. The first to react was Bagara. He stopped engaging Gable, turned on his heels, and rushed to Gradim's side. Sir Gradim. Everything below Gradim's head had been obliterated by Carillion's beast roar. The chagrined face told the whole story. It would be impossible to revive him from this state. Oh, how horrible. Right when his long-cherished wish was almost fulfilled. Gable arrived, following the lamenting Bagara. He remained on guard, his treasured vortex spear pointed straight at him. Sir Carillion, he said, eyes still on Bagara, my congratulations for your great victory. I am truly amazed by your brilliant authority on the battlefield. He was offering praise to Carillion for defeating an enemy general, and he meant every word of it. Gradim, with his god-class offense, was more powerful than Gable despite not even being a demon lord yet. And even if it was a coincidental stroke of luck that sealed it, it was only natural for him to commend Carillion. But the receiver of this praise looked oddly pale. Whoa, I hate to say it, but he didn't just. He was deep in thought, seemingly unable to give Gable a coherent reply. What is the matter? Gable wondered if he was feeling well. Carillion turned away, looking terribly concerned, and then he gave the shocking truth. Sorry, guys. I know I came all this way to pitch in, but it looks like it's over for me. What? Are you hurt? No, not that. It's that awakening thing. I think the soul's Gradim was supposed to get her all swarming for me instead. Man, what a curse. Now I get why he was so damn defenseless. What? Carillion's tone was self-mocking. Gable, sensing the levity of the situation, couldn't hide his shock. So, yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm going to sleep right here. Try to protect me when you can, all right? But of course. You may rest assured of that. Gable smiled, hoping to reassure Carillion. Carillion returned it, then turned his back to him. Hope I see you guys when I'm back up, he said, and then he fell asleep. He took it as stoutly as possible, but that's just the way evolutionary sleep works. Bagara was less than excited about this. If things had been any different, he would have been running guard duty, not Gable, and it would be Gradim enjoying his slumber at the moment, not Carillion. No. Never. You will reap all the benefits after doing nothing at all to sow them. I refuse to let this pass. He seethed at Gable and Carillion, enraged. In his hand was a shining relic of Gradim, his white tiger claws, a god-class weapon that embodied and projected the will of anyone it acknowledged as its master. White tiger claws, lend me your power. We must avenge Sir Gradim. The claws shone more radiantly, as if responding to Bagara's call. Then the light converged into the form of a single spear. Ah! You have recognized me as your master. Bagara rejoiced. In his hand was the newly reformed white tiger claws, now called the Azure Dragon Spear. Your name was Gable? Then let me kill you and dispatch the thief who lies before us. Ha! I, too, have made a man-to-man promise. Know that I will never allow the sleep of Sir Carillion to be disturbed. With that roared-out challenge, the battle between the two giants resumed. As she soared through the air, locked in high-speed combat, Frey was also sizing up the ground situation. For this, she used the extra skill Celestial Eye, a form of vision that observed a given range and offered a panoramic view from corner to corner for the user. Oh. So that's how evolution works. Her keen mind immediately told her what was happening on the ground, giving her the right answer even as she kept fending off Nazim. No. Sir Gradim. They say luck is a part of one's skill, and I suppose it's really true. You. How dare you mock Sir Gradim? You can't even lay a finger on me. That was not my intention. I was merely stating facts. I didn't mean to make light of you. And it's not that I can't touch you, it's just that I haven't yet. I wish you wouldn't jump to conclusions like that. Frey, a passive woman who rarely made bold moves on her own, possessed commendable force as a former demon lord. Her magicule count didn't hold a candle to the vermilion birds, but a mixture of speed and technique let her hold her own well against Nazim. Big talk, coming from someone who's done nothing but evade me so far. We'll see who has the bigger mouth once this is over. She held her own verbally as well. Some people have a natural gift for making other people dislike them, and Frey was very much that type. Not even the demon lord Milim could outclass her on that front. And Frey wasn't just fleeing her opponent, either, she was observing her, looking for weaknesses. Strength-wise, she had nothing to beat her with. She was faster, but Nazim had more endurance. She appeared to be in a losing battle, but then again, victory can often arise from unexpected places. You're panicking, aren't you? What? Where did that come from? I finally gained the power to see people's souls. My eye has adapted to it, but let me tell you, having this insight is so convenient. Frey could tell that her celestial eye had improved itself. It made her smile. This could give her an advantage after all. And the information she just received, she felt, would be the key to her victory. What are you seeing? Nazim's talons grabbed Frey's upper arm as she spat out the words in disgust. This small victory made her grin. Harpy claws have a magic interference effect that can block the skills of anything they grab. Ah ha 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 ha. You're a fool, you know that? So engrossed in conversation that you let me catch you. Her tone brightened. She was assured of victory, and that just proved she was panicking all along. Frey remained calm through the crisis, observing Nazim, checking over every action of hers. Take this. Shock wave. So Nazim's barrage began, seeming to make this a one-sided affair. Frey's clothes were torn by the impact, but her expression wasn't contorted by anguish. She continued to coolly observe Nazim. It struck her foe as strange, but she dismissed it as a bluff. It pained her to admit it, but her twin sister Frey had a sharp mind. Nazim was the more powerful fighter in terms of simple force, but a crafty trickster like Frey was a handful to deal with. Trying to con your way out of my talons, then? No. I'm sure she's looking for an opening, trying to turn the tables on a moment's notice. So Nazim continued toying with Frey, believing that a continued attack was her best option. But Frey remained utterly unconcerned. Maybe a little more? It was a small muttering, but it rang loudly in Nazim's ears. What? She demanded without thinking. You're going to awaken pretty soon, aren't you? Your magicule count's rising more and more compared to when we began, it looks like. And once you awaken, I suppose you'll fall asleep like Gradim. That's all I have to wait for, huh? Frey was smiling like a fiend as she spoke. Nazim turned pale. Yes, she was aware of the symptoms she was feeling. This, indeed, was the cause of her panicked impatience. Frey had her all figured out. So what, then? I'll just kill you right now and retreat to a safe place. The gut-wrenching truth to Frey's words only added to Nazim's disquieting alarm. She had to be rid of her before the evolutionary sleep began. It was the only way. With that decision made, she turned her fierceness up a notch, attacking with her full force, but she now lacked the means to realize this was exactly what Frey wanted. Shock wave. A fierce electric shock churned its way through Frey for the nth time. But it didn't burn her, or even hurt her at all. The impact threw her off balance a bit, but otherwise, nothing. This is madness. How can she be so carefree about this? But by the time she realized as much, it was already too late. Looks like you're wondering about something? But now I'm sure of it. Our mother, the previous queen, wanted you to be happy in a world where our flock was irrelevant. What? If you knew the queen's secret, you would have to be killed. That's why she banished you without telling you anything. Don't give me that, Nazim shouted in a rage. How could a newborn chick survive after being abandoned like that? She had every intention of leaving me for dead. But Frey calmly dismissed her. And yet you survived. That is proof positive that someone was taking care of you in hiding. Mother always did spoil you like that. Question mark. It was something Nazim always wondered about. She questioned how she managed to survive in her very young days, before she could even remember. It was her mutant instincts, she presumed, that saw her through that ordeal, but after hearing Frey's words, she began to wonder if there was another explanation. Still, after all the hatred that had accumulated in her mind, Nazim wasn't about to change her stance. You're bluffing. Now I'm onto you. You're trying to trick me and gain the upper hand, yes. It would have been cute of you to simply beg for your life, but your pride as a former demon lord wouldn't allow it, now would it? Frey, having exhausted all other options, was making her believe she had some grand scheme ready to take her down. Thinking about it this way made sense to Nazim. In fact, she was all but forcing her mind to make that conclusion. So, assuming she was being hoodwinked, she upped the intensity of her electricity. Die. Maximum shockwave. The full force of her violent electrocution attack struck Frey. And that was the moment she had been waiting for. It's too bad. You were let off the hook, and now you've come back yourself to die. Huh? There is only one queen. I killed our mother in order to seize her throne. And if you hadn't been abandoned, we would have had a duel to the death as well. Then I would have killed you. As a rare fighter-type harpy, Nazim had absolute confidence in her battle skills. She lost out to Frey in flight speed, but conquered her in everything else. There was no way she could lose in a fight, and even now, she was on the verge of victory. She wanted to sneer at Frey and her act, barely worthy of being called the mutterings of a sore loser. But Frey's next words made her change her mind. A harpy queen needs to have certain abilities, you see. One born with them may be recognized as the next queen. The mistake you made was being born as part of me. Quit going on like you know absolutely everything about me. Oh? Well, let me give you the executive summary, then. The queen has an incontrovertible advantage against all attacks from her own king. In other words, I have immunity against all harpy-based offenses. Don't lie to me. That's absurd. There was a corner of Nazim's mind wondering if this was true, but she dismissed it as impossible. If that story was true, then it instantly contradicted Frey's claim that she killed the previous queen. I'm sure you're trying to throw me off guard with your lies. You should have thought of something more plausible. It's a sad thing that you don't believe me, but it's true. And by the way, it's not a given that an old and new queen must fight each other. Normally it would be two sisters vying for the throne, and whichever one seized the other's powers for her own would win it all. That, and the winning sister would also obtain the power to become a potential demon lord. What? But I had to kill Mother because you were imperfect. But what I truly can't forgive you for is how Mother wanted you to live, and you trampled all over that wish. I don't know if you were born before or after me, but I truly wish you could have lived out your years peacefully somewhere else. Stop that. Think you've already beaten me. I have other skills besides my natural harpy abilities, you know. If I tap into them. Too late. I've already accumulated enough energy. And I hate to see you suffer any further, so let me finish you off with a single blow right now. No. It was only then that Nazim noticed Frey's wings had gained a purple tint. Her beautiful wings of pure white, covered in a golden mesh, had been discolored by the lapping waves of violet electricity. The realization of what it was made Nazim freeze up. Was she storing the electricity I released into her? How powerful could that be? She tried to escape in a panic, but the talons holding Frey's arm refused to budge. The Queen's own slender hand had latched onto Nazim's arm as well. If Nazim had awakened before encountering Frey today, the outcome might have been different, but, at least, that would remain a hypothetical for all time. Goodbye, my sister. Echo reflection. Wait? Frey did not hesitate. She discarded all hesitation once she became queen. All at once, she released her stored electricity. This was the ability she had acquired, the unique skill duplicator, letting her take any attack an opponent lands on her body and strike right back with the same thing. It wasn't an easy skill to use, given how it required her to take damage, but since the attack came from a fellow harpy, Frey could dominate in it, despite facing an opponent she'd normally have little chance against. So, hit by this vast store of electrical energy all at once, Nazim was instantly scorched, carbonized, and killed. I don't care whether you're my older or younger sister, but mother spoiling you certainly gave me a hard time. Although I do envy you a little, Nazim. At least you know for a fact your mother loved you. It was a small measure of goodwill toward Nazim as she plummeted to the ground. But the words didn't reach her. The reunion between the two Harpy sisters had come to an end, and they had come no closer to ever understanding each other. And would that it could have ended there. What? The souls gathering toward Nazim are coming for me now. A sudden feeling of drowsiness overtook Frey. It can't be. Evolutionary sleep? Oh. So they want to take their resentment out on me instead of Nazim. Frey wasn't exactly going to turn down an invitation to become a true demon lord, but this wasn't the time or the place. She thought Carillion looked ridiculous down there, in fact. She was going to laugh at him later, but now this didn't seem so funny to her. No point complaining about it, though. Lucia. Claire. Protect me throughout this. Carillion as well, please. Yes, Lady Frey. As you wish, my queen. The two of them promptly took action. Frey then flew to Carillion's side. It'd be easier to protect these targets, she reasoned, if they were together rather than separate. Carillion had Sufia of the three lycanthropeers protecting him as well, and the three of them together would help increase the chances of survival. And besides... Good heavens! I came here to help out our forces, but now I'm just slowing them down. Falling asleep in the middle of a battlefield. I never thought I'd make an error like this in my life. She was inwardly writhing in shame. It was truly the last thing she was expecting. But still she was lured into falling asleep, unsure whether she'd ever wake up again. Gable was locked in mortal combat with Bagara, and it was the azure dragon spear in Bagara's hands that proved to be the deciding factor. It was unacceptable from Gable's point of view that a difference in weapons would determine the outcome like this, but the reality was that even his prized dragon skin ability couldn't provide much defense against the azure dragon's spear thrusts. Inflicting wounds on the likes of me. A worthy foe indeed, ha ha ha. I'd say the same of you. I meant to finish you off in a single blow, but you're far more of a handful than I expected. Both of them were severely wounded. But neither of them stopped attacking. They were only hurting themselves further, but neither cared. The fact you fight at my level after my awakening is truly amazing. But I cannot let myself be defeated. Humph. Even without awakening, Sir Gradim was far stronger than you. If he had pulled off the feat, you wouldn't have even given him a struggle. Nonsense. There are many who serve Sir Raimuru who are stronger than I. You are a good fighter, no doubt, but compared to the likes of Lady Ultima, you are but a minnow in a pond. It didn't dawn on Gable that this was tantamount to calling himself a minnow as well. He didn't exactly have the gift for words that some of his compatriots did, but in his mind, he meant everything he said. And while he might have been struggling to hold his own, he still kept an eye on the war situation around him. Daring to expose himself a bit, he attempted to guide Bagara away from the sleeping Carillion, successfully shifting their location little by little. Lady Sufia has rushed to our aid, so I'm sure Sir Carillion will be fine. Now he won't be caught in the thick of it if we unleash some larger-scale moves. In his own way, Gable was strategizing. And as he did, Frey defeated one of the 3 generals. What? No. Now Nazim is slain, too. Following in the steps of their leader, the woman they had informally treated as his second-in-command was now also dead. Being confronted with this made Bagara furious. Why you will pay for this? This spear will be used to avenge my friends' deaths. Now he was truly coming into his own. A true Chimera Knight is a warrior who has obtained the power of Animalize, previously the exclusive privilege of beastmen. Do you see what I mean? We have been granted the beast, a specialized medical treatment, to artificially integrate man and beast's powers together. That is who we are, the ultimate in war power. As he gave this speech, Bagara's body began changing rapidly. He had been undeniably human before, but now he was showing more and more of the characteristics of a dragon. It made his military uniform bulge, but it managed to hold out without tearing, as he transformed into something resembling more like a dragon youth than a full-on dragon. Ah. This feels good. Unlocking true power is such an uplifting feeling. It was the first time Bagara ever tested this transformation out. He thought it was possible for him, but he never told anyone about it, keeping it his little secret. But now that Gradim, whom he admired and respected, was dead, all the fetters on his mind had been lifted. With his comrade Nazim fallen as well, there was no more reason to hesitate further. Come to me, all of you, Bagara was calling out to the troops serving under him, currently running berserk across the battlefield. These poor soldiers, reduced to unthinking magical beasts, still obeyed the orders of this overwhelmingly strong presence, their instincts recognizing him as the superior one among them. The same was true for those somewhere on the spectrum between human and beast. Then Bagara lunged upon them all. Their magicules flowed into him, almost visibly, like a pulse, and the devoured victims dried up like mummies, their lives scattered to the winds. What a feat! Those were your soldiers, weren't they? And now you've... They were nothing but fodder for the enemy as they stood. They should be thankful they got to die serving me. How selfishly evil of you. I refuse to let this outrage go unchecked. Gable charged with his spear, his instincts telling him that Bagara would be trouble if left unchecked any further. Judging by the situation, he was likely procuring energy from his soldiers to bump his magicule count up to the maximum this current form allowed him. His magicule count was still up there with Gable's, on the verge of what you could call an artificially awakened demon lord, so it'd be harsh to criticize Gable for panicking a little. That haste, however, led to the worst possible outcome. You fool! On the battlefield, the first to die is the one who loses his presence of mind. Did you think I'd be so preoccupied with my meal that I'd let my guard down? There were 2 purposes to Bagara's actions. One was to shore up his newfound power capacity. The other was to make Gable act too early, and it worked. He was all but jumping into certain death. What? By the time he realized it, he was too late. Bagara was using his feet to nimbly work the azure dragon spear, and as Gable flew in, the tip pierced his stomach. His magisteel breastplate did not cover his abdomen, and not even Gable's dragonskin skill could withstand an attack from a blind spot he wasn't even aware of. Gah! Gwah! Gable spat out blood, an open hole in his stomach. The sight made Bagara laugh at the top of his lungs. Ka ha ha! Now I will feed upon you, the greatest honor you will ever receive. It would have been the end for Gable. But fate was not about to allow it. Confirmed. Activating unique skill bracket. Successful. The subject Gable's fate has changed, and he has avoided death. It was the world language. Even Gable himself had forgotten about the unique skill bracket, but now its power had just altered his destiny. He'd acquired this unique skill when Raimuru became a demon lord, but its effects had remained unknown at the time. All he knew was that it had the effect of either increasing or decreasing the power of his attacks. They'd get stronger when he was on a roll mentally, but weaker when he felt more timid or faint-hearted. The power suited Gable's personality to a T, but it wasn't exactly the most convenient of unique skills to tap into. Qua? Huh? I am rather sure I was run through in the stomach just now. It made him worry a little. But he was never one to sweat the details. So he easily shunted it from his mind and readied his spear toward Bagara. No. What just happened? From his foe's point of view, this reality wasn't so easy to accept. He had finally come up with a plan to ensnare and kill Gable, this powerful enemy. Once he had him overwhelmed, it was assuredly in the bag. This just seemed unfair. This is complete nonsense. In that case, I'll make sure to pierce your heart next time. All the magicules Bagara absorbed made him rapidly grow in power. Now, he thought, it'd be child's play to defeat Gable, dirty tricks or not. So he grabbed his azure dragon spear with both hands. Once again, the two fighters were staring each other down. Once again, Gable was at a disadvantage. He got a karmic saving throw just now, but lightning wouldn't strike twice for him. Unbeknownst to Gable, the unique skill Braggart's Change Destiny feature required a long cooldown time before it could be reactivated. No matter how much he got fired up, he could only tap into that skill once a day at most. So Gable had no other secrets left at his disposal. Even worse, after this marathon battle, he had rapidly depleted his physical strength. Coming back from the brink of death, as he did just now, would require an extended period of rest for most people. But despite all that, Gable beamed, showing no signs of fear. Gwahahaha. Your technique is sharp as attack, but I have yet to lose. With a master as excellent as mine, you shouldn't expect to win that easily. Gable sharpened his focus, preparing to respond to whatever Bagara tried on him. And then fate made its choice. It wasn't because of anything Gable's skills did for him. It was just the moment Seal was born within Raimuru's mind. And just when he was about to expend his remaining energy on a final decisive strike, a voice from the heavens reached out to help him. Do you desire power? Then let me give it to you. Please agree to my upgrade for your unique skill. ? Gable didn't ask what that meant. The voice felt so warm, so familiar, that just listening to it had a calming effect. So, without hesitation, Gable agreed to it within his mind. The effect was dramatic. A wise choice. I will sacrifice the unique skill Braggart to grant you a new ability. As soon as the voice disappeared, a new power awakened in Gable. The ultimate gift Moodmaker, as granted by Seal, included 5 effects: Mind Accelerate, Alter Destiny, Control Unforeseen, Control Space, and Multilayer Barrier. Mind Accelerate raised his perceptive speed up to 1,000,000 times. Alter Destiny was an upgrade from the Change Destiny skill in Braggart. This could be activated at Gable's will, although it was still limited to 1 use per day. Control Unforeseen was, in turn, an upgrade from Braggart's Unexpected Effects skill. Up to now, he could boost his attack power only through unintentional actions. Now he could trigger this at will. It still acted based on his mood, however, so only when he was excited and driven would his attacks gain more strength. Control Space was the same skill already available to Benimaru and the other top officers. Its chief application was for spatial transport, letting the user return freely to anywhere they previously visited as long as no external interference had taken place. Said interference could also be used to keep your enemy from escaping battle on you. This made it extremely useful. Finally, Multilayer Barrier was a defensive technique that Rimuru had already put to great use. A combination of various single-purpose barriers, it could protect the user from virtually any kind of attack, and thanks to Gable being under Rimuru's authority, now he had access to it, too. Gable correctly understood the effects of a skill that had been mostly opaque to him until now. Seal laid it all out for him in his field of consciousness, after slowing it down 1,000,000 times over for him. It was a truly moving experience. Then, without thinking, he said, "Amazing. Truly amazing. I feel undefeatable." Already Gable's emotions were soaring to new heights, and in his case, that was the best thing he could possibly have done. He smiled, banishing the gloom from the air, and that alone proportionally boosted his powers. What's going on? Your powers have ballooned out of nowhere. What have you done? Gwahahaha. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I truly have a great master. And as long as I enjoy his protection, I cannot be defeated. It was big talk from the ebullient Gable, even though there was still every chance of losing this battle. His body was teeming with almost overflowing power as he spoke. Now it'd be difficult to stop his momentum. Prepare to die. Ha! Allow me to carve my power into your body. So the pair of them, both as strong as an awakened demon lord, clashed with all their might. The exchange lasted a single moment, and it was Gable who won. The azure dragon spear, swung with abject recklessness, was bounced away by Gable's vortex spear. It left Bagara wide open, and before he had time to regain his footing, a thrust from Gable left a large hole in his chest. Gaha! I'm not done yet. With my recovery skills, this much means nothing. Bagara, too, boasted the consummate healing skills exclusive to beastmen. By taking in energy from those who served him, he could heal a given level of injury almost instantly. He tried using it to fix this one up as well, but things didn't work out that way. Much to Gable's own astonishment, the combination of Altered Destiny and Control Unforeseen activated for him, and together they took away Bagara's healing abilities. Altered Destiny could work just once a day, but that limit only applied when used on the same target. As Gable had just discovered, he could also invoke it against an enemy. Just as Bagara himself said, the first to die in battle was the one to lose his presence of mind. This is more powerful than I thought. And so Gable had gained not only new strength, but an undeniable victory by his own hand. Meanwhile Gozaline, the final survivor out of the three generals, was up against an unexpectedly formidable foe. With the defeat of their commander Gradim, the magical beast division had fallen into great disarray. Before they could even attempt to fully regroup, a huge force of demons flew into the picture. Huge, perhaps, was overstating it. They were about 500 in all, but their qualities made each of them a one-man army. These were the Diable Chevalier, a fearsome force under the direct command of the demon lord Rimuru. And while Chimera Knights were nearly twice as powerful as them in terms of magicules, they were having surprising difficulty gaining the upper hand in battle. That's how much more capable they were as fighters. Seeing things not go their way made Gozaline's frustration grow. And it was right at that moment when destiny came knocking. What's that? A writhing shadow appeared at the edge of her vision. Something about it made her instincts set off alarm bells. She turned her eyes away from the battle, trying to figure out what it was. She was right to do so, for if this shade had been left unattended, she would have died without ever knowing what happened to her, although it could be said that she'd have been happier that way. The shadowy figure was undulating right where the wreckage of the demon colossus was lying. Now it stood before Gozaline, who was still trying to figure it out. Before her now was a handsome, topless young man with black hair that reached down to his waist. His skin was a dark shade of brown, with a dull sheen to it. It almost seemed to be metallic in nature, but in fact, from the waist down, the man had merged himself with the ruined demon colossus. Before Gozaline's eyes, the wreckage melted into liquid metal, changing its shape as the man's lower body did the same. Oh my! I'm naked, aren't I? How mortifying! The man's tone of voice, extremely ill-befitting his good looks, was identical to that of the enemy Gozaline had just been fighting. I hesitate to ask, but are you Lord Ghidorah? The man grinned at her. Well, of course I am. Or did you think you had me beat back there? Well, not if I have anything to say about it. The mysterious nude man was Lord Ghidorah himself. Are you kidding me? You used a self-destruct spell to end your own life. How can you be alive when you burned away your existence like that? Gozaline was having trouble trying to comprehend this, but Ghidorah's words were putting her into full-blown panic. She tried to seize the conversation, not wanting to be swept away by him any further. Ah, I remember now. I used the elemental magic sacrifice to do myself in, didn't I? And you think I died from that? Well, a man of my stature can never truly die by suicide. And I'd advise you to never rest on your laurels until the battle is fully at an end. Ghidorah quickly created some clothing to put on as he spoke. It wasn't very flattering for him, but, he figured, It beat remaining naked like this. Enough blather. Answer my question. Gozaline, for her part, wanted to be rid of Ghidorah without a second thought. But she found herself taking a cautious stance. He was supposed to be completely dead, yet here he was, back to life. She couldn't know if he'd be fully honest with him, so regardless of his response, Gozaline intended to put all her energy into her next attack. Knowing this old man, I'm sure he's up to one trick or another. Maybe he prepared some kind of substitute sacrifice in advance. He wants to disturb me, I'm sure, but I know my power can crush any stupid game of his. Her majesterial body, despite appearances, was extremely heavy. Even if she just rammed into him, it'd still be a shuddering impact with enough speed. What's more, if she launched a high-frequency mince strike with all her tentacles, they'd turn into living bullets that shredded anything they touched. Gozaline concentrated all her strength in her legs. Picturing herself as a cannonball, she triggered an explosion in the earth to gain propulsive force, another one of her secret abilities. Now her aim was squarely upon Ghidorah, but the old sorcerer, unaware of this, began to offer a sincere commentary on what just happened. That's right. I have been reincarnated. You see, I prepared a mysterious art known as reincarnation in advance, for a situation just like this one. Using it means saying goodbye to this world for a while, but it also grants me a new life while retaining all my memories. It's a wonderful thing, you know. And? Well, the success rate isn't all that high with it, but the potential rewards you reap are incredible. And by this point, I've been reincarnated so many times that it's all but guaranteed to work. It's a fact, the first time you attempt something is when you're least likely to pull it off correctly. Adalman had failed at this, and it certainly wasn't because Ghidorah was unskilled. For himself, Ghidorah always had a few magic spells set up in advance that could be invoked instantly when needed. People like Rosin could maybe prepare one or two of these at a time, but Ghidorah always had at least 3 ready at all times. One was a teleport magic for a quick escape, another was a self-destruct spell to take his own life, and he made sure that the reincarnation spell was always active, so he'd be safe even if death took him. He was clearly a cautious caster, but this time, something unforeseen had happened. Upon invoking reincarnation, Ghidorah's soul had escaped from his physical body. Protected by magic, the soul was supposed to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation, searching for its next body, but then a certain promise came into play. Ghidorah had previously asked Diablo to become his apprentice, but this application had been put on hold. Normally Diablo would have rejected it immediately, but the demon had taken a liking to Ghidorah, thanks to their shared high praise of Rimuru magic. "You are an interesting man," Diablo told him at a party, "and I never dislike interesting people. I will make you one of my own, if I decide that you are truly useful to Sir Rimuru." The sorcerer assumed this was just Diablo's way of saying no while being polite about it, but still he did his level best, hoping to win the demon's approval. However, by that time, he had already fallen into his seductive trap. His reincarnation spell had been rewritten, unbeknownst to him. Now, if he chose to die for Rimuru's sake, it was possible for him to be reborn as a demon. Demons, of course, were a race born with fighting abilities. And since Ghidorah was now one, with his old memories and all, it was only natural that he'd have a very special incarnation. The one hitch was his physical body. As spiritual life forms, demons needed those in order to remain in this world. Ghidorah would normally have to either possess someone's corpus or contact Diablo and ask for a summoning, but with Seal manifesting in Rimuru's mind, fate was working quickly for him as well. "If you seek a physical body, I will grant it to you. I will give you more power as well. So, the voice concluded, please be useful to Sir Rimuru." This was a dream come true for Ghidorah. Of course, he all but shouted, and with that, the contract was concluded. This was the birth of a brand new race, the Metal Demons. Now his body was clad in black, as perhaps befitting his roots in a dark tribe. His hair, eyes, and skin were all dark shades, but they also had a metallic luster to them, giving him something of an artificial, man-made atmosphere. But he wasn't modeled after the old Ghidorah. Instead, He was based on a previous incarnation, his very first life, in fact, as a young man. It was reproduced from the memories engraved in his soul, not based on anything from his newfound species. In fact, thanks to being a new race, he wasn't bound by any of the typical restrictions demons faced. The current Ghidorah's magicule count was comparable to the out-of-control Clayman, and together with his knowledge and experience from previous lives, he was no doubt far stronger now. Ghidorah truly felt reborn, and as if to savor this, he was now feeling rather talkative as he sized up Gozaline. "So you've become a metal demon? This brand new thing?" she asked him. "It certainly seems that way, yes. And let me warn you, I've become quite a bit more powerful. I'd suggest surrendering right now, in fact, because you don't stand any chance at all. Do so, and I'll spare your life, in the name of your former comrades." Only a fool would agree to that. Ready and waiting for the opportunity, Gozaline rushed toward Ghidorah, her tremendous speed turning her body into a massive bullet. Ghidorah, she thought, was too busy prattling away to cope with it at all, but the next moment, her eyes widened in surprise. Just before she reached him, her body was forced against her will in another direction. Strange, isn't it? Well, to put it in simple terms, I used magic to manipulate the local magnetism to create a powerful magnetic field. Apply a current to it, and I can place an electromagnetic force on a given target, like I did just now. The target, in this case, was Gozaline. For someone like Ghidorah, well studied in the science of other worlds, there was a lot he could do with his magic. Corralling Gozaline's greatest skills was no sweat for him. "You." Ghidorah aloofly stood here, a large book in his left hand. He used his right to turn the pages with care. "How do you like it? Now do you understand my powers? Now go ahead and surrender for me, please." Gozaline interpreted this as condescension. He didn't mean it that way, but to her, this was a wound on her pride as a strong woman. That's why surrender wasn't an option. "All right. I didn't want to break this out, but I see I must make up my mind." So Gozaline swallowed her pills and launched the beast. This was going to unlock untold force within her, just as it did for Bagheera. But Ghidorah had no reason to wait for it. "Oh dear. Well, in that case, you can be the subject I'll test my new power out on." Ghidorah looked on with delight, like a scientist staring at a guinea pig. Ultimate Gift Grimoire. Unfold. The book in his left hand glowed with an ominous light. Inside of it was all the magic that Rimuru, or, in essence, Seal, controlled. Seeing all the beautiful magic formulas that lined the pages, Ghidorah's face lit up in ecstasy. Then he selected the one most suitable for this exact moment. Limited Hellflare. This was an art developed by Benimaru, but Rimuru had made it into a skill for his own purposes. And since magic is itself a kind of skill, it was listed in his grimoire. It was an inferior version compared to what its inventor could conjure, but it was still no slouch power-wise. And with it, before she understood what was happening, Gozaline was set ablaze, instantly scorched beyond repair. I wanted to brag about it a little more. But oh well. Ghidorah attempted to stroke his beard as he muttered this, only to find nothing there, not even a little stubble. Damn it all. I look like a young man now, don't I? Well, I can't have that. My hair's dark as night, too. I'll need to invest in some dye, I suppose. Oh, wait. Actually, I can cast some transformation magic to handle that, can't I? Let's see. So he gleefully began flipping through his grimoire. Thus Gradim and the other main leaders of the Magical Beast Division were all dead. But there was still danger on the battlefield, and the source of that danger was currently delighted to see Gradim's head rolling in front of him. What a lovely piece of prey to dine on. The one who took this head in hand and devoured it without hesitation was Vega the Power, one of the leaders of Cerberus. He had been undercover in the Magical Beast Division under orders from Yuki, and as he chewed on the remains of Gradim, he found his body beginning to teem with power. His limber physique, looking like it belonged to a carnivorous beast, grew one size larger, until he was as tall as the 6'8" Gradim. The upgrade to his musculature made his uniform look swollen on him. Not bad, but not good enough yet. But as Vega muttered to himself, he kept finding more and more tasty prey: the charred Nazim the vermilion bird, the dismembered Bagara the azure dragon, and Gozaline the black tortoise, now just a pile of melted metal. Silently, he snuck up to their resting places, quietly partaking in each one without anyone noticing, a feat made possible by his own innate power, the unique skill scavenger. Vega was born in Inglesia's royal capital. He wasn't aware of it, but one of his parents was a former magical inquisitor for the government who was turned into a magic-born. Taking in too many magical elements, his father could no longer return to human form. In a craze, he attacked his mother, and Vega was the result. He was thus a cast-off from birth, a freak. The gestation was only about 3 days, and he had full sentience and awareness from the day he was born. But as an infant with no reason or language skills, he was feared as a monster by those around him, including his mother. Instead of being given love, he was nearly killed and forced into hiding. But over the next decade or so, Vega found ways to survive. He ate rats, scavenged for scraps, and did whatever it took to stay alive. Finally, after a fight, he consumed a human being who was near death. And that's when he realized it. All around him, there was so much prey everywhere. Now that he had come to prey on humans as well, Vega had turned into a monster in name and deed. The order naturally came to dispatch this abomination, and it was Yuki who took charge. With the help of Shizu Aizawa, who was already acting as his instructor at the time, he successfully captured Vega. But although he should have been rightfully executed, Yuki felt that Vega's strength was too much to let go to waste. He was gifted with a stout body and exceptional fighting senses, and Yuki also thought he had the potential for further growth. With the right training, he could even become a useful pawn for him. So Yuki tricked Shizu into believing he had taken care of Vega. He then reached out to Damrada to have this monster raised in the Empire, and now he had grown up to become a fearsome warrior. And fortunately for Vega, the battle between the Diable Chevalier reinforcements and the Chimera Knights was growing more and more intense. Thanks to that, he could fulfill his personal mission without attracting attention. The limbs of a tenacious beast, a body of hard magisteel, the power of a magic-repelling dragon, even wings that could soar through the sky, Vega found them all in short order. Even better, he had picked up the Azure Dragon Spear, a god-class weapon. It had not yet recognized him as its master, but Vega didn't mind. He poured his own power into it, forcing it to become one with him, literally bending its very will. It was the power of control metal, a skill he had picked up from the consumption of Gozaline. Taking in a god-class weapon like this transformed Vega's entire body into an even more ominous form. The eerie, alien-like armor covering him made him truly unidentifiable as a magic-born, and by this point, Gable and the others were finally taking notice. What? Look! Another giant mystery magic-born. Gable's forces let out exhausted whines at his excited shouting. But Sir Gable, we've got our hands full. Indeed. It's battle after battle here. Our supplies are running low. What should we do, Sir Gable? Their consternation was understandable. Team Hiryu was heavily fatigued and reaching its limit. If the Diable Chevalier had arrived any later, the front lines would have fallen long ago. After all, they had been heavily relying upon the Beastmaster's Warrior Alliance, along with the Heaven Flyers, and now they were both away from the front. Oh, crap, Sophia first said. When Gable asked what was wrong, she replied that she was insanely sleepy. Then it dawned on him. It had begun, the evolutionary slumber that was a key part of the Harvest Festival, at the worst possible moment. Carillion and Frey were both very close to awakening, so this much was a foregone conclusion. It was an irresistible, unbearable physiological phenomenon, and there was no point complaining about it. So Gable and his crew were struggling to keep this patch of space protected all by themselves. Other units were also engaging the enemy at their own discretion, but Gable's force was anchored to this spot, further adding to their intense fatigue. Seeing Vega show up in the midst of this made the blood drain from his face. Do not worry, Sir Gable. Allow me to reason with this one first. His name is Vega, and he's a friend of that young boy Yuki. The sudden presence of Ghidorah did much to calm Gable. I hope that you will, then. You are in good hands. The two men, who had become friends somewhere along the line, smiled and nodded at each other. Then Ghidorah stepped toward Vega. It's been a long time, Vega. Oh, old man Ghidorah, eh? I heard you switched sides to the demon lord Rimuru, but I guess that story was true. And that means I'm fighting alongside Yuki here. But I'm glad to see you. If I weren't around, they would have treated you as their enemy. Really? Vega glanced at Ghidorah, who approached him in a friendly, aloof manner. Then he immediately averted his eyes. To him, there was far more interesting business to attend to. Now he was staring at Carillion and Frey, and around them, even more delicious-looking things to prey on. His mouth was salivating profusely, his mind ecstatic as it pondered how the meat would taste. I can serve as your middleman with them, so if you could kindly lend a hand to us, wah? Ghidorah had tried to pat Vega on the shoulder in a friendly manner, but Vega's fist quickly knocked him away. He'd taken it straight to the face, caught completely off guard. Vega, by now, had powered himself up to the point where he surpassed an awakened demon lord, one with over twice as many magicules as Ghidorah. Even as a metal demon with excellent physical defense, he was still no match for Vega, whose entire body was god-class magisteel. With a single blow, he was knocked into unconscious silence. Lord Ghidorah. I knew I couldn't count on that man, Gable thought as he shouted. Given the amount of confidence Ghidorah brimmed with, he couldn't be blamed for thinking that. Now his hopes were banished, his mind filled with disappointment, and even worse, Vega's powers were beyond imagination. Now this monster was eyeing Carillion and Frey, not bothering to hide his intentions as he licked his lips. His purpose was clear: if he wasn't defeated, he'd gain access to even more almighty power. They didn't even know if they could win, and if Vega succeeded, he'd become truly unstoppable then. Gable, at least, would have no chance of winning, so everyone would just have to do their best against him. I always enjoy standing out like this, but this is perhaps too much of a good thing. He was beginning to regret this a little. Gable was ready to step forward, but stopped when he realized someone was in front of him. Gable, lemme take care of this one for ya. Oh ho. Sir Laplace, is it not? Why are you here? Well. Because everybody left me alone, he almost said before falling silent. It would make him look far too awkward. Why do you think? To help you out, of course. Ah. How wonderfully reassuring, Sir Laplace. Yeah. Y'all can rest easy with me around. Forcefully concluding his chat with Gable, Laplace turned toward Vega, his presumed friend. So, Vega, why'd you punch out old man Ghidorah like that? He spun around lightly as he asked. It annoyed Vega. Huh? Ain't it obvious? Because the old man was trying to block me. Block you? Can't let someone blocking me from a good meal keep on living. And that's why you better stay out of this, too, Laplace. You're an old friend, so I'll let you off the hook this time. Laplace stopped spinning. You got a funny sense of humor, you know that? Don't you think you're forgetting your place a little? The timbre of his voice was the same as before, but the atmosphere around it was so tense that it felt like something entirely different. But Vega didn't care. My place? You think you're in a place to give me orders? I heard that bastard Yuki got defeated by Ludora, and I only take orders from people stronger than me. He guffawed at that, his laughter echoing across the battlefield. Well, that sure ain't funny. You got no gift for comedy at all, man. It wasn't meant to be funny, RRK? The guttural laughter abruptly stopped. In an instant, Laplace came right up to Vega, clutching him by the neck. Yo. Some respect, huh? Or else it's your ass. He lifted him into the air, despite being half his size. Vega struggled, arms and legs flailing about. Breathing was no longer necessary for him, but he still wasn't used to that, so this treatment was still deeply disconcerting. Laplace, meanwhile, landed an explosive knee on his body, and hanging by the neck as he was, he had no way of escaping it. He cowered on the ground once Laplace loosened his grip, trying to catch his breath. Wait. I'm sorry I got carried away. I'm calmer now. Please forgive me. Laplace was thinking of giving Vega a kick to the head, but this pleading made him reconsider. I ain't as nice as my boss, he coldly muttered. Don't expect any second chances.
I know.
Right. So be nice and stick with me, won't you? And don't try anything funny, or I'll make sure you pay for it. Vega nodded. All right. So what are we doing now? I'm gonna be headin' over to our president. I'm figuring she can probably do something to help Tyr and Footman get back to normal. We gotta find a way, right? Or else we'll never save the boss. So whatever you do, don't stray from me, okay? Right. Vega nodded deeply in agreement. His eagerness to please Laplace suggested just how scared he was of him. Laplace just sighed at the sight. Everything all right, then? Ghidorah asked worriedly, now back on his feet. Old man. Vega instinctively braced himself for combat. Ah, Lord Ghidorah. You are well now? Gable was happy to see him, if a little surprised. So you were all right, eh, old man? Laplace wasn't surprised at all, as if he had expected this. But of course. I did lose consciousness for a moment, but I was fully prepared with my emergency measures. I was just pretending to be down because then I could catch him off guard and hit him with one of my best spells. The ultimate gift grimoire was equipped with mind accelerate and parallel computation, almost as if that was a given. With it in hand, even when he was knocked out, a parallel line of thought would take over after that. I see. It fooled me as well. Man oh man. What a guy, huh? Yes, well, I didn't spend all these years wasting my time, you see. But shouldn't we be concerned about Vega instead? Laplace tried to change the subject, but Ghidorah wasn't done pursuing Vega yet. Me? Yes, you. I'm afraid I can't trust you very much. Why not? Vega acted like he had no idea. It exasperated Laplace. To be honest, he said with a shrug, I don't trust him, either. But he's still one of mine, you know. And I get it if you want him rubbed out, but I really wanna trust him here. Besides, I can't do anything without my boss's permission anyways. He'll listen to reason as long as he doesn't get carried away, so how about we cut him some slack just this once? What a headache, he bitterly thought. The main problem with Vega was his astonishing lack of intelligence. He was too loyal to his own desires, and he never seemed to care about other people's feelings. But he wasn't all bad. He never really did well in a group, but give him an order, and you'd be assured he would carry it out, at least to some extent. Between that and his undeniable strength, it'd be a pity to do away with him right now. His occasional problematic outbursts might tax his patience one too many times, Laplace feared, but for now, he'd stick to his side and keep a careful eye on him. He had caught him just in time today, but Vega was one step away from causing serious problems. If he had laid so much as a finger on Carillion or Frey, Laplace wouldn't have defended him one bit. In fact, he would have disposed of him right there. The mere fact that he attempted what he did was bad enough, but... Well, I don't have the authority to make the call, but I can certainly understand your line of thought. I'm familiar with Vega myself, and as long as he causes no trouble for Sir Rimuru, I don't see any issue with that. Ghidorah was familiar with Vega as well. And while it didn't feel right for him to speak on his behalf, he still wanted to give some muted feedback. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Laplace seemed just as anxious as he gave that vague warning. Only Gable among them could find it in himself to laugh it off. Gwahahaha. We're all men here, we learn from our mistakes. Very well, I will trust in him, too. Vega, was it? Listen to Sir Laplace and try to become the best warrior you can be. He clapped Viga on the back as he spoke. Despite everyone's apprehension, now was not the moment to stand around worrying. Laplace wasted no time taking Viga away from the scene. Do you think that was the right thing to do? I wouldn't expect any problems. If this helps Viga grow a little, it'll benefit all of us. If not, I'm sure Laplace will do what needs to be done. A rather sinister line of thought there. Gwahahaha. Flattery will get you nowhere with me, I'll have you know. Ghidorah hadn't meant that as a compliment, but he held his tongue. No need to stir up yet more trouble. It was starting to feel a little more relaxed around here, but the battle was still ongoing. Remembering this, the two of them mentally switched gears and prepared to re-enter the fray. Then some good news arrived. My brother, I have word from Sir Moss that Sir Rimuru has defeated Lady Veilgrind. Our main forces have stormed the enemy's main airship and are now engaged in a final battle with their top brass. We need to keep up the fight over here. The voice of Sokka, back to the front after some rest, rang high as she gave the news. It was a massive morale boost for everyone on Rimuru's side and a major demotivator for the Empire. The Chimera Knights, the keystone of the Imperial forces, the ones who weren't on an insane berserker rush, that is, now realized how bad their situation was. They were without a commander, and they couldn't expect any more reinforcements, even as their enemies seemed to continually grow in number. Taking out the enemy commander also seemed hopeless to them. Trying to kill the former demon lords who were now sitting ducks on the battlefield would simply make them surrounded and annihilated. If they had a functional military chain of command, things might have been different, but there was simply nobody in charge. A number of them were already fleeing, having seen the writing on the wall. Meanwhile, Rimuru's forces were overjoyed. Wow! His Majesty has done it. He beat Lady Veilgrind? I can't believe it, but maybe I should have expected that from him. We've won. This is nothing more than a rout now. Gable and Ghidorah were no exception, of course. Ah, wonderful. I always knew Sir Rimuru was cut from a different cloth. I suppose so, yes. I had grown much stronger out of nowhere, so I thought something like that had happened. That voice must be connected to Sir Rimuru, just like Sir Diablo presumed. What did you say, Lord Ghidorah? Ah, never mind. We still have a job to carry out here. Let's go. There was such a thing as having too much curiosity. Ghidorah knew that well, and so he decided not to pursue this any further, and he wasn't sure getting Gable involved in the question was such a good idea. Gable nodded back at him, his thoughts turning toward the battlefield. And with his loudest shout of the day, he gave the order to charge.